video games, 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 video games.
It's October 12th, 2012, and this cast is ruined.
This is Idle Thumbs 78, the Ruinationcast. I'm Chris Remo.
I'm Jake Rodkin.
And I'm Sean Vanneman.
And we, in lieu of a regular podcast this week, we are releasing our ridiculous 5-hour marathon Ruinationcast, which we streamed live on Sunday on Twitch TV.
Yep. For those of you who weren't following the Kickstarter campaign, we said one of the rewards for backing the Idle Thumbs podcast above a certain amount was that you would be able to contribute to the podcast by writing us a subject to discuss. So if you notice the download for this episode is long, that's because we spent about 5 hours going through hundreds of
180-ish.
About 180.
174, I think.
Yep, 174 reader suggestions. And we originally said to ourselves, well, if we give these each about a minute, it'll take us 3 hours. And we obviously did not hold ourselves to that because it took 5 hours. It was really fun. We live streamed it out over Twitch. But this is the recording that we actually that we grabbed off the actual audio mixing board. That said,
right. So this will sound, most of this will sound a lot better than the Twitch TV if you were there for that, or if you watched the archive version. This is actually going through our microphones. However, there was a moment towards the end where we realized our software had stopped recording, so we're missing a big chunk of quality audio from that, which we will splice in. Yep. Using the Twitch
Probably
TV
like 10
version.
to 20 minutes.
Yeah,
like.
at most.
At most.
Also, if you got this far and said, oh, F this, I just want to watch the stream, you can go to twitch.tv/idlethumbs, and the whole live stream with video is archived there.
Anyway, for your approval or disapproval,
yep.
Idle Thumbs Ruination. We'll be back next week with a real cast.
Video games.
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Hello,
welcome.
Now.
Hi, guys.
Welcome to the internet.
So we have all of your topics, and they're in a list.
Oh, one note on all this stuff. There are, how many are there total?
174.
174 people are helping us ruin this podcast, which means if we spend 1 minute on each of these, we're going to be here for 3 hours, and that's our ballpark estimate. But it also means we're going to be kind of blasting through some of this shit.
Some of these will be small, and some of these will be a little longer. So bear with us, and hopefully you feel like you got your money's worth.
Yeah, some people had. Yeah,
Also, if you're watching this right now live, you'll notice it doesn't sound like what it looks like. It looks like we're talking into our nice microphones. But in reality, we're talking into a webcam across the room. So there will be an MP3 version of this later that hopefully sounds good. This one is just what it is. So enjoy that.
So enjoy this.
You ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Chris, first one. Number one.
All right. I guess I can't keep my iPad from turning off. All right. So Glenn W. asks, what is the mecha goose?
What is the mecha goose, Chris?
So Idle Thumbs, before it was a podcast, as some of you probably know, Idle Thumbs was an editorial site on the internet that Jake and I were involved in co-founding, along with several guys from the UK, including James Spafford, Merrick Braunstring, Alex Ashby, Ben Andak, bunch of cool guys. And Doug Tobacco, our web guy, was involved still from the beginning. And the Mecha Goose was a crazy Photoshopped thing that I think Spaff put together that combined robot parts and a goose, and that's it.
Yeah, I think it was supposed to be the device that brought the British guys into town for E3 2005.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Anyway, that's what the Mecha Goose is. This podcast is on a goddamn roll already.
Thanks, Glenn. Number two.
Aaron Malone writes, I want famous Vanneman to discuss his hatred of socks.
It's not that I hate socks. It's that I don't think socks have become perfunctory.
You have an actual stance on socks.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I just don't think socks are perfunctory clothing. That's all I think.
Okay.
So I think sometimes I'm not wearing socks today, for instance. Why? What's the point? Don't need them. No chafing. Feet aren't sweating. It's nice and cool in San Francisco. Nice and cool in here. That's my stance on socks.
Interesting. Okay.
All right. This is going to be a long podcast.
James Spafford says Merrick Braunstring.
Oh, Braunstring, Merrick Braunstring.
Oh, guys.
Left.
Guys.
More
Thanks,
men.
Spaff. Number 4.
Nolan says, do you have a favorite graphic novel or comic book? If so, what is it?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, I would say probably my favorite is Preacher by
It's actually the 7th. It is the 7th. My watch is off by a day.
Thanks, Jake.
It's October 7th.
Jake bought a watch and it
2012.
was
You know
this
what, guys?
huge
We're
deal,
starting
and
this
now it's
over.
just
I think we should start this over completely. Yeah, we're starting this over.
What?
Yeah, we got to start from the beginning. Every time we mess up, we have to go back to the beginning.
Okay.
That's part of the Ruinationcast rules.
All right.
Yeah. So Glenn asks, no, Preacher by Garth Ennis, I think, is probably my favorite comic series. I think it's awesome. It's really cheesy, I think, a lot of the way through, and I think it's really like schlocky, but it's probably my favorite comic series. Do you guys ever read comics at all? Like, I went through a phase.
Yeah, I went through a phase where I read a bunch of graphic novels. I haven't really read very much superhero stuff, but I went through a period where I read, like, Sean, do you know, or Jake, you probably know the publishers like Drawn and Quarterly and Fantagraphics.
Yeah.
I went through a period of several years where I read almost everything that Drawn and Quarterly published and like a few things Fantagraphics did. Drawn and Quarterly was my favorite publisher, so almost anything they put out I ended up liking, which is a weird thing to be able to say about a publisher. But I just thought they had a really good catalog. So I liked guys like Seth was really I liked a lot, and kind of forgetting so much of the stuff. It's been years. Actually, one thing I read that's more in the line of like what you just brought up is From Hell by Alan Moore.
Yeah, it's great.
Which I liked a lot. I thought was really excellent.
Yeah, From Hell's really good.
Well, whatever. Anyway, that's enough.
I really like Transmetropolitan.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
super.
Transmet-
Jake's super into
Transmetropolitan is my favorite thing
Yeah,
because I enjoy that it's a fucked up weird story, but that has weird sci-fi stuff. That's fine, but I really like that its protagonist is a journalist because I think that we don't have enough weird journalist protagonists. I think that they're the best. The best.
Ross Cubbin writes, when you updated Goaty.cx with a list of your favorite games of 2011, I was incredibly happy to see my favorite Deus Ex take the top. With Chris liking it, Sean not so much, and Jake, well, we can probably guess. I thought it would make an interesting discussion topic. Any stand-up moments or stories you have to share? Also, will we see you at PAX this year?
You did.
You did. Maybe.
Maybe.
You could have.
Hope you did.
So what was your stand-up moment from the new Deus Ex game, Jake?
I'm playing it for a minute.
You thought the load screen was choice?
Yeah, I played less Deus Ex than I would have liked, but there was one evening where me, Chris, Steve, and Nick Brecken were all playing at the same time and in Steam chat, which was like the night after it first came out, and that was actually one of the more fun things in a while.
That was awesome.
Yeah, but I didn't play into that game enough to actually like it. I mean, to experience enough of it to have an opinion on it. I did like what I played, but I just look at my Steam profile and be sad.
You're going to be the one that has standout moments. I couldn't get into the game. Like,
I can't remember a standout moment. I mean, in general, I really enjoyed my first playthrough of the game, which I did as non-lethal. And I mean, in general, it was just really fun to try and approach, other than boss fights, which were frustrating and didn't allow that. Other than that, it was just really fun trying to approach every scenario with the goal of not killing anybody. I mean, it says
you were successful in that?
I was, yeah.
Your playthrough?
I didn't kill.
Did you ever accidentally do that and then go back?
No, I never did.
Did you die in attempting to not do it a lot?
Maybe, but it's hard to say how that would have changed from just dying in normal fashion.
Right.
The one thing I will say is that until I completed the game, I didn't know if I had actually stuck to it or not, right? Because there were times where I'm like, I don't think I killed that guy, but I'm like, I'm not really sure. And so when I got to the end of the game and the little achievement popped up for the non-lethal playthrough, I was incredibly relieved because like there's no counter or anything in the game itself.
Right.
It's so that was cool. Mike Carey says, discuss the merits of an Idle Thumbs song featuring Jake Rodkin as Mr. Baboo bird noise.
The merits?
The merits?
I think you've left off two key letters, which is demerits. There has been a dearth of Idle Thumb songs, Chris.
That's true.
You're just going to own up to that 100%. That is a fact.
Well, it's accurate. Yeah. I don't know what else to say about it. I mean, I've had so much stuff I've had to spend time on, especially with with Idle Thumbs and other stuff. Like I just haven't had time for the.
Do people know what game you're writing music for right now?
I'm writing music for Yeah, that's fine. I don't know if it's been announced, but
Yeah, go for it.
Ruinationcast exclusive.
I'm writing music for Steve's game, Gone Home, which has been really cool. Steve Gaynor, Hot Scoops, our friend, is making a game called Gone Home, which I think he's talked about on the cast. Yeah, he has, the PAX cast. And it's really cool. It's set in a house. There's no combat. It's exploratory, a lot of really interesting narrative. And I've been working on the music for it for the IGF build, which is going out, they're submitting quite soon. So if you're an IGF judge, you'll be able to play Steve's game and see my music in it. Anyway.
Awesome.
Yep.
What number are we on? Who's keeping track at home?
You were counting, but I don't know.
I think we're on
There's
7.
no numbers on this.
7 or 8.
Grumbeld writes, Idle Thumbs Con, when will it be?
2015, year of the PS3.
That was number 7. You were
year
right.
of the Idle Thumbs Con.
You're calling it right now?
2015, ThumbsCon 2012. We're naming it after this year in memory of our Kickstarter campaign.
It would be rad to do an event, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
We think that's really cool.
we think it would be cool.
We think it's fucking cool. We talk about if nobody had anything else to do, what would we do? That's kind of a long-standing conversation we have amongst
And
ourselves.
we've been batting around ideas, but they're all things that are very vague right now.
Yeah.
And, who knows?
But I also think anything we did that was like, I can't imagine us doing a con, but I can imagine us doing an event, if that makes sense. You know what I mean?
I can imagine it's like pulling a con.
Yeah. Well, we would take the money that people bought tickets for the con.
Idle Thumbs has been a long con, if that's what you mean. I mean, this
you are experiencing Idle Thumbs Con right now.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're trying to get at.
We're not actually sending out any of those goods.
You mean any of these goods?
Any of these fine
Any of these
Kickstarter wares?
What a nice seg.
Look at this wizard print.
Look at this soft,
t-shirt.
artisanal, handmade T-shirt.
Look at this space asshole. For those who are not watching the stream, I'm showing people my space asshole.
All right, so
thanks. Who was that?
That was Grumbeld. So number 8.
Number 8.
Adam Connolly. As older gamers, we've experienced so many great moments and innovations in gaming. I have clear memories of being almost overwhelmed by the scale of WoW, being amazed at the early Sim and Civ games, marveling at the feeling of being in a real place playing Quake with 3D environments. Do you think those moments are over for us gamers? It seems like everything to come will be incremental upgrades and that whole new concepts will become more and more rare. Are the best moments of gaming behind us?
Wow. Before we answer that amazing question,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you a stream note, which is, since we're talking into the webcam, don't hold your iPad up between your face and the webcam when you're reading.
You're right.
Hi, guys. Anyway, we're just talking about what's going on because it's a stream. Anyway.
I've got to do the Sophie's choice of whether to talk into
Yes.
this microphone or the webcam microphone.
Split the difference and make the whole thing sound bad.
Yeah. Just mumble the whole thing.
Yeah, just mumble it.
So, are the best moments of gaming behind us based on? It's so funny looking. This is truly fucking ruined for what it's worth. Like every time, like eyes go like squint and look at the computer screen to read the chat. I'm like,
No one
just
cares.
talking to you. I'm talking to you guys. So, are the best moments of gaming behind us? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
But I do agree. Like all the moments he pointed out, I remember like it was yesterday. My first 10 minutes in World of Warcraft, and I was just flabbergasted, completely flabbergasted. So I really hope I get a feel like that again playing a video game.
I think that what's more likely to happen is that the best moments will go less from being technological watersheds to being just moments of extreme impact for one reason or another, be they systems emerging or be they just really interesting dramatic moments or whatever. I mean, I think if you look at other media like music or film or whatever, the first time somebody heard, music existed before recorded media, so the first time someone heard like Mary Had a Little Lamb recorded on Edison's wax cylinder, that was amazing. And like we'll probably never have another moment that is that seminal in the history of like the advancement of musical technology in terms of just fundamental advancement. But that doesn't mean that wonderful musical moments don't occur all the time. Like those,
Right, gaming has probably passed its "we're surprised that a train drives out of a screen."
Exactly, yeah.
Moments of fidelity-based wonder are maybe gone. But
Oculus Rift is coming out.
Oculus
true.
Rift will
Oculus
change everything.
That's true. Everything will
saying.
be changed pretty soon.
Let's keep
Imagine
keep
playing,
all cards on the
If you
table.
could play Super Hexagon with an Oculus Rift, I think that would be a watershed moment in gaming.
True.
Mostly because it would destroy your brains.
Destroy your brains. I like the way you put that. It wouldn't destroy your brain. It would zombie just
Yes.
destroy your brains.
I would play Super Hexagon in an Oculus Rift.
Oh my god!
As long as my mind could actually spin the thing around, that would be so good. That would be
your mind
in a sensory deprivation tank.
Yeah, as long as there's just a node plugged into my brain that can spin the little triangle around. It would
that makes me barf to think about.
Few things are more actual, like gross cyberpunk reality than imagining those two things combining, and then just. You walk into a cafe and there are 15 people all just sitting still with like a slowly cooling coffee in front of them because they're all jacked into Super Hexagon and their Oculus Rifts.
Right.
That's the first Idle Thumbs event. Yeah. Calling it right now.
Oh, gross. Also, the notion of like just the speed at which you can think of things, like just if you got distracted and suddenly the hexagon is just flipping out all over the place. Oh my god, a million barbs.
Is the plural of barf barv?
It might be.
I think that sounds...
A million barvs is the actual name of this episode of the Ruinationcast.
So John Funkhauser, this is number 9, I think, says Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Super fucking badass movie. Next.
Erky Linpair says, do I have to? Okay, what's your favorite word?
Ooh.
I have favorite words. It's 2 words.
What?
Video games.
Okay, good. Casey Griggs writes...
Oh, this is a 10 or 11?
Oh, we're always in.
I don't know. Casey Griggs writes, ideas for a game jam theme. Oh, there's this cool Twitter account, Peter Molyneux, and he posts tweets... And what if you made games based on that?
God, I thought you were about to say there's a cool Twitter account, IGN.com.
Well, there you go. There's an idea.
Yeah, make it.
That's actually not a horror.
A game jam themed around IGN review superlatives, disconnected entirely from the games which they're reviewing.
Yeah,
right. Your brain will explode.
Yeah,
you're right.
That's basically just a game jam that says do whatever you want.
Yeah, but all of the games would just be fucking extreme or
true.
probably trying for really intense poignancy that then would have an ironic quote attached. Like, backport your game to an existing super laudatory review blurb so that it fades up in the... Like, you give people the laurel leaf template that they have to type their review quote into, and every game has to fade that up first.
Right.
I would go to that game jam and play all those. Make that. Idle Thumbs Event 2. Talk about Thief. Oh, I didn't say who asked us to.
That's the guy's name.
Talk about Thief asks.
That was number 12. Or this is number 12.
Okay. You still haven't said this man's name.
What are you doing?
Oh, I can't pronounce that guy's name.
So you just not...
I'll do it.
No, you do.
His name is Anders Hansen. Oh, no, it's impossible.
Oh, Anders Hansen. Anders Hansen asks that we talk about Thief.
Talk about Thief.
Thief is an amazing game. Thief was a first-person stealth game that Looking Glass Technologies released in 1998, I think. The like most incredible year of gaming that's ever occurred, 1998.
Yeah. Thief was really hard for me. I remember Thief being incredibly hard for me.
Thief and Deus Ex both crushed my face when I tried to play them.
Right. Hey, look at that. You're making the chat bigger.
Yeah. I am, because I can't see. Sorry.
Jake needs to get glasses.
The only thing is I was hoping to be able to see the preview as well.
Oh, we don't need to see the preview. I don't want us to look at that.
All right. Thief's amazing. Thief was one of the games that made me think about games critically for the first time, because I was trying to figure out like what kind of game it was, and it like overlapped several kinds, and that was surprising.
That was really hard for me when I was that age. Like when I was like 13, 14, 15, it was really, really tough for me.
Yeah. It is a hard game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a hard game.
Yeah.
David Turner writes, all right, this is long. I would love to hear Chris delve into how he's recorded things in the past. It was New Year's resolution for me to record some songs by the end of the year. A coworker suggested I pick up an Okay, well, he's asking about recording. Okay, so the way that I recorded before was dumb and not worth explaining. So what we have in the office now is much better, and I will explain that. So we have a 8-track FireWire audio interface by Mark of the Unicorn.
Fortunately, it's by Mark of the Unicorn.
That's the name of the
Let's
company.
all just
enjoy that.
Enjoy that.
So it's an 8-track FireWire that goes into the Mac we have here in the office, and we are running 3.
4.
These are Behringer C1 condenser microphones that are supplied phantom power by the Motu, and we're running that all into Logic Pro on the Mac. My own recording for my own personal stuff is just whatever's there. Like, I'm not a good engineer at all, so when I will be recording anything for Idle Thumbs, when I record an acoustic guitar, I have a pickup on my acoustic guitar, so I just plug that right into the Motu. In fact, I have it hooked up right now, just going into an input. And then for vocals, I've just used – these are the same mics we used before, actually.
Yeah.
These have not been changed. So these are the same – whenever I recorded my voice, I was recording into these in the past.
Yep. We're actually pretty pleased with the recording setup we have. One of the biggest things we wanted to do with the Kickstarter campaign was get a proper mixing setup that gave us unique channels per microphone and let us plug guitars in and let us do all this other shit because we used to run everything through one board, which meant that if anyone's mic blew up or if any of the levels were weird, we were just fucked and the recording was horrible. So it's actually really like we feel
it's a
kind
real
of
multi-track
spoiled
setup now.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. Also, I'm just going to point out,
You can't read anything. It's so stressful to watch you squint like an old man.
Jake has needed glasses for a long
I
time,
need
and he
glasses
refuses
It
to
says
read that.
barbs. It says plural of
No.
dwarf equals dwarves.
oh yeah, the plural of dwarf equals dwarf, so the plural of barf is barves. But Hilarious Cow, Aubrey, who
Aubrey Hesselgren, yeah.
was talking about how he said he was planning on porting Proteus to the Oculus Rift, but Super Hexagon also sprang to mind. Proteus,
Awesome.
I would actually play
Yeah. That'd
be
Proteus in an
awesome.
Oculus
That'd
Rift
be
in
awesome,
a second.
yeah.
That'd be fucking fun.
That would look like the 90s.
Yeah, that roaming around
It's
in
the
pixel
correct art style,
That's the virtual space that you fall into is pixel art, pastoral greenscape. But if you were playing Proteus in an Oculus Rift and then the sky just tore open and Super Hexagon took over halfway through, then you would be fully in the goddamn 90s.
Yes, accurate.
Yeah.
All right. So Michael Kilpack writes, a development team is tasked with creating a biographical video of your life. Who should make it? What genre it would be? And if applicable, what would the first boss battle be like?
Oof.
Is he
First
asking this
boss
to,
battle
like,
being born.
Thumbs collectively or like individual?
What?
And who develops that? Jake?
Who develops that? I don't know.
Epic.
Epic? It's Cliffy B's new project, actually. He's
Yeah.
left Epic to
yeah.
pursue Your Life Story, one of the three of us, the video game. What's the first boss battle, Chris?
It's going to be hard to top being born.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Busting out? Like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the first...
Okay, that was...
Yeah, I think you
that
answered it
wins
already.
that one.
Okay.
For sure.
What are we doing here? Okay.
We're still back. There we go. Laptop was computer.
Martin
still
Peace asks, if you could be a tree, would your pine cones roll down a hill like a grenade in Far Cry 2? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of
I mean,
course.
what else?
Yeah.
What
Yes.
else? What
Yeah,
else are they
yeah.
going
All
to do?
right. Ben,
Physics.
Ben says, design a Waluigi video game. Is Waluigi as a character a comment on class war or on creating fiction? Why does Waluigi hate Mario? Does he hate him at all? Wah. Love CPO on the forums, XXX. I don't know if Waluigi has any feelings towards Mario. I imagine Waluigi really, his strongest feelings would be towards Luigi.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, he strongly believes Waluigi is number one.
Oh, yeah, he's...
So he probably does have beef with
I
Mario.
feel like he's going to win, and
Mario's a
he might
bit
be
of
the
an
number one
egomaniac.
party star. What?
Yeah.
Mario's an egomaniac.
I always wanted them to make a crazy Waluigi game that was just like a psychedelic nightmare. Like,
Yeah.
just where Waluigi is like a crazy puppet master and you're just like, it would probably largely be on rails, but like, you're just going through this crazy, like, fucked up haunted house that is Waluigi's domain. Like, I always wanted that to exist.
Wait, you want a Waluigi game where you are Waluigi or where Waluigi is in control?
Well, Waluigi's in control.
So if Luigi's Mansion 4 is actually Waluigi's Mansion, where Waluigi has built the ultimate, this is his masterminded plan for all these years has been to put Luigi through this just horrible nightmare dreamscape.
Yeah.
I would also like a game where you play as Waluigi.
Yeah.
Because I think that would be fine as well.
Uh-huh.
Because Waluigi is the best.
Also more likely to exist than the game that I propose.
Well, maybe it's both.
Oh man, that's actually better. If Waluigi is in
If you're
nightmare
playing
of his own making.
Yeah, well, no. What if it's that's actually the best? But I was going to say if it's the flip side of Luigi's Mansion is that it's Dungeon Keeper, but you are Waluigi building this crazy haunted house that then an AI Luigi or like evil genius.
Well, that's the twist. Is that after you build that thing, then you as Waluigi have to go through it
You thought you were building it for Luigi.
Turns out it was a Nazi
It turns out
game.
Waluigi is actually just Luigi's Tyler Durden. Like, Waluigi isn't fucking
Right.
real.
You make this whole thing explicitly for Luigi.
And then you wake
suddenly
up and you are Luigi.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Waluigi's Mansion, you are Luigi.
We've done it.
Thanks, Nintendo. Us.
Joel McCoy, as
Or
one of
like
my friends,
15,
he writes,
16, something. Probably.
38 Studios / Big Huge Games, MMO Celebrity Money Hole drags Rise of Nations devs into the cold earth. Thoughts? Well,
It sucks.
they're gone now.
It fucking
Yeah,
sucks.
it sucks a lot.
Yeah, it does suck.
And I feel like everybody thinks they know more about the situation than they do. I think there's actually it seems like it's very contentious.
I'm sure it's a crazy, complicated
It sounds fucking
clusterfuck.
horrible.
Yeah,
I
but
do know
I
that
think
Kurt Schilling's bloody sock is bank collateral for like a lot of financial shit that's going on right now.
I mean, I think the thing that is obvious, though, is that it was not managed very well, and it's gone now.
Well, I mean, you've always made a good point that if like you're setting out to make like it is. What did you say? It's utterly reckless to try to make a large scale MMO like that.
Yeah, to try to make a AAA fantasy MMO is a fairly irresponsible thing to do at this point, I think. Like, we're going to go up against World of Warcraft. I mean, World of Warcraft is even declining right now in terms of total user base. Like, it's just
pandas.
It's, well,
Got those pandas.
does not sound
No one can hear what you're saying.
I said pandas. Got
not
those
selling
pandas.
as well as as people expected. Anyway,
Weird. A full actual expansion pack based on an April Fool's joke's not hitting the numbers the way that people thought that it would.
Tom Clywer says Monty Python.
That's true. Monty Python.
I actually have something to say about this.
You have something to say about Monty Python?
I do, in the context of Idle Thumbs. When we were doing the original run of Idle Thumbs, when it was Jake and Nick and me, I about halfway through that run, I was watching a lot of Monty Python's Flying Circus on Netflix because they had the whole run up on there. And I started getting extremely influenced by all of the crazy structural shit they did on that show. Like, just nutso things, like starting the show with the ending credits, like after 5 seconds of sketch, or like looping things forever in weird ways that make you think something was wrong with what you were watching. Like, they started just doing, as they made more and more of that show, they started getting more and more extreme in the crazy formal experimentation they were trying. And that absolutely, like, in retrospect, seeped into my editing of Idle Thumbs.
It's really funny that, like, okay, I'm actually going to keep talking about this for a second, too, which is going to just blow, like, all of our answers are way longer than we thought they were. We're fucked on this Ruinationcast. But it's funny to hear Monty Python as a legitimate influence, because the thing that I often think about when I think about Idle Thumbs and what it means to me is, like, I think of Hunter S. Thompson style gonzo journalism stuff, and it's funny that we're like Monty Python, Hunter S. Thompson, like those are the things that everyone always cites as just bullshit, stomped on tropey crap that someone who makes a funny thing in college thinks is good, and it's frustrating to me because I don't know how to talk about that in a way that makes any sense. But
I mean, I definitely, if you listen to old Idle Thumbs, like mid I don't know what the word is, mid-run Idle Thumbs, I can't remember what episode numbers these would be, but like stuff like the Salacious Thumb episode was the most extreme. That was less Monty Python-ish, but like, see, I can't even remember anymore, but I just remember doing a lot of weird things where I was messing around with editing and putting things in weird orders and like just trying more extreme stuff. And I think eventually I kind of went overboard, like, at times, but like, yeah, Monty Python was actually a really direct influence on that stuff, which is really weird. Okay.
Video Game Baby.
Michael, right. Video Game Baby was ridiculous. Michael Clamorous writes, what was the last game you played where you were really impressed by the story? I really like what you guys are doing with Walking Dead.
Oh, thanks.
And Steve's game. I mean, like, that doesn't, I don't know if that counts because it's not out yet, but like,
it's God.
But I played it. Like, honestly, the writing Steve's doing in that, you guys have played it, right?
Bits and pieces. I really have been so wrapped up that I haven't really played it. But I have the new build.
It's really well written. It's really impressive. Like, it just operates in a sphere that just no other game I've ever played is about the things that game is about, which is impressive. Like, that's a ballsy thing for someone to bite
So the two
off.
games that you're citing are Steve's game.
No, that's why I'm like sitting here
Also,
crunching through games. No, I almost said that too, you son of a bitch.
We're horrible people.
There's got to be an answer to this that isn't a douchebag
That doesn't make
one.
you a douche.
I want to spend time thinking about this. The question deserves it, and the reader deserves it. You doing, Chris? Oh, okay. Great writing. or story. It was the story, right? That was. We're horrible people because everything that comes up is like, oh, I really like. It's just something we've already talked about. I mean, the ones that are obvious is like, I still was like really, really like ensorcelled by the story in BioShock. Like it's still, I still is as big as that game got and as recited and cited as that game is. That thing had me. That thing had me, and I blew through it in 2 sessions, maybe. You know, and it was completely for the story. I didn't give a shit about the combat or the systems.
I think it's one that we talk about a lot, but I thought Bastion did a really good job of having story stuff woven in. That's an awesome.
The thing that I liked about the story stuff in Bastion is how integrated it is to the gameplay experience. And I thought they made some really brilliant choices about how to get that story out without it being beat a level cutscene. Yeah, I thought that stuff was awesome.
Yeah, the way that it, like, there were those moments, like when you complete a level and go back to the hub and the story would come in, but it always felt like it was this full, like you didn't notice that it was happening because the same stuff was going on inside of the game. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah. And also, I think Greg Kasavin's like a tremendous writer.
That guy's solid. Also, a game that just came out on iPad and I think iPhone as well. Maybe I'm not sure. The Last Express by Jordan Mechner, which. Mm-hmm. Is the narrative stuff in that game is fantastic. It's one of the very few games to experiment with not with kind of real-time stuff on a time scale going on in an adventure game context. The whole game's on a timer, and so things are happening.
Last Express?
In the Last Express, yeah. Things are happening at a certain point in the game, whether or not you're there to see them happen, which is really, really cool. It's got, it makes it a little weird to play, but it's totally worth playing. It's on PC. You can get it on GOG.com, and it's also on iPad.
PCDL?
It's PCDL.
Wink. Wink. Someone suggested that we do a Last Express Saturday stream, which would be that would be fun.
Yeah, that'd be weird because that would basically be a Let's Play. That would be very different.
It would be a Let's Play, but I think it would be kind of cool to do.
Yeah.
Dogby asks, what is your personal favorite game-anecdote? A game-anecdote is an awesome thing that happens in a game that you remember for all time. Because of marketers, you might know it now as emergent gameplay. I don't know if marketers call it a marketing term. I think that because of game designers and dorks on the internet, you know it as that. I think marketers hate that phrase and would never put it anywhere.
No, they would never put that on a box.
I think a marketer is fucking scared of that phrase because it means be afraid of the game doing not a prescribed thing.
Yeah.
This is maybe a weak example. I don't know. But for me, one of the things that still sticks out as just crazy moment that happened in a game was the first time that I played Little Big Planet 1 on multiplayer, which is not probably the sort of thing that you guys would talk about, but that is always totally, it's burned into my brain. It was you and me, Chris, and 2 random guys on the internet, and it was just 4 of us through complete nonverbal communication, just through little hand gestures and guys walking around, finding ourselves in a level where we had to swing across 4 huge vines as a collection of 4 guys. And the feeling of crazy teamwork and camaraderie, and just all of us were best buds, but none of us actually knew who the other person was. But we managed to accomplish this thing where 4 little sack boys grabbed onto each other's legs and arms and swung, and then everyone jumped off at the exact same time, and everyone grabbed onto the thing, or someone would just barely grab a foot. And we'd spent a half hour just trying to get across 4 stupid little swingy foam things. Then finally accomplishing that was that was a crazy, amazing moment for me, which is weird because it's 4 faceless burlap sacks in a multiplayer PS3 platform.
But they're also it feels like there's 2 main systems that are thrusting towards that towards that moment in that game, and it's obviously the level editor and the world design, but also just the character animation and the systemic the character physics. Every aspect of the character physics is about
where we sort of developed a little thing where everyone can just sort of go, okay, where you can hit the triggers and it makes your arms move. So we all sort of were saying, okay, 1, 2, 3, no, and then it's no, don't go on 3, go on 1, 2, 3 now. But having to communicate all that just by waving guys and frowny sad face and oh man,
that stuff is so good.
That was a crazy just thing that is in a game.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
do we want to talk about other ones of those, or do we want to just move on?
I can't think of one now, so I don't want to just sit around thinking.
Okay.
So Sean Tawney says Jay Allard. Oh yeah.
You mean Jay Allard, CFO,
office dog?
Yep. Matt writes, uninformed player choice / player agency. I'll email an example of what I mean to questions at idlethumbs.net. Well, too bad, Matt.
Oh, God.
Well, uninformed,
you done fucked
what
up.
was it again?
Whoa!
He probably did.
Well, I mean, I just
up.
like,
We
we're not
probably
going to go
fucked up.
cross. What do you mean we fucked up? We told people what this was. You put in the thing and we talk about it.
I'm willing to blame myself.
Yeah, I'll take the blame on that, Matt.
What was it again?
Uninformed player choice / player agency.
I wish. Yeah, an example.
Oh, I mean, actually, I can talk about some. Like, I don't know if this is what he means, but I have something to talk about.
Okay.
No, I have something to talk about. Episode 1 of The Walking Dead.
All right, go ahead.
So,
Which might not be what he's referring to, but it's your interpretation of it.
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, whatever. I want to give the guy his due, especially if we didn't get to his question. So originally, the structure of the first episode of The Walking Dead was as shipped, but there was some internal turmoil about the choice being really heavily featured in the game, and people wanted that front loaded. So we decided to do sort of to basically take the end choice of the game where you choose between saving one person or saving another and put it at the front of the game. It was the first thing you did. It was
episode 1 got turned into a frame story for a little bit.
right. And so when you're running out of, at the very end of the episode, when you're running out of the drugstore with Clementine and Larry throws open the door and punches you in the face, on that punch you were supposed to go back in time 3 days, and it wasn't working. And it was in there for far too long, so we ended up putting it back the way we had it. But it was basically because it was uninformed player choice. I thought it was choose between these two people.
Everybody on contextualize anything.
Yeah, everybody on screen knows each other, and you don't know any of them.
Yep.
So make a choice, and the choice didn't matter at all. Just an anecdote. I don't know if that gets to the point of what the point you were probably making in your email if you sent it, and I'm sure you did. But anyway, thanks, Matt. Sorry.
Mike Mariano says, "What will the upcoming Thief 4 need for it to feel like Thief? What do you want added?"
I don't have a strong opinion about this. I mean, I think those guys did a really good job with Deus Ex Human Revolution, making it feel like Deus Ex in the ways that I think matter. And I think it's less about it needing a bunch of specific things and more just about it holistically retaining the feel. Like, in other words, there are any number of things they could probably take out or add, and it would still be fine regardless of which specific things those were, as long as in aggregate, when you play it, you still get. I mean, it's a hard thing to define because I don't want to like start defining individual components that they shouldn't have, you know. But like, I do trust those guys, having done Deus Ex Human Revolution, to do a good job with D4.
Mm-hmm.
Jake's doing something.
I'm ruining
here.
the game.
Read the next thing.
So, where are we actually?
Asif Khan says journalists cheering during E3.
Journalists cheering during E3.
Does that happen?
Oh yeah,
it
during
happens.
press conference.
All the time,
it's a thing that bums me out, but I also feel like you have to just like whatever. Journalists are going to cheer during E3. Journalists cheer during Apple press conferences. Journalists cheer at Google I/O. Tech press is tech fans. I wish that line was more clean than it was, and there wasn't crazy cheering when someone announces their sales numbers at an event that you're supposed to be reporting on as a journalist. But it's just getting grumpy about it isn't going to make it not happen, I feel like.
No, but that doesn't mean you don't have an opinion on it.
Sure,
I'm not crazy about it.
My opinion on it is I wish that people could separate that stuff.
Your
better.
opinion is probably, I mean, cheering at that is symptomatic. It's not like that's not the problem, right? I mean, that's kind of, it's just something that bums you out, but that rabbit hole goes deeper.
Yeah, it goes.
That's true. It is
Yeah.
like being so personally invested in the success of a particular corporation that you are like just fully bought into all of their spin that they're announcing on a thing. Like, I think that's not good for a journalist to be in that mentality.
Yeah, it's frustrating to think about the fact that you could be at one of those events covering something, and the fact that you are looking displeased at the events or looking completely passively at what's happening means that you'll get scowled at by other reporters who are there who are excited about the, like, you know, that's yeah, the intermeshed nature of being a cheerleader for a company and also being a tech writer of any kind is frustrating, but
Yeah.
it's what happens, I guess.
I think it happens less outside tech though.
Yeah, no, it's all tech. It depends.
If a film studio held a press conference about its financial results, I think it would, or some kind of conference in which financial results were part of what they were sharing, I think you wouldn't find a bunch of film journalists cheering about it.
If it's a thing where they're also announcing their upcoming production slate, you would probably hear applause.
Maybe you might hear applause. I don't think you'd hear cheering. I mean, I'm totally speculating on that, but I don't think the way that stuff tends to be presented tends to encourage.
That's fair, but I think that like tech press has its own issues, which are people applaud at press events. Film press has its own heinous other bullshit where you go to a junket and an actress shows up and then everyone just asks bullshit questions about their clothes and their diet, or like people just ask Robert Downey Jr. about his stupid like
right.
that's
I think that's slightly different in the sense that might just be what their audience really wants.
Sure.
For a particular for a particular
that's saying
journalist.
that tech journalists are not writing for an audience who just wants to hear exact, like, exuberant coverage of what Apple has announced, which I think is why those people exist. Those are feeding their exact readers. I think there's a one-to-one, like, it's not those people. I think people who.
But when you read most actual write-ups of game industry press conferences, they actually are pretty bland and nothing. Like they tend to be.
That's true. That's weird. We're probably talking about this too much.
No, that was look at that natural tension that just happened right there. That was amazing.
Gross. Daniel Herrera asks, "Hey, it's Daniel."
Hey, Daniel.
Says you've traveled
Also,
back.
I just want to. There's something that someone in chat says that I totally agree with. It is Howdy Y'all says, "Stay away from the buzz and stop being controlled by it, and you can still keep enthusiasm and originality," which I think is totally true.
That is true. Yep. That's really well said. Daniel Herrera says, "You've traveled back in time and are allowed to bring any one video game with appropriate console or PC or hardware to play it to let your 15-year-old self play. What game do you choose?
Ooh.
What game do you drop on your 15-year-old self?"
Ooh. What was I playing when I was 15? I can't even remember.
Well, probably the stuff that you were just mentioning, Thief and Half-Life and stuff like that. Wasn't that all 1998, 99? Yeah.
When I was 15, I was playing Full Throttle.
Yeah, same here. I was definitely playing Full Throttle.
You
weren't 15.
No, but I was playing Full Throttle when you were 15. So I was
Yeah.
playing like when I was 11, 12, yeah.
I don't know. That's a good question.
That was a really good question.
The stuff I was playing is really different than the stuff I'm playing now.
I think my 15-year-old self would probably actually honestly respond most strongly to just something with crazy graphics combined with emergent shit. I would probably end up dropping.
I think
Like,
I know what it is.
If I threw Crysis at myself when I was 15, I would probably shit my pants because I was playing a lot of first-person stuff at that point and also just had no way of fathoming what art would look like. But at the same time, I have no idea what I would actually like. Half-Life 2 would probably make me shit my fucking pants. Like a Half-Life 2 episode or Portal, one of those games would probably...
Portal's a good one.
Portal would fucking crush me, actually, because I loved adventure game stuff, I loved narrative and comedy stuff, and also I liked first-person stuff. So if I threw Portal or Portal 2 at myself in 1995 and said, this is what a video game is going to be like when you're an adult, I would say, thank fucking Christ, that's what video games are like. Also, I wish I was old. And then I would go find a fortune-telling machine and tell it that I wanted to be big, and I would turn into Tom Hanks.
Okay.
And I would play Portal 2, and it would be awesome.
Oh, just like in Big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would use a giant piano keyboard interface to play Portal 2.
Well, what you don't know, actually, is that keyboard that he's dancing on is actually just pointed at a Kinect. Yeah.
They don't show you that.
That's a plot point that's, yeah.
In this version of Big, when I grow up and become an adult, I also travel in time into the future, which did not happen in that film, but it's different in mine.
Okay. Good question.
MC Wilson writes, "Where's the best place to get breakfast in the Bay Area?"
Ooh, there are a lot of favies. There's a lot of things that people like. Dottie's is
JP says that. Yeah, I corrected myself. Sorry, JP pointed out I'd just be old in the 90s. Please, this is Big 2. This time there's time travel in it. Best food.
Breakfast. Yeah, people really like Dottie's. I've only been there once. Gosh, I don't go out to
Kate's
breakfast a
Kitchen
lot.
and the Hate is good.
Yeah. Brenda's is so good. Brenda's is where you want to go. It's like Cajun brunch
Where's
in
that?
the Tenderloin, or kind of like a Little Saigon area there, right by Saigon Sandwiches. Actually,
Okay, yeah.
Brenda's is super good.
Cool.
Yeah, and they just expanded, so it's easier to sit there now. Yeah. Let's go to Brenda's after this.
Desro says, "Jake, talk about some classic Macintosh games."
Go play Dark Castle.
All right. Jesse Cobra says,
He just named one. He didn't talk about it. Why?
"We got to have some of these be short."
Okay, we'll go on. Well, we should hit a number, because I realized that we could use the episode counter. I could just click forward an episode to number
Until we just get to 75. We
And then roll over.
We need to use 3 Moves Ahead episodes because they actually have a back catalog.
They have
of
more than
notes.
180. Yeah.
Still going to just keep clicking through episodes.
Oh, so we actually
I guess
are
you
on
can
the
play
45th
Deja
one right
Vu.
now?
No, I'm just clicking for fun.
Oh, just for yourself?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
They look nice.
You're just looking at them? Oh, you see, we got there in the little window.
Yeah, it's there. Don't worry.
Pathways into Darkness. Sorry, JP is correct. Play fucking Pathways into Darkness. Go play some Bungie games from before they fucking sold out. DayZ and survivalism in video games, says Jesse Cobra.
Love it. Absolutely.
We've talked
love
about this a lot, actually, by this point.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've also been playing Tokyo Jungle. And
But I'm leaving.
where are you going?
See you, Jake.
Oh, okay.
Ruinationcast. I have in-and-out privileges.
That's true. That's true.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
Maybe I'll take your seat. Yeah, I'm taking your seat while you're
No,
gone.
What? No, you're gonna
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Tokyo Jungle is like an arcade game where the entire the thematic premise is survival, even though the mechanical premise isn't as based in survival as something like DayZ. But I still like it a lot. I think it's you get in these sort of rhythms of eating, taking over territory, and mating and dying, and it just is
Like you do.
But exactly, you know what I mean, though. Like, and when you have these packs of babies following you around that then are dying off as you're trying to survive, and then you have like two. It's amazing. It's really great.
Yeah.
So you're continually like mating. You get like a few pups or little like I don't know fawns or whatever you have, and then you're running around these districts. But as they're dying because you're fucking up or they're getting poisoned or they're starving to death, it's great because it's an arcade game where the mechanics just feed right into that theme of survival. I don't know. I like survival as a theme, period.
Yeah,
I think it's really cool in games.
I think it overlaps with stuff like Thief, which is people would not call it a survival game, but you have to think about a lot of you essentially survival is more important than like killing a guy in Thief,
right?
For the most part, because if you start getting seen by a bunch of people, you're in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Also in Dota, don't die.
Yeah, right.
If you're new to Dota, just don't die, and you'll be helping your team.
Yeah,
that's the best advice.
That's
Run away.
Fake says, "Why not more adventure game hybrids like Quest for Glory and Adventure RPG?" Yeah, I've always wondered that too.
Yeah,
in
I
fact,
think about that a lot.
One of the things I've always wanted desperately is for BioWare to make a game that is like Mass Effect, not like Mass Effect 2 or 3, but like Mass Effect 1, but with no or very, very little combat in it. Mm-hmm. I've always thought that would be awesome.
Yeah.
I don't know why no one really ever does that. I guess because they just don't think the market's there, which is too bad, and maybe it's not. But I've always thought that would be really cool.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
And also Quest for Glory, that was a fun game. That did have combat in it, but it was fun.
I also don't mind when things like character interaction and dialogue trees and sort of environment puzzles and character puzzles show up in games with violence in them. But that stuff always feels really hardline disconnected.
No, I don't mind either. I mean,
I think it's cool.
I just think it would also be cool to have one that wasn't about combat.
Yeah.
Fred S. says, "What terrible games have you felt compelled to complete and why?"
I don't have.
I rarely
compulsion.
finish games at all, so I don't have that issue.
And I actually have the opposite issue where it doesn't matter how close I am to the end of something, that if it loses me, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Like I probably have 5 episodes of Lost I haven't seen, and they're the last 5. I put probably 9 hours or 10 hours into Dead Space. Got all the way, felt like to the end, and you can kind of tell where you are in that game. And it lost me. Yeah. So I have no really idea how the first Dead Space ends, even though I put, like I said, between 9 and 10 hours into it.
I'm like that with games heavily, but I'm actually not very much like that with other things. Like if I start a book, unless I really despise it, I will pretty much always finish it. And like a movie is the same, although a movie's short, so it's not a great comparison. But with games, games are just so long and so repetitive that if it's really just not excellent, or it doesn't have to be excellent, but if I'm not still finding something that's worth playing, I'll just stop. And so I actually finish almost no games because I think there's actually relatively few games that have enough going on that for like 8 straight hours, not that I have to play them in one sitting, but for 8 hours, there's actually interesting, worthwhile things going on. Like that's very rare. They tend to be just really repetitive.
God, what's so tough about the Ruinationcast is so much of our flow and our enjoyment of doing this is going on deep tangents where we'll start with, we don't even, when we do the cast, we're like, what are we starting with? But that's all we ever do, because we know if we have something strong to start with and we've all played a few games, that we'll eventually just keep going down these rabbit holes. And all I want to do is go, and on this.
Well, we knew that's what we were getting into.
It just didn't hit me until now.
Telko writes, how can we encourage people to stay off their cell phones while driving and in public?
I don't know, Jake.
Yeah,
I have
Jake
no
is the
idea.
worst at this.
Jake drives a manual in San Francisco, and I will see him texting while I'm in the
It's the
car with
worst.
him, and I'm
Actually-
like, dude, you're gonna
actually is
fucking
horrible.
murder me if I die
You have
because
many
of this.
decades of your life left for for statistically something to happen.
I know. I'm trying to lay off that because that realization has occurred to me.
Yeah.
Jake's got a whole hands-free system installed in his car.
I did.
Oh,
It's
really?
gonna be,
Yeah.
yeah. And you have Surrey now.
I know.
You should be fine.
I'm good now.
You should just Knight Rider that shit.
Yeah.
I don't know how to encourage people though.
Make
them.
cars less safe. Everybody should just drive around in a 1971 like Chevelle.
Just make them have to be present all the time.
Right.
while
yeah,
they're-
yeah. Just if everybody was in a what the hell is that car? A Corvair. That'd be it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is a coffin.
Oh, that was Telka. Sorry, that was not.
Oh, it's Telka. Thanks, Telka.
Yeah. There's an exclamation point, which I originally read as an L.
Oh,
Peter Thalen says, motivations and general thoughts on Chris's career move going from press to industry, differences between the two, pros and cons, potential disillusionment with gaming press. The motivation was I was recruited, so it wasn't like necessarily a motivation per se, although...
You were recruited. What does that mean? Sorry, in which...
I mean, I was recruited...
What are you talking about?
I was recruited by Irrational to not be in the gaming press anymore. In other words, I wasn't... It was something that sort of happened. But it was the case that for several years, for in fact most of my career in total across both, most of the people I've known and hung out with have been people on the development side. And I was at the time writing for Gamasutra, which is a development-oriented website. So I think I experienced less... When I went to Irrational, I feel like I experienced less of the kind of like shock that some people describe when they make that same, like most of the methods involved in making games and like the structures and practices were actually familiar to me already.
Right.
So it wasn't really that surprising or jarring.
were you a little surprised just in sort of? For me, I think that we have a new employee at Telltale who started this week who's awesome. We were talking on Friday. He's like, I don't feel like we did a lot. I'm like, we did a ton. You actually did a lot today. And I was like, this was really valuable. This was really valuable. This is really valuable. He's like, that's it? I'm like, if we have 100 days like that in a row, we will be fine. The problem is there are days when it's just failure after failure after setback after setback, and you don't solve problems well. And you're like, well, this is never going to happen. Were you surprised by how much of that is there? Or just being in the game press and seeing so much
I don't know if I was surprised. I mean, it is different because in the press you have to release a ton of material onto the internet every single day. So it is very different, but it's not surprising. I mean, I prefer it. Like I prefer working towards something over a period of time
Like
as opposed to
stuff instead of,
yeah. Like that's one of the reasons I've always liked doing Idle Thumbs related stuff is that the podcast obviously is just content every week, but like whenever we try to work on something in the long term on Idle Thumbs, I always really like that.
like the website or these fantastic T-shirt Kickstarter rewards.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love this shit.
It's the best.
I definitely also though realized that Irrational is great, and like I worked with a lot of awesome people there, and I'm sure Bioshock Infinite is going to be really, really cool. But I definitely learned, and this is not specific to Irrational, but I definitely learned I am not as into AAA development. And being a Double Fine is awesome, and like working on smaller projects. The overall company is smaller, and the individual projects are even smaller than that. And that's something I really like, and that's something that I think I want to stick with. That's definitely and that's also not very surprising for me because everywhere I worked in the press was small. Like I never worked for GameSpot or IGN or a big site like that. I always worked on very small teams, and like Idle Thumbs has always been a small thing, and so I think I just naturally gravitate towards that. Are you gonna?
I guess yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you just.
Do you know where we are?
Yeah. Allison Hussey says, I'd be interested in hearing your guys' thoughts on the weird undercurrent regarding video games and sexuality/gender.
Well, geez. I wish this is probably the absolute wrong forum for that.
Yeah.
But we'll give it 60 seconds.
I am glad that there's a discussion going on right now, though.
Yeah.
As compared to there just being no one acknowledging anything ever.
Yep.
Right.
Because it's like it would be really hard to deny that games are overwhelmingly targeted at and kind of just assuming that their players will be males, and like there's a lot that comes along with that.
Yep.
And the audience can reflect that in ways that are not the best, and so can the industry at times.
Yeah.
We also have talked about this on the cast a little bit. I made an analogy which confused you guys.
The Thing analogy.
That crazy alien from the Thing. But yeah, it is good.
It's really kind of like The Thing, Allison. So watch that movie and get back to us. Thanks for your question. There's no girls in that movie. The Thing is female.
Matthew Amend says, "What was your favorite band in 1996?"
What year was 1990?
What year was 1996? Well,
how old was I? Simpsons Sing the Blues.
Simpsons Sing the Blues is like
No, it's way
that's
before.
like 92, 3.
I was always really behind on music because I didn't have the internet and I lived in a small town in Wyoming.
Yeah.
So my musical taste was really bad. So I would listen to stuff that my mom was
Mine
really
was
into.
probably Weezer.
Yeah, that was way too cool for me.
My favorite band in 1996 was probably the Squirrel Nut Zippers. And that was the only time that I ever listened to a band at the time that they had a thing that was actually charting.
Oh, really?
That's my one fixed point in time where I
Right,
actually
yeah.
had a CD that someone else might have had. Otherwise, I've just been hopelessly behind for the rest of my life.
Drunken Bob Dole says, "What will you do with the rest of the money?"
I think the first and second rules of Kangaroo Jack apply. The first and second laws laid down by Kangaroo Jack in his capital H film Kangaroo Jack.
We're about to spend a Brinks truck of it sending all this crap to you guys.
Yeah,
so
we
let's see how
actually
much
don't
we have
know. We actually don't
afterwards.
know how much money we're going to have left after we ship all this stuff because shipping is expensive.
Once the shipping plus international shipping occurs, a disaster will happen. But
There was a time, actually, I think this is worth sharing. Early on, when we were putting up the Kickstarter and we were asking for figuring out how much we wanted, we sort of assumed that half of it was going to be fulfilling the rewards,
and we still assume
and that has scaled.
Yeah.
The amount of extra money we earn in the Kickstarter is not directly like a one-to-one relationship to the amount of extra money we'll be left with at the end. We
probably actually end
we
up-
also
yeah.
kind of lowballed it originally, which at
were
the time
yeah.
in terms of how much the rewards would actually cost.
Yeah.
Because we started doing crazy things. Like, I don't know if we've mentioned this to people, but like or on the internet anyway, but like we actually paid to do crazy things. Like instead of having regular cloth tags, we actually paid to have the tags removed and then screen print a custom designed label onto the shirt itself. So like we ended up actually spending a fair amount of money doing cool things like that.
And this one, each of them have like a quotation or like some sort of like copy in there that's. It's either this one's just got like a one.
Yeah, that one just has random stuff in it. But the wizard shirt, there's.
Read it.
Don't give it away. Let people.
People can read it when they get it.
There is. I'll show how much there is.
You'll show at least the amount of content, the amount of editorial content which comes included in every wizard shirt.
It's in there. Anyway, but like that stuff that like, you know, the thing that was cool about going over was that, and this is something I think philosophically we'd always wanted to do, which was just do the best version of anything we're trying to do. Like if we're printing Graham stuff, go to the best printer in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
If we're doing shirts, do the nicest ones we can do.
We went bananas on that stuff because we wanted all this stuff to be really nice, given that people gave us a lot of money for it.
Because we had to de-tag these shirts.
Yeah, we had to have a guy be paid to remove the tag so that it's like we're dumb.
But we're really happy to be able to do that
Yeah,
stuff.
we're really pleased with the quality of it, all that stuff. But it means all dollars will disappear into that, and then the rest of the money, we're not giving it back.
No.
I mean, we want to give back to you by spending the money
But not
on
with dollars
on-
to you.
No,
Phrase.
no money will be returned.
Joel Miller says, "What game
Directly.
conference do you look forward to most each year? I.e., GDC, E3, PAX, and what excites you about it?"
Definitely GDC.
GDC.
followed
Yeah.
by PAX, probably.
Yeah.
But GDC by quite a lot.
Yeah,
I
it's-
love.
GDC is the thing.
It's so expensive to go, so it's not you're not advertised to the whole time you're there.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of it, but
There is advertising,
but it's small.
But there's no equivalent to walking through. Like, it's not what E3 is in its entirety, which is huge room of people yelling in your face with big flashing signs. Like that doesn't exist at GDC. Like there's a recruitment hall where companies set up booths to try and like attract applicants, but like and show things off. But it's not ridiculous. It's not an arms race of boomboxes.
There's no like giant made out of Sculpey dragon that shoots real fire out of his face. Not that he'd be made of Sculpey, but you know what I mean.
The bulk of what you do during GDC is like go to interesting talks by interesting people and just meet up with other interesting people and talk about interesting things. Like that's like we've been going to GDC. I don't know about you, Sean.
Yeah,
but
I've been
Jake and I have
going
been going to
since
GDC for like 8 years, I guess.
A million years.
A million years.
I was sent my
9
second
years
year
now,
working
I
at
guess.
Disney, which was awesome. being like 22 and going to GDC was mind blowing, and I felt like a speck on the earth. I felt
Jake and I started going before
yeah.
we were employed in the games industry, and it was definitely one of the things.
We started going because Idle Thumbs existing as an editorial site meant that we could have we had an press
fast, yeah,
because Idle Thumbs is a legitimate journalistic outlet.
Yeah, that was 2003 maybe.
Something like that. It was when it was in San Jose still.
Yeah, but, and GDC is the best. Okay, Matthew Wagland says, I disliked the playstyle change from Command & Conquer 3 to the fourth one, and felt that it was just a response to the criticism that the third iteration didn't change anything in the formula. What's your opinion on shifting playstyles like this in an established franchise?
That's a good question. I'm not for it, unless I think I'm not big on long-standing franchises as it is. Like, I don't really like sequel stuff. But I do think if you're going to go down that road, I think you should iterate in an effort to expand and be clever and not change for change's sake.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think also it depends a lot on what the game is. And I think with something like a strategy game, you should acknowledge that the vast majority of people playing your game are playing it because of what it is mechanically more than anything else. And, like, that's, like when you're...
So let's talk about Far Cry 2.
Yeah.
I don't feel like Far Cry 2...
You might want to wait. I bet somebody's going to ask about that video game.
It's just, Far Cry 2 is a weird example to me because Far Cry 2 shares that there's a big open jungle world with Far Cry 1 and that there's bad guys in it.
Yeah.
But it feels like all other systems were thrown out.
Like what, though?
I don't know.
I feel like there's no supernatural else stuff in it like there was in Far Cry 1.
But isn't that more thematic?
Yeah, but that was the whole combat style that was based around guys running at your face.
The whole way that the encounter system worked in Far Cry 1 was not iterated on in Far Cry 2. It was trashed entirely. The way weapons work, trashed.
Also, all of the disaster stuff, that just things that can personally ruin you, was all added in Far Cry 2 that didn't exist in Far Cry 1. Like, the game didn't feel like that at all. Like, it just felt like a different game.
But the Far Cry 3, I don't know enough about it, but to talk about this, but it feels from the way that they're presenting it, at least, like it's closer to Far Cry 1. Except apparently there's wolves in it.
It feels out, and
You think Far Cry 3 is its own other thing?
A little bit to me, having just played 5 minutes of it at PAX. It feels like Far Cry just becomes a sort of like banner of open world.
Far Cry means you're out amongst
open world
tropical
violence.
plants,
of
some kind.
Also published by Ubisoft. Right? Because I mean, that's really the signifier. Is Ubisoft needs a thing to use a brand name for? Is essentially what that is. Like, I think if I was I liked Far Cry 1 actually. But if I was a super, super huge Far Cry 1 fan, I probably would be irritated by Far Cry 2, and I think that's totally valid and legitimate. And like Far Cry 2 might as well just have been its own game. Like that, I mean, Clint Hawking had and his team had a pretty particular thing they were trying to achieve with that game that was pretty different from what Far Cry 1 tried to do. And like that, obviously a publisher is always going to do a franchise if they can, but like just purely outside of financial considerations, that might as well have just been its own game with its own name called something.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway,
this is going to take for fucking ever.
Yeah, it really is.
We're about a quarter of the way through these. So.
Are we really?
Yeah.
What are we? Oh, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, but that means we're averaging, this is going to be 4 hours long.
So Darridge writes, interactive narrative versus games, or just interactive narratives in general. I enjoyed Heavy Rain, though I recognize it had its issues. I've heard others compare Jurassic Park and The Walking Dead to Heavy Rain, though I haven't played either of them. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on this interactive narrative taxonomy. Is it a genre you find compelling even if it doesn't offer emergent gameplay? Or is it too limiting and close the system to be enjoyable over time?
I want to expand on it. Obviously, The Walking Dead, like, Jake and I didn't work at all in Jurassic Park, but kind of like looked over the wall.
Over a cubicle wall.
What's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, people really are digging The Walking Dead, and I like it because it's a nice canvas in which Jake and I can do some of the things we're good at. But what?
Sorry, we just read the next question.
Yeah. Keep going.
And but I think I personally want to push it, but I think I like it. I mean, I think there's video games, and this is Jake. You are not one thing. Video games don't just have to be one thing to be good. And that's goes back to like us in the office. You were playing Super Meat Boy, and I was like, ugh, it's like my one regrettable, like, what is game?
Or like Super Meat Boy.
So,
and then, you came back around on that, though.
Like, I find myself not playing a lot of them, but that's also because not a lot of them are made. And not a lot of them, there's not a lot of, like, voices out there that I guess that have my attention right now.
Yeah. There used to be a lot more, obviously. I mean,
like, I wish it wasn't just Jake and I and a couple other people. Like the Telltale, I guess. And
Steve's up there.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
What's
fucking stoked
really
for that
interesting
game,
about Steve is that he comes to it from such a different angle, but I think it's going to result in not a similar play experience because I don't think it's going to feel like playing The Walking Dead. But
Right.
I think a lot of what that game delivers will be similar to what Walking Dead is, which is investment in character, story, narrative. And it's funny because all of Steve's influences are immersive sims like System Shock
Right.
and Thief and games like that. But he's coming from another angle, which is come from that and rip out the combat, where I think you guys are coming from it from the other angle, which is starting from a more adventure
It's
game like.
funny. I think when we
no, I completely agree with
when
that.
we first started working on The Walking Dead, we were probably actually coming at it more from the angle that Steve was, where we said,
No. He's right.
yeah,
Yeah, because we were going from like adventure game establishment towards something like a System Shock.
Yeah, I guess
And
that's
he's
true.
coming from something like
that's
a
true.
System Shock coming
And-
towards
yeah, that's
adventure
true.
game establishment, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Like this sort of like character
to me, I think
interactive narrative.
the thing that's appealing
that's
to me,
accurate.
yeah, that is actually
But we were
accurate.
doing, I think, had we gone unchecked and shipped the game that we started out to make, it would have been even.
we were gonna we aimed for the stars and we hit the moon. Fortunately, the moon is rad. A thing I'm gonna just keep talking apparently because it is a thing that's kind of interesting to me about this. We're just going.
I have no plans for the rest of the day.
I think about this as interactive narrative, like Steve's game versus The Walking Dead, versus other games that sort of appeal to me in this way. The thing that I like when games treat the person who's playing them as a human being, regardless of whether or not the story is the focus or whatever. I think the feeling that people get out of games where the story is the focus is more. It's a game that's concerned with how you as the person playing it will react. It's concerned with how you as the person playing it will feel when certain things happen, versus the thing that I think everyone focuses on all the time is the opposite loop. It's I press a thing on a controller or on a screen, the game funnels my input through a bunch of colliding systems, and some new and unexpected thing pops out on screen, and you as the player go, oh, that was cool. I pressed a button, I interacted with this thing, and a cool thing happened. But the flip side of that loop is, I think, what makes people respond to narrative-based games. It's when the game does something with the knowledge that you as a fully formed human being on the other side of it are going to have a response to. I don't know how to describe that exactly, but I think it's a thing that goes undiscussed in game development often, where it's like people are going to think this is cool, people are going to think this is neat, but the discussion ends there. Like,
Can you give an example of
Well, I think environmental storytelling does a lot of that actually.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, there's like bloody sheets on this bed, and then next to the bed is a photo of a woman, and you're like, all of a sudden, the game just assumes that you as a human being know how to like observe a space and
Right.
imply narrative, and I think that's some of what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I guess I can talk about it in the context of The Walking Dead, which I didn't really want to, but I feel like The Walking Dead, it's a way more coarse example of it than I think I would like to see games pursue. But that game, Walking Dead, is pretty thin on actual mechanics, and all that The Walking Dead does is present some sort of event on screen that requires you as a person with a brain that has back history as a human and as sort of a person who's lived in society to have to deal with it and then input back into the game and see what comes out. There's not a lot going on the game side of the screen, and I would love to see games that do both.
Yeah, me
I
too.
guess.
Yeah.
Because it feels like we get systemic games that are all about you pushing things into the monitor, or we have like The Walking Dead or adventure style stuff, which is more about just how do you respond to pre-baked narrative content. And I don't know how that works in both directions, but maybe Steve's game will get closer to that. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore. Hi, guys.
Duncan Fife writes, the Alexander Hamilton Aaron Burr duel.
So,
Oh my gosh.
all that I think about this is
Please
just
talk
wiped
about
out of my
the-
fucking brain, but it's the Got Milk
Got Milk commercial,
That's all.
yeah, that's
Which
all
the
really.
thing is that Duncan Fife is from New Zealand, so he probably doesn't have that commercial in his brain.
Oh, hold on. The goddamn Blue Angels are here. It's Fleet Week in San Francisco. I don't know if you guys heard that.
But yeah, all that I think about is the guy who knows the answer to the call-in, but he ate a bunch of cookies or something. But sorry,
Burr.
Duncan. The Alexander Hamilton Aaron Burr duel.
I told you the Blue Angels are here. One moment. Ruined.
Ruined. Yep.
I don't know. It's fucking rad. We had a president. We had a vice president.
Yeah.
No. Or was he just... He shot a guy. Hilarious. In a duel. We've had 2 VPs, if he was a VP. I can't remember. Shoot people.
He was a P, I think.
William Harris says,
William Henry Harrison says.
William Harris says, what one thing do you want to most see in a game that you feel no developer has figured out or addressed yet?
I told that. That is legitimately an F-16 fighter jet
Jets
or
are
whatever.
basically flying over to the office right now. It's Fleet Week. We're good. We've
you guys
replaced
hear
the
that?
sirens on the Ruinationcast with jet fighters. It's the new. We're up in the ante for the Ruinationcast.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that I want to see most is someone figuring out how to do a truly systemically driven game that is not combat oriented, but still deals with a human existing
Like The Sims.
in a non-supernatural world. Like,
I get you. Yeah. I hear you.
yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Next,
You're walking around living in a place, being a human being, and you don't have to do violence.
Dan O'Donnell says, schizophrenic camera in first-person games. I can't be the only one bothered from the switch to first to third person in first-person games. Oh, I see what he's saying. It really breaks me out of the experience. I'm thinking along the lines of Deus Ex: Human Revolution and Skyrim here. Pick a perspective and deal with it. Skyrim, can't you choose, or do they put in those things in
Those
Skyrim?
death cams?
Yeah, that kind of thing I really highly dislike. Where you can't choose and suddenly the game decides this is an awesome looking animation, you need to see it. Let me pull you out so you can see a guy shiv a guy in the neck. I find that really not good at all.
A long time ago, Jake and I were noodling around in the tool, and
which is the Telltale game.
the Telltale tool, and we were thinking about what it'd be like to have conversations in third person, but like engage the game in first person. And I don't know, like we fucked around with that for a while, like just independently of nothing, independently of everything. And I don't know. I don't have a fully formed opinion on this yet, but I don't like it in games the way you're describing. I don't like it in Skyrim, and I don't like it in Deus Ex.
If it's a game that is intended to be an unbroken, fully experiential, you're inside of a world like Skyrim, yeah, when the camera pops out, that's really frustrating to me. But if it's a first-person game that's deliberately really mission-based, I don't give a crap if when I...
What do you mean by deliberately very mission-based?
Halo.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't bother me that...
You mean when you jump into a vehicle and it pops out?
Yeah, or like when you hit a narrative choke point because you've completed some kind of objective and then the game pops into third person for a minute. That doesn't... I mean, I guess it should bother me. I dropped my phone. It's never coming back. But I don't think that Halo would be a stronger game if it maintained a first-person camera throughout the campaign.
No, and Halo's a game where I don't really care about the narrative at all. So
Fair.
Well, it's true. I mean, like when they break out of the first person when you get into a vehicle, that's good because it's actually good for what you're doing as a player.
Right.
Whereas, like, I mean, that's a case where it would actually the Halo vehicle control was a massive improvement over vehicle control.
Right, but like,
in shooters.
It's funny because in Half-Life, if Half-Life popped out of first person when I got into a car, I would love driving a car, and I can't abide vehicular control in Half-Life 2, but it would ruin that game's feeling for me completely.
Well, and Valve has like put their flag in the ground with that stuff in a way that Bungie hasn't.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh man,
Jose Arroyo says, when the next generation starts, all major console manufacturers will essentially have to rebuild their markets from scratch. PC gaming, on the other hand, will have a market in the 30-plus million, according to the latest statistic from Valve and Steam. Should major publishers continue to ignore PC gamers? That statistic's probably higher than that, because that's only Steam. But in any case, no, I mean, they shouldn't. I don't think they are continuing to ignore them, though. I mean, I think more games are coming to PC than used to, in terms of like major publisher stuff. And I think it's pretty obvious that that's a meaningful market.
Yep.
Juka writes, a friend of mine, also a Thumbs listener and backer, made an iOS platforming game called Tiny Hawk. Maybe you could mention it. If that's too advertising of a topic, as an avid cook myself, I'd be interested in each of your signature dishes.
Ooh, I can make spice rubbed pork chops that are probably the best thing I do meat wise. Yeah, they're like super thick, and you like brine them for a couple of days. Adam Perry Lang is a barbecue chef, and he's got a good book out there. And if you want to know how to cook meat and take a long time doing it, and use a lot of ingredients, that's the dude you want to use.
Cool.
Yep.
Jake cooked once in 2003, and then again in 2007, but it was on accident.
I will happily make a plate of pasta for you if you want it by putting the noodles in water. I can make a mean Pop-Tart.
Pro Easy Mac chef.
Easy Mac is gross.
I make a pretty good tomato sauce. I've never bought a can or jar of tomato sauce in my life. Or like by that I mean pasta sauce. Thijs, this is probably a Nordic name that I'm terrible. Right? You have a budget of $10 million, 2 years, and all the staff you need. What kind of game would you make?
What? I have a budget of how much?
$10 million in 2 years.
2 years.
I mean, very similar to what you. I mean, I would make a non-violent single player, like
Something.
intracted narrative, but with pick 2 systems that I thought we could deliver on. Yeah, probably a really think of probably like The Walking Dead with better controls. To be perfectly honest, with no zombies and a world of my own.
Maybe
probably a
PlayStation.
larger world, right? You've been talking about that.
Yeah.
obviously.
I would say definitely less instancy the way.
Less vignette-y.
Yeah.
That's probably also what I would do.
So if you have $10 million and you want us to make a video
Right,
game,
please.
please write in at questions@idlethumbs.net.
Biz at idlethumbs.net. James Murray says, what, if anything, do you find uniquely interesting or exciting about gaming as a distinct medium? Must it necessarily be a systemic form of interaction? For example, I think due to the simplicity of modeling and convincing 3D space, all the games I've found most exciting in recent years have had exploration as a fairly central theme, be it open or in many cases a directed and ultimately linear experience. What other forms of storytelling and expression lend themselves well to gaming or could do in the future? I think exploration, I agree. I think we agree,
Yeah.
is a big thing for sure. Like that's what we've been talking a lot. Like Sean and I, Sean, you and I have been talking a lot about that stuff recently. Just that sense of like scale and like ability to allow the player to kind of draw from the world itself and all that stuff. It's really good.
It's Biden doing push-ups with some little girls.
Is that on the thing right now?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, what you probably mean is here. Let me just
Hit some buttons.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what the world needs. Yeah. What are we talking about? Games?
I don't know if you had an answer to that or if you want to move on.
What are we interesting and excited about games as a distinct medium? Games are video games.
Good point.
Chris writes.
Chris.
This is.
Oh, hi,
What'd you say?
Well, he says, since my main non-video game passion is food, what are your favorites? Do you like to cook?
Yes.
Yes. I make a spice rub pork chop.
Okay.
So Eric Vallone says, talk about roller derby. Ever been to a bout? Should EA do an annual roller derby game?
No, I have some friends who are really into roller derby down in LA, but it's hard for me because it's I don't know. Those girls hurt each other, man. But I think that'd be a really hard game to make. That'd be a fucking hard game to make it feel.
It would probably be a really arcadey experience.
But just that many like skeletons who are also roller skating, who
colliding.
can all hit
Yeah,
each
it would be
other.
crazy. It'd be
To
like
be
making a
good,
bumper cars
to be
game.
good, that would be so hard.
Yeah.
If the bumper cars had tentacles, Chris, yeah, arms
Interesting.
and stuff. You know,
I see. Yeah.
Tentacle bumper
Could have
cars.
said if they have arms.
Or tentacles. Clearly, you've never been to roller derby.
True. Edmund Tran says, I'm interested to hear the Idle Thumbs origin story. How did all the individual casters come to meet or be introduced to one another? Initial impressions of each other that changed over time or didn't, and maybe the events that led up to the birth of the first Idle Thumbs podcast, if you have time.
So we've talked about this quite a few times. The beginning of it, at least, Idle Thumbs
We
was...
should talk exclusively, though, how we met, because I don't really know how you guys met. Let's start there.
Chris and
That's
I
something
met-
we can all share.
Chris and I met on the forums for AdventureGamers.com because Chris and I were both regular...
This was in like 2001.
Yeah, something early 2000s. And it was when
When's the first time you met in real life?
we went.
2002.
We saw
the
Triplets of Belleville. Yep. When that played in
You guys went
theaters.
on a date? You guys went to a movie?
No,
together?
we both wanted to see a movie, and we had no other friends who knew what it was.
But you guys were living in the same...
We were in the Bay Area,
Jake was in Santa Cruz, and I was in Berkeley.
and it was only playing, I think, in Berkeley. And
And Jake drove
yeah,
up.
and I drove up and we saw a movie.
Oh, that's really sweet. The first time I met you was at a movie.
Which one?
Up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We all watched
Animated movies.
We all watched cartoons together. Aw.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We saw The Incredibles together as well.
Oh, we're
Yeah.
getting a flyover.
Yeah.
Excuse me, we paid for this flyover. Your Kickstarter dollars at work.
But yeah, it was me and Spaff and Merrick Braunstring, who all did adventure game sites together, had met at an E3. Like, we'd covered a couple E3s in a row for these like super adventure game focused fan sites, and said, we're tired of adventure games. Let's start another site. And Chris's name was like the first name on the list, other than the three of us, to work on that site before it launched or before anything happened. I think because you were editing at Adventure Gamers, but the reason the podcast started is because Chris and Nick did a Shack News podcast for a while called the Shackcast. That sort of faded away, and I think I heard you guys on the Shackcast and was jealous of the fact that you guys did a podcast. So I said to Chris, would you ever do a podcast? And you said, I think Nick Brecken would be a great third seat. He just moved to San Francisco, and that's the only story behind that.
Yeah. And we started doing it having no idea what it was going to be about or how to do it.
Yeah.
And we still don't.
Hey.
That's why there's no segments on Idle Thumbs, except for Reader Mail,
What are you loading up there over there?
That's too late now. It's going to be apropos, but we can.
Oh, it's too late. Sean, I worked with, and we got along well, and I think, Sean, you just hung out with us a bit for a while there.
And I knew about Idle Thumbs because I saw Dave Eggers wearing
Idle Thumbs. Idle Thumbs experience was on a GDC cast.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, remember I came on after doing that talk.
That was Phaedrus. Birth of Phaedrus.
Gosh.
When Will Wright did that Phaedrus talk. Yeah. But it was just, we all just kind of knew each other through work or through the internet. Actually, Steve showed up because we knew about Steve because Steve submitted articles to the editorial site.
Oh, yeah.
Out of the blue, Steve read some stuff that we had written and seemed like...
Steve was a reader of Idle Thumbs, the original site.
Yeah, and he submitted stuff for publication. And
in fact, I still have the email that Steve sent.
Oh, man.
Where he was like, I think you guys are cool, and I would like to write for your website. This was all before any of us were actually in the industry, for real. So we've all known each other since before. Well, I haven't known Sean that long, but me and Jake and Nick and Steve have all basically known each other since before any of us actually worked real industry jobs.
Yeah, we all just did this because we liked writing about games,
/
for some reason liked going to industry events and covering them.
And Nick Brecken, I hired at Shack News when I was editor there, but we knew Nick before that because Nick had also submitted articles to Idle Thumbs, like the print site back in the day. So that's how we all know each other.
So Kevin,
Idle Thumbs actually is the reason a lot of us kind of know each other the way we do.
Idle Thumbs, we all know each other through Idle Thumbs from the internet. It's pretty weird. Yeah. Kevin Karcher says, no questions, just keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrew Lloyd Webber, composer, says, how widely traveled are you all? What countries have you been? What countries have been your favorite to visit? As a kid, I went traveling with my family a bit, but my favorite country that is not the United States is probably the UK.
Me too.
Probably England.
Yep, same here. And if I were to live anywhere outside of the United States, I would live in London for sure. In fact, if I were to live anywhere outside of San Francisco or New York,
I would say probably the United States, followed by England, followed by Australia, followed by what's our viewership charts? New Zealand. Just roll down the list of where our listeners come from.
Germany, probably.
Germany, France, Canada, anywhere where there's a high readership. All of my favorites. I like them all the same. Tell your friends.
Yeah. I was born in Ireland. I don't know if people know that. So my family's all from there. I like it there a lot. I worked in China for 7 months. I liked Shanghai a lot. Been to Rome.
Someone asks, Rome's great. I've been to Italy a number of times.
Rome. I would probably live in Rome.
I'm of Italian.
I would probably live in Rome.
Italian descent.
And I would I would become a weird person, but I would live in Rome for sure. Also, I would really like to go back to China for like a protracted period of time, but that's probably never going to happen again.
Someone asked if we like England because they speak English there. And in my case, I mean, that helps. That's a reason I could live there without needing to worry about anything. But specifically, I love London in particular. And that's because I love cities. I love dense, urban, big cities. So I love New York as well. No, I would love to.
Fucking shithouse.
So I love New York as well for that reason. And like London is, I like places where you can walk, have public transportation, and where there are lots of things in close proximity. Yeah. Like I just like that feeling. I like being in the middle of. It is kind of a cheat though, in that they do speak English, and I have friends who live in London, which makes it an easily accessible place for me to go. That helps too. Yeah. But yeah. Sean lived. Someone asked if Sean lived in Shanghai, and you did because you worked. Disney sent you out there for a while.
Yeah, I was there for like half a year. It was awesome. It was formative. It was fucking great. Yeah.
Okay. Brian Lewis says Elder Scrolls Online, dumb idea or really dumb idea? We'll see, I guess.
Who's to say? I don't know. Much about that game is just about being alone.
I don't really think I know anything about that game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean about Elder Scrolls itself?
Yeah, so much about those games is just
that'll be weird.
Being alone.
Intense question coming up. Death Rodent says, whatevs.
Cool. Jintor
Thanks, Death Rodent. You're the best.
The established/traditional form of gaming journalism and its value in the current media landscape. There's probably more of it than there needs to be.
More games journalism?
Yeah, which probably has the aggregate effect of lessening the amount of time anyone spends in an individual example of it, because there is.
Do you mean there's more outlets, or there are people just within a single outlet cover more stuff than they need
No,
to?
I mean there's more outlets. Like
you talk about this a lot, and I think that it's just because you're exposed to games journalism. Because if you read the modern film entertainment landscape online and in print, that's also way overcovered as well. I mean,
I'm not saying other things aren't.
Yeah, there's yeah. I don't know. I think
I will accept the nickname Wu-Tang Vanneman from the chat. That's in the chat right now. I'll accept that.
Yeah.
Carry on. Sorry.
I mean, I think enthusiast press in general might just have way more of it than there needs to be.
I don't agree with that at all, because I think the point, like one of the things that I think is great about the fact that the internet exists is that anyone can do that. And I guess maybe if you're a PR person, you feel the weight of that more. But as a reader, I think you have infinite ability to select the thing that you like also just through things like Twitter and Facebook and all that other shit, things that your friends refer you to. The fact that all that stuff exists doesn't mean you have to read it, but it does give a lot more people an opportunity to have a voice and to rise up and become a voice that is worth hearing. I would not wish that we went back to the era of print only, where you had your avenues for success are tiny. People like Duncan Fife or like Jen Frank, I don't think would be able to exist writing interesting things if we didn't have the ability for them to start tiny weird blogs that no one knows about.
Sure, although then someone like Duncan Fife gets kind of burned out because no one's ever going to pay him to do what he does, because there's the problem with the system now is that it ends up constricting opportunity in other weird ways, where there are so many people trying to do it and so many people willing to do it for almost no money that you end up just devaluing it. Maybe you individually aren't going to go read all those sites, but the people actually paying contractors are aware that there's a bajillion people out there.
That's
so they
true.
have there's so much supply and so little demand that the people doing the demand, i.e. the people on payroll, can afford to just basically pay people nothing. So the people who actually do end up trying to make a living at it have to overwork themselves to the max to try and get enough contracts with a very meager dollar per word total coming in. It just ends up really messing with the ecosystem, I think. But as you say, it's what the internet is. So I mean, it's just kind of the reality. I don't know if you can do anything about that.
Right.
Anyway. Josh Popov says, you know that part in Ghostbusters where Dan Aykroyd got a BJ from a ghost? What's up with that? Was there an actual ghost giving him a BJ, or was he just dreaming about it? That part seemed weird to me.
I think it's fair to confirm that he likes the girls, and that's what that scene was meant to establish.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's not what that scene is meant to establish, but you have to. It's a little mystery. It's a little sort of. If you see that scene and wonder what's going on, and then you hear the theme at the end, and it says he likes the girls, you can at least assume.
Well, busting makes him feel good.
Wasn't there? There was a ghost floating over him, but then the ghost turned invisible when his pants came off. I want to say one thing about Ghostbusters for a second,
Please
which is stupid, but the reason that I think, or a thing that I like about it's one tiny scene and one tiny moment in Ghostbusters, but it's my favorite thing in that movie, which is there's this little scene with the candy bar where it's Bill Murray, I think, gives what Egon, your actor's name, I can't goddamn remember. He hands him the candy bar and then he takes it away and says, "You've earned it." And then you remember that scene? God, I'm sorry. There's a moment in Ghostbusters where the two characters are just having a stupid little riff between themselves, and then they just cut to a shot of Dan Aykroyd just quietly enjoying the conversation to himself. And it's my favorite stupid thing in the entire world, because it's a moment that would never be in a modern version of that movie. And it also really encapsulates... This is such a stupid thing to talk about. Someone said Ghostbusters, and I thought about it recently. Sorry.
Go on.
It really encapsulates correctly the feeling of being an introverted person who's hanging out with extroverted friends who you enjoy being with, but you aren't participating in the conversation. It's just that one shot of Dan Aykroyd smiling is my favorite thing in the world, because it was a directorial choice and an acting choice about a thing that's never mentioned. But Ghostbusters 2 doesn't have any of that shit. A modern, wacky movie would never have that. It's good. That's why Ghostbusters is good. That's all.
I brought you full screen for that.
Thanks.
At that point there.
You brought me full screen?
Yeah, look, you're right there. Down there, full screen.
Oh, right, Harold Ramis. Thank you. God, Christ. Where are we? Ghostbusters BJs. Please discuss how cool http://
You have to say these folks' names.
Oh, Mpika
Hey,
says,
that
please
SPAC
discuss.
image was from Mpika.
Oh, good. Please discuss how cool http://gdne.ws is and how much you love it and that everyone else should love it. Also, some more about Wizards.
But no, actually, what is it? It's so Mpika does have like a. It's like a.
Oh, yeah,
it's
this
a
is
news
cool.
aggregator that is actually cool that I look at.
So it's
Do people still use that?
I've been looking at it.
Okay.
It's like less updated. I'm not good at contributing to those things, so I'm the worst community member for that stuff ever. But you guys aren't.
It's
It's GD News with a dot
Yeah.
in between, or like before the WS.
It's like it's modeled after Hacker News, which is a startup news aggregator, which is basically just if you imagine one subreddit without any of the rest of Reddit. That's basically what it is, but for game development related news. It is a good site.
Well, you know what? Hilarious is we're connected to a computer. We keep going.
We can load it up. Dmitry Ivanov says, terrible games you love that everyone else hates.
I don't know, because I don't think of things that I love as terrible usually.
But I do things that are like acquired.
Yeah.
Like this is just something I'm really into. I feel like I have a lot of those.
The soundproofing looks like a baffled goat. See, everyone sees goat sees
Someone
everywhere.
else said it looks like the old EA logo, which I can see.
Yeah, who sees goat sees everywhere? I mean, seriously, that's not
Jake is amidst the goat.
that's not a thing that people experience. Deadly Premonition is a decent example of that, I guess. Maybe based on the IGN review, God Hand. Except I know a lot of people love that game.
I love that game.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't think that game deserved the low review that it got. Like, I don't think it's a terrible game. That's
No.
the thing, right? Like,
a game that let's take the word terrible off because you're fixating on that game that you love that everyone else hates.
well, Far Cry 2 is an example of that. A lot of people hate that
Next,
game.
okay. Patrick Happel asks, "What's the best beer you've had?" Oh Jesus!
Oh, the
a
best,
good,
like
one,
the single best,
like the best around.
Pliny the Elder is amazing.
that is good.
It's
That's
really,
a good
really
one.
great.
That's settled. Next,
Look at you. You're on the
we
move.
gotta go
Where are you going?
through.
to the other like bajillion questions. That's
Yeah.
where we're going.
Yeah, we're like a third of the way through. Crazy. Nunami asks, with mobile and handheld gaming getting more and more advanced, there seems to be a lot of remakes or re-releases of games that used to be console or PC games. Why are games that we used to spend hours in front of TV playing now being played on a 3DS or iPhone? Is it just fun on the go? Is it just nostalgia, or has our appetite for games changed?
I think there's just a market for it. I don't think it has to do with people are buying them and the hardware can run them.
And
it makes financial sense to bring those things over. I think Square is making a bunch of money on their iOS ports. They're like $15 for
it's also
Chrono Trigger on the iOS.
That's a lot.
It's expensive. It's $14.99 to get it's
they're
great.
also it's just possible because they're games that are those games were made originally to be played at low resolution, and these are even that. A modern smartphone actually has a much higher resolution than those games, but the screen's very small, so it's effectively still you want less stuff on the screen.
Yeah.
So that's I think a big part of it probably is that people associate those devices with less outrageous experiences, and that includes a game that was released in like 1993 probably.
And I don't know if this is what he's or she is discussing, but handheld and mobile stuff, the other sort of crossover direction is people play a lot of games that are similar to a book. Like I think there's a lot of really simple narrative games that have found a home on mobile that used to be a weirdly PC only thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like simple adventure games or like even just interactive novel type stuff. Like Seeing the Last Express being
Like
part of the
interactive-
iOS makes a ton of sense.
Interactive fiction, you mean like text adventures?
No, I mean like it makes sense to me that there are games that are meant to be played in a contemplative, very slow-paced way, like a Broken Sword game, or something even like The Last Express, where it's just all about narrative. Like people sitting in bed watching a TV show or reading a book on their iPad. It makes sense that an adventure game that was like a game that was it had its heyday in '90s PC culture, is now back, as a thing, just because it's in bed instead of in front of a chair, but it's still that solitary, very contemplative experience.
Yeah.
Games. Oh my God, there's a long ass question coming up here, but no, we're not there yet. Some comic book recommendations. Oh man,
that's from Michael Hartog.
Michael Hartog says some comic book recommendations. Please see an hour ago.
But if maybe he joined in the middle, we'll quickly say Preacher, Transmetropolitan, From Hell.
What else did?
And then you said some of the stuff from
Chester
Drawn and Quarterly.
Chester Brown is great.
Yeah, that is good.
God, who else? Is
I haven't
really
read his
good?
stuff, but a guy who we worked with on The Walking Dead, who's actually on the Skybound Kirkman side, a guy named Cena Grace, has a new comic book out that I haven't read yet. So I'm not recommending it, but check it out. That guy, he's new, so check it out.
Charles Burns is really good.
Yeah. Oh, Garfield.
Classic.
Oh man,
All right, Brian Belitis says video game golf. I have no opinion on this.
I've heard that.
Oh,
people-
you do? Do you not remember in Pismo Beach?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, what is that game?
Stickman Golf?
Stickman Golf.
Idle Thumbs
Stickman Ultra Golf or something.
I think Giant Bomb just did a stream where they played Sid Meier's Sim Golf, and Sim Meier was involved in the stream, and that seems
crazy.
worth paying attention to.
Oh, wow.
Also, play Zany Golf on your Amiga or Apple IIgs. Circadian Wolf says dash, which
Good point.
yep, which is good because Game Dreamer says a full paragraph. Are we going to read this whole
This is a
thing?
long paragraph too. Well,
Yeah.
It's your day, Chris.
$200.
let's see if we can.
Paragraph, goddammit.
Let's see if we can dynamically.
paragraph.
It reads the paragraph whenever it's told.
2 games were released recently that were both a third entry in their respective series and were each developed by a different developer than the original 2 preceding titles. Max Payne 3, developed by Rockstar Games this time. Okay, I'm going to start paraphrasing this. I'm sorry. Max Payne 3 by Rockstar instead of Remedy. Diablo 3 by Blizzard, but not Blizzard North. When talking to people who picked up both games, I learned at least 85% of them had never played Max Payne 2, Diablo, or Diablo 2. This makes me feel old. I'm only 25, so I'll get shit for that. It saddens me that not one of those people will ever experience the original title without their view of them being skewed by the recent games. How do you feel about this? Does it upset you, or are you just content to be grateful they were able to play them or that you were able to originally play them when they came out and happy you experienced them? I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and it ties into a number of issues. The flip side is that Deus Ex Human Revolution was a fantastic game that may inspire a new generation of gamers to play the original Deus Ex, a game that I think should be played by everyone. I'll end this here. It's getting long.
Oh, you didn't read the most important part of that
No, I
email.
didn't.
What is it?
We'll close out the question with his important follow up.
Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom, but I will say it doesn't bum me out probably as much as it bums you guys out.
I'm actually not bothered by it personally, but that's because I sort of subscribe to the later half of his point, which is I wish people would go back and play old games. People are not predisposed to, but things like Deus Ex 3 I think are awesome because that game, while it's made by a different team, has enough of a foundation in Deus Ex that it could make someone actually curious to go back and look at the older stuff, which I don't know if that happens all the time, but you know.
I think it probably happens rarely on balance. If it was happening to most people, then we'd hear about
Sure.
Deus Ex 1 suddenly
But,
selling a bajillion copies right now. But I think that's...
It actually seems more
couldn't-
likely in games than other mediums that will happen. Maybe that's not true.
I don't think that's true. I think if a movie's coming out, there's a sequel to a thing. I can go see the one that's 2 hours long, and I can just go watch it on Netflix or whatever in an evening.
That's true. Game sequels seem closer to me to filmic remakes, though, and I don't think that if someone watches a reboot of some ancient, of a movie license that's 20 years old, I think people seeing The Thing, maybe it's the same. People who saw the current The Thing, if for some reason, assuming that was good, which I don't particularly, I haven't heard that it was, I didn't see it. What do you think the percent of people who go and watch John Carpenter's The Thing is relative to the percentage of people who play Deus Ex 3 on Steam and then go buy Deus Ex 1?
I don't know. It's probably about the same.
About the same? Yeah. It doesn't really bother me just because it's just, I know that's how people buy things.
It's how people are. What I hope is that there is a subset of gamers who are interested in that thing. We were kind of, I don't think this made it on the podcast, but we had a discussion a few weeks ago about kind of the idea of a video game canon and people playing games that are prior to their own era where they're directly marketed to as a demographic. And I think it's obvious that most people are never in games or movies or anything going to go back and play a bunch of old things that were made before they were playing those things. But what I hope is the case is that there is a certain subset of people
who just get really into it.
Right.
Yeah. And that seems to exist. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what happens with that long term, but it's not a thing that doesn't happen. Also, it's worth pointing out that Game Dreamer closes out his remarks with a thing that has not happened yet, but is important to mention on the Ruinationcast. Shitty, Wizard, Horsebag, Scoops, Horn, Baboo, Bird Noise, Bloom, Games, Jeff Gold, Phaedrus Hole, and Nick Brecken playing a saxophone.
Good. We got that taken care of.
That's out of the way. Thank you.
Christopher Goodnow says, You guys do well enough on your own. You don't need me putting my 2 cents in. Oh, thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
We're good now.
Also, thanks for putting in your 2 cents as well as the rest of your Kickstarter donation.
The $199.98.
Jason Backer says Homer. Chris? Homer.
I'm not super up on my classics, really, to be honest. I never really studied that stuff. I read Greek myths when I was a kid, but
Reese Dooley
I
says...
was talking about Homer Simpson.
That's fine. We all did. Chris didn't.
really,
No, I actually didn't, but
You
I
would've said
thought
Homer
we were going
Simpson.
to talk about both. We're talking about the slang term for a home run in baseball. Reese Dooley says, what's the ideal price point for a lap dance, both from a stripper and a consumer perspective? This is the question that when it came in, we said, oh God, the Ruinationcast is going to be weird, because we thought we were going to just get
Right.
this kind of stuff forever.
I would say whatever the market can bear.
well,
I mean, I think
true for asking a question about a price, right? About anything.
Yeah, I think you have to refer to just straight up basic economic principles.
There's some multiple point graphs involved in this.
Yeah.
But Craig Ostrin asks, why do you prefer writing video games as 2 words? Because it's 2 words.
Yeah, I'm against just making things one word for no reason.
I actually...
I think they refreshed the chat.
Like motion pictures is not one word.
I think it's,
Yeah, I think I'm a fan for sure of, instead of making up a new term for something, having the content of what it is define what it is,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yep.
Like, I'm really glad that the Beatles didn't change their name and also didn't declare that they were not making rock music over the course of their existence. Like,
Right.
that's...
Also, you have games and you have video games.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It seems to make sense to me.
Video games is 2 words. Deal with it.
Muhammad
Deal with it
Al-Badr-
is 3 words. Unless it's in GIF form, in which case it's a compound word.
Muhammad Al-Badr writes, awesome dead video games franchises? I don't know what that means.
He wants to talk about video game franchises, Star Control.
Oh, that are dead now. Oh, Star Control. Yeah, that's a good one. Good job.
Other ones?
Other...
Whatever.
Super Black Bass.
X-Wing.
dead video game franchises?
Yeah.
Daniel Byrne says, what do you think are the most over and underused game mechanics or tropes? Well, the ones that are overused are most of the ones that are used. Like, fantasy, sci-fi, ancient evil shit, killing a guy. Those seem pretty overused.
I
to
really
me.
like third-person, really tactile world traversal, and I feel like that is underused in interesting ways and overused in things like Assassin's Creed, where it's mostly used for just getting you from place to place. Like, games where actually interacting with the physical structure of the space by way of a controller is something that I really, really like, but there's not a lot of games that use it in a way that I really find interesting. So I don't know if that's over and underused, but that's a thing that I like. That's all I'm going to say. But someone else can say something that's real. Over and underused. Games. Tropes.
Underused, I think, hyper-specific historical moments. I think you could do something like...
Also see Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
But like, hyper-specific, I would say, as opposed to broadly specific, like Assassin's Creed is.
Right.
I hope the stream is still going. The chat's not loading.
The stream's going, but the chat... Twitch is just its own...
Anybody I know is watching this, and it's not working well, text me.
Please do not text him unless that's actually the case.
Yeah.
God, Twitch. Anyway. What's next?
But no, what I was going to say, sorry, really quick, is that I think you could look at, like, what would, like, movies do it all the time, but, like, what would it be like to be on Iwo Jima the day after the flag went up? You know, that sort of thing.
yeah.
Like, that 24 hours. Like, what is it? Like, that's such... I think that's such an interesting thing that games could do.
Right.
It's sort of like, let's get all the information we have to recreate this moment in time that we should let somebody else experience. And I don't think games do that very well. They could, though. It'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
that would be interesting. Peter says, no question. Thanks, Peter.
Thanks, Peter.
Daniel Rakala says, anything you feel like discussing at the point in time you get to this or Dota 2?
Playing a lot of Dota 2. Dota 2 has been my come down from crunching on writing some of the Walking Dead stuff, and it's good for me. I think in that respect that I can just, it's like my brain just goes in a jar while I play. It's nice. I kind of like it. We're struggling to bring the chat back.
We've
so
lost the
hopefully,
chat, so it's cool.
Shane Rubin says, the PC, the last gaming platform not to get diluted with needless features that reduce the focus of core games, a la Connect, Move, touchpads, etc. Question mark?
Can you repeat the question?
He says, the PC... Ellipses.
The question basically is it the last gaming platform to not get diluted with needless features that reduce the focus of core games?
The thing is, it has all those things. There's just no gateholder company that can demand them be used in a game.
Yep.
That's the thing that's valuable about the PC. Where, I mean, people still make all kinds of ridiculous peripherals for the PC. They're there if you want to use them. Mm-hmm. But no one's ever going to force you to or suggest heavily that you should.
I think that's also only looking at one PC, the focus of core games. That's true in that core games exist on the PC, but that just PC. It's easier. It's just easier to see only the things you want to see on a PC.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Basically,
yeah. But like I would imagine most gaming time on the PC platform is probably Farmville.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's what he's talking about, though.
I know, but yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think I don't know.
Yeah, it's true. PC games.
It kind of makes it sound like a very specific, like entrenched type of person when you're like, oh, is this the last sort of place that hasn't been screwed up? It always kind of is weird to me.
It's true that with a PC, most things are played with a mouse, keyboard, and a gamepad.
Well, to me, the valuable thing is, there's Farmville, there's like, not God of War. There's like Call of Duty is what I was thinking of. Like there's everything, right? Those are like the extremes, right? And there's everything in between. But I think to me the valuable thing is there is no central PC gatekeeper that is determining which of those is important.
Right.
That's the difference between that and a console.
All of the options are available to you, but they're not. Yeah, there's no
one that's prioritized
push one or the other.
Yeah. Nicholas Diggers says, which Umberto Eco novel is best suited for a video game spin-off?
None.
None of them. Although if I actually had to pick one, if I had to pick one, I would say The Name of the Rose because it's essentially a murder mystery.
Okay.
And I
thought Prague Cemetery was. I haven't read it.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be hard to do any of those, but if you had to do one, it would be that. I think. Oh, also, there's a board game of The Name of the Rose.
Yeah. Didn't you try to get Umberto Eco to sign it?
And I brought Umberto Eco gave a talk in Cambridge when I lived there, and it was great, and that guy's great, and I just like seeing or reading him talk, and it's good. But also, I brought my copy of The Prague Cemetery, which had just been released, and I also brought a copy of The Name of the Rose, the board game, because I thought that was hilarious.
That's so good.
And I got to the front of the line, and he signed my book, and then I handed him this, and he was like very confused when he saw it. It has his name on it too. It's like
Umberto Echoes.
And he was. It doesn't say Echoes. It says just Umberto Eco, The Name of the Rose.
Oh man,
like they must have just licensed the name of the book.
Yeah.
And he was like, I cannot sign this, and I was like, oh. Like, he's put your name. No, I cannot assign this. It is not mine. and like he was really nice. He wasn't like a butt about it, but like he was smiling and like, but I liked that he was unwilling.
Yeah.
Like I kind of appreciated that he's like, I didn't have anything to do with this. I don't know what this is. Sorry.
It's so good. There's a game of all things for that to be.
It's actually a really fun game. I like it a lot. We should play it. Yeah.
Ricky,
I wonder if it's worth bringing board games into the stream.
We could
try it one time.
Yeah. Let us know if you think it's a bad idea.
Ricky says Jake's pronunciation of Ramo.
Oh, as opposed to Remo?
Oh, Jake's is more correct, but I say Remo at this point because everyone in the world does, and my brain has been
adjusted. It's probably actually somewhere between, though, right? Because
it's
actually
Remo
would
be what it is, but the way Jake says it is closer to the reality.
The way Jake says it is closer to the reality, says Chris once translated out of the original Italian.
I used to say it. I used to say it more like that, actually. I've over the last few years.
Because everyone says Chris Remo?
Yeah. Like I've just, it's weird. It's my brain.
Sorry for accurately pronouncing your name.
No, it's fine.
Why am I a douche? I am in the middle of that, Gutsy. Look at this. Just that's what everyone wants.
Random Null says Demon/Dark Souls.
Yeah, here, let me,
what?
Where does that go? Which hand is the...
Oh, no. Jake's putting on the gold ring for Goatsy, maximum Goatsy.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
What?
All right.
What's on the internet? Demon Dark Souls?
I love Demon Souls. I haven't played Dark Souls very much yet. I need to find some time to just sit down and play it.
Yeah, the internet wants us to play
We have it here in the office on the computer, but I just haven't done it yet.
I crashed the stream by starting to play it in the little window.
Also, we didn't have batteries for our controller for a while, so that also stymied me
We are
originally. But we
flush
have
with
them now.
batteries now.
We have so many batteries now.
Why a Remo? Why a Remo? Sorry, I'm reading the chat.
Oh, those games are great though. They're really, really good. I mean, I think we have actually talked about this on the cast by now, but there's something about the sedate nature of it's funny actually. Those games remind me of how Tokyo Jungle looks in that weird video, specifically like Japanese PlayStation game looking aesthetic.
We've talked about this aesthetic.
We have talked about it, where it's very kind of muted and weird and like slightly unreal, but not in the same way that a traditional action game is. It's
a weird thing, and I feel like it just kind of comes out of those people. It's developers who made assets for lower fidelity systems, and I think that it's just to a certain degree.
Yeah.
Like I feel like.
But you know what else they share that's weird? Like a specific font that is like a serif.
I wonder if that's just a localization thing.
I think it might be.
But
actually, no, it's not, because even Final Fantasy games often have that font.
I feel like Raven's PC games for a while were kind of the Western equivalent of this, where you could tell that it's a studio who made a ton of assets for Quake 1, 2, and 3, and then when the art started getting better and better, there was a lot of Western developers did this for a while, where just everything was still really hyper sculpted in the way that it was painted and drawn. Like all the textures still had like human skin with really painted in, caved in shadows and folds and cloth and stuff, even though the games also had bump and normal map on them and stuff. Like, where your art pipeline and your style, just your house style, comes out of we're developing for a system where this aesthetic is what reads well, but now suddenly we're developing for a higher fidelity system, but we're still doing all the weird stuff where, like, in Japanese games, you'll paint all the shine into your metal, but then at the same time, it's still shiny.
Right.
It's a really weird... Yeah. It's weird. Anyway, games.
Tarja says, whatever you feel like discussing. I feel like discussing a bunch more questions.
Yeah, I do too.
What do you want to eat after this?
Food.
Oh yeah, burrito.
I've heard you do this great spice rub on a meat.
24 hours to brine, though.
Well, it'll take us that long to finish the Ruinationcast.
I'll be right back. I have to go to the market.
Eric Moser says, did you guys play Bioforge on the PC? I can't remember if it came up, but it seems like a game that might have hooked one of you. I have never played Bioforge.
I never played Bioforge.
Is that a real-time strategy game?
I will say, for what it's worth, I definitely...
I feel like I've heard of that.
I try to pursue a lot of game recommendations, and if you @reply me on Twitter with, hey, I think you should check this out, I probably will. I appreciate that generally, guys.
We'll take a look at Bioforge.
That's how I found Space Engine.
And Tokyo Jungle.
Yep.
And Tokyo Jungle.
Kyle ST says Endless Space from Amplitude Studios. Did anyone here play Endless Space? Oh, Endless Space.
Endless Space, yeah.
I have played it a bit. It's a I hope I'm thinking of the right game. It's a 4X space game where it's a 4X space game. So you have planets that you control and you send spaceships around to colonize other planets and you have battles and stuff. It seems really cool. The thing about games like that is so many of them seem to be similar to one another with, like, you have to learn a bunch of interface differences and a bunch of just weird things depending on how the developer made it, but the core of the game ends up feeling very similar. You know, like that. I don't know. I feel like I didn't play enough. The game didn't hook me enough to play enough of it to get past all of the surface level differences to understand why the core of the game was different from every other 4X space game I've ever played. Which is not to say it isn't. But I for whatever reason, it didn't grab me enough to, like, figure out why. So I'm sorry about that. But it seemed cool. I mean, it was fun. Like, you send your little spaceships around, you manufacture things. I did like that you could. I liked the way that the resource system works, where you can build little like improvements on planets that are suited towards, like, the desert planet or like a jungle planet or whatever, and they end up producing things based on that. And, like, I don't know, there's a little bit of character there that I enjoyed.
Sorry, that was the first time I've seen the actual circle wipe transition when watching the video.
Oh, it's good. It's strong. No, it was a good choice.
Let's see. Lachlan Cooper says, could you describe the last time a game surprised you, whether in the mechanics, story, or random occurrence?
DayZ, for me, probably.
Yeah. That game surprised the shit out of me.
Yeah. Even having heard a bunch about it, it was surprising to me.
Yeah. That game was unspoilable.
It was
the
doubly
last time that was
surprising.
Tokyo Jungle. The last game that really surprised me was Tokyo Jungle. Like, you keep the rabbit hole, to use that. I've said that 3 times today, but it's just what
every time yep.
Pet medicine, galoshes, what? Yeah.
I need to play that game. So, Scott Erm says, were you disappointed at how unwizardly the Diablo 3 wizard was? Also say Puffins.
Puffins.
Man, I have to admit I was. I really was.
Yep.
The guy looked like an anime from a Korean MMO or something. Like,
Really?
yeah, I was not into that wizard. It just,
How was his Spectral Blade?
I don't know, I guess it was fine. Like, I was not excited by it. I didn't want to keep playing the wizard. Like, it was just so not a classical wizard. It just bummed me out.
That's the slug line of your Diablo 3 review that you write for the defunct review site that we have. That is, I didn't want to keep playing the wizard.
And like, that doesn't mean necessarily that I think just a game in that style couldn't look cool. But Diablo is so much about explicitly kind of European Gothic, like architecture and vibe, and like it felt very. I could be wrong about this, but it felt very much like, wow, these games are like Blizzard games are getting huge in Korea and China. Like maybe we should target those audiences a little bit. And like I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of what it felt like, and it just seemed like, I don't know. It didn't all seem of a piece to me. It seemed very scattershot in that way.
So, Emergent Empire says, could somebody describe the rules of the theoretical Idle Thumbs board game?
I would love to make a board game.
No. The Idle Thumbs board game is, I imagine, a board game
I know.
licensed from us.
Yeah, but made by us.
Yeah.
About us.
Yeah.
Idle
I think there would be
the Idle
some-
Thumbs
I
board
think we
game.
can
By Idle Thumbs, for Idle Thumbs only.
I think there
Not
would
for
be
all of
some.
those
There are
No,
some core
just for
mechanics
us.
that I think that would exist. I think there would be. I think the sort of like wheel mechanic that Imperial 2030 has of like
Oh
cycling
yeah,
levels.
God, we have to play Imperial 20.
Yeah.
That would be an interesting one to do on a stream.
Right.
Because so many crazy like dynamics occur in terms of
Yeah.
people screwing over other people and like
we do multi-camera
people coming back from nothing.
on XSplit.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. That'd be awesome.
The
and
Idle
this table would be great for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Idle Thumbs board game.
I think it would definitely have turn cycling, and I think, but I don't know what any of the themes would be.
Laughing at
The
your own
thing
stuff
is-
too much.
That's the thing, as I was going to say, it's easy to entract it in the bullshit, but I think
Yeah.
we'd have to spin it off, and it'd have to be some sort of like.
Well, you could get mired.
Melodrama.
You could get mired into horrible emergent discussion about emergent mechanics that you lose 18 turns now. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be really easy to make the game of life version of this, right? Where
Right,
it's
of course,
just
yeah.
like skip forward, go back, like ba-do.
Did you play the Penny Arcade board game with me? Was that you or the deck building
yeah,
game?
I didn't really get
I
it.
was really bummed out by that.
It
Game.
was like Penny Arcade versus Evil, but it was just a bunch of people playing a bunch of cards.
Someone,
Like, there was no.
someone proposes Idle Handler as, so if we use Wine Handler as the template for the Idle Thumbs board game, I don't quite know what that would be, but that seems like where we should
Doug
start.
Your
points
meme
out,
cache?
Doug points out Wiz War, which is a game that we still have somehow not acquired.
Yeah.
I don't know how that's possible. But there's a game called Wiz War, which obviously we should have.
Yeah.
So,
A Jumanji game in which every time they mention a game, you have to play a round of that game. God, the Idle Thumbs board game is a weird meta game that then spawns a week of you just playing a bunch of stuff. That would be really helpful for
yeah,
me.
that was Vimes Tom who suggested that. That was good. Chembot81 says, games where you have made others cry or incredibly angry. For example, in 6th grade, I made my friend cry because he couldn't beat me at Street Fighter 2, and a friend of mine left after we all kept repeating stealing his coins and stars in Mario Party 2.
I got Brett and Ryan Guidry's older brother, who was like 19 and we were 15, to break an N64 controller in half playing GoldenEye.
Wow.
Broke it
Because he thought he was going to beat you as a dumb kid. Who,
Yeah,
and
spiked it into the ground. Yeah.
One of my favorite stories, this is neither me nor did anyone cry, but it's just a story I like, and this is the only time I could think of bringing it up. So I have my friend Tyler, who's one of my oldest, closest friends, and his name is Tyler, but he goes by the online handle Crazy Leon with a K. And the reason that is his username, I wondered this for years, and I finally asked him, and he's like, "Oh, do you remember that game Crazy Ivan for the PC and PS1 that came out in like 1995 or something?" Yeah, you remember that game? I only played the demo of that game, but I did play it. It was like a mech game that you'd go. It was like Russian mech stuff, and you'd go around in a big mech called Crazy Ivan. And Tyler was playing that, like, I guess split screen or however it worked on whatever system it was on, PS1, I think, with some friends.
Is it Crazy Ivan with a K?
Yeah, it's Crazy Ivan with a K. And and they all had to choose. They're like, all right, we all got to choose our names for our guys. And they all chose whatever names. And then Tyler chose Crazy Ivan. And they're like, you idiot. You can't choose Crazy Ivan. That's the name of the game. You're an idiot. And Tyler's like, oh, okay, I guess not. And they're like, make up a different name. So he's like, and he just looked at one of the other guys in the room, and his name was Leon. And so he just changed it to Crazy Leon. And that's just been his name.
What is this?
Crazy Ivan? I thought it was a Crazy Ivan playthrough.
No, this is a cutscene from Crazy Ivan that Sean.
Oh, Crazy Ivan has
loading up
FMV
on
sequences?
YouTube right now. So this is weird because this is not going to come through to the MP3 version.
No.
So people are not going to hear anything right now.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, is this all cutscene?
Yeah, it's bad.
There we
It's
go.
pretty bad, yeah. It's just a mech game.
It's just a mech
There's
game.
nothing remarkable about it. I don't have
Yeah.
any stories about people crying.
That's it. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Vorlanesque says tribes ascend.
True, they do.
I haven't played that, unfortunately.
No.
Although the
Were
original
you guys
Tribes
into
is great.
Tribes?
I was so into Tribes.
Yeah,
I was never a Tribes player.
Oh, man. Nick was into it, too.
I don't think we're getting buzzed this time, but there is.
I played Lemmings 2 The Tribe.
Oh, someone also said we sound really tired. We should do a coffee run. I sound like this because I have a cough right now for some reason. So I'm valiantly trying to suppress my cough as much as I can. But
Yeah.
the other side effect of this is I sound raspy and probably tired and lame. So I'm sorry about that.
You should probably close that. Is it actually sending sound out to the...
Don't worry.
No. The YouTube video is probably sending PC audio to the stream.
Yeah,
I
why
muted
wouldn't
it.
be?
Oh, you muted it?
Yeah, it's almost like I know what I'm doing.
Is
It's
that
a
on
mouse
there right
feel.
now?
That's not on.
Oh, damn.
Well, what's our? Can you give tired excuses for us as well?
I'm tired.
Oh, these guys are tired.
I'm not that tired. I'm feeling good.
That's true. Wrath of Zim says, hey, Thumbs, this is a question mainly for Chris. Chris,
Yes, Jake?
Are
Yes,
you-
Wrath of Zim?
are you disappointed that Pikmin 3 will not have an online multiplayer or co-op? Or do you think that the game would be a lot less fun without the other players in the same room?
I think it is less fun if I got to play in the same room, but also it would have been nice if they had online multiplayer, but also this means I don't need to worry about buying that game.
Yep.
So it's fine.
What I wish is that someone would somehow make Pikmin 2 multiplayer
Yes,
available
right.
for an internet stream.
A thing we do still want to do, and
online
that
versus-
we've started to try and figure out is how to do a Saturday stream that is us playing emulated Pikmin 2 on the Office PC,
Yeah.
which would be awesome, and we could play it.
Some would call
multiplayer.
that the dream stream.
Yes, that it is clearly
What? Would you not call it that, Sean?
I don't think I have any.
I mean, I
choice
know
at this stage.
we already played the Super Black Bass stream, which is your dream stream.
No, I feel good about. We can move on. Yeah,
Someone says Sean looks the most tired.
it's because I have my hood up.
Solved.
Yeah, I mean that's why. There, done.
Okay. Brian Crumrich asked a question I will be not able to answer, which is discuss the underrated greatness of the Atari Jaguar, please.
Some would say that the
Never
Atari
used one.
Jaguar's greatness is underrated. Corey Bloor says, "When I
Oh,
listened-
I never played any of the Jaguar.
I
No,
never
that's
played
because it
Jaguar.
was like you never had consoles, but it was also like $900, wasn't it? Wasn't it just?
Oh, was it really?
It was super like 600. It was really expensive.
Jaguar had a lot of bits.
$599 US.
I'm sure there were good things about the Jaguar, but none of us played it because none of our parents would
Yeah.
buy us a Jaguar. It's probably underrated, though. Does the chat say that it's underrated?
Yeah, people are saying, why don't we just use the Dolphin emulator? Yeah, that's exactly what
Yeah,
we
I'm
mean.
I'm playing
We're
with my
gonna
clothes
play it
because I
on
can't
the
figure if
Dolphin
I'm
emulator.
hot or
Yeah.
cold. I kind of oscillate in between temperatures. It's been very difficult for me.
Oh man. Weird. Sorry, a question from my mom is coming up.
Oh, really?
But we're first. Corey Bloor says, when I listen to the podcast, I feel almost like I'm hanging out with a bunch of friends, but you guys don't even know me. It's weird how that connection goes only one way. I agree entirely, but from both sides of that, because like just listening to other podcasts or even just meeting a game designer who you've read interviews with over like the entire course of your life and then seeing them in person, it's so awkward for me when I first do that. I've gotten better at it just because I end up going to GDC all the time and I end up meeting people through my job, but it's turned into such a weird dork because just like you want to suddenly start talking to people about things that you've experienced that they've created, or even weirder in the modern world, a thing that they posted to Twitter a little while ago or whatever. But like, yeah. It also used to weird me out when I would go to PAX and an Idle Thumbs listener would recognize me from my photo on like Moby Games. and come up to me, but I've also gotten a lot better about that.
Yeah, I think so.
It used to make me a complete weirdo. I'm sorry to anyone who's ever...
We're definitely at our. I feel like because we're definitely at our worst at those shows, which is bad. 'Cause that's where all you guys are.
That's where anyone who actually...
So it's really terrible. Like I would love to just bump into a reader on the streets of San Francisco and I'm having a good day and be like, hey, yeah.
That happened to me a bunch of times earlier this year. It has not happened to me in a while, but like I had a weird string in the first few months of 2012 of like a bunch of people come up to me in the streets and being like, "Are you Chris from Idle Thumbs?" It was very weird.
Someone in chat, Murdoch M says, "I met Jake at PAX once. It was weird. I didn't mention Idle Thumbs."
What do we got next?
Susan Rodkin.
What's she have to say?
My mom asks the question that a mom would ask, which is good. My mom asks, "What will you be talking about as the newest innovation in gaming in 5 years?" Mom, I have no idea.
What will be and what would we hope to be?
A few years ago,
probably the PS3, because the year of the PS3 is 2015, and I think that'll last. I think the shock of that will last a few years.
We'll be following out the. I want to actually give a good answer to this because it's my mom.
It's your mom.
The answer is I have no idea what to say about that because a couple years ago, I would have been fixated on the fact that everyone's making a bunch of really goofy controllers and peripherals for everything, and that will just extrapolate out until everyone barfs from like. That was our old Idle Thumbs thing, was talking about the dark future of gaming is that you have like heart sensors on all of your fingers while you're strapped to 2 Tony Hawk controllers with like 3 DJ Hero controllers.
The terrible future of games.
That felt like 5 years ago. Yeah, that was like
that was where Activision and EA they were all about that in like 2008, and then that peaked when Idle Thumbs was dead. Actually, the Tony Hawk controller seems like that was they hit the mountaintop of shame of that weird that branch died off around then, but like right now I have no idea.
Yeah,
like everyone likes to proclaim what the future of games is or what the death of things are. Like Zynga is just eating itself alive right now, whereas a year or so ago people would have said that's going to take over everything that's ever going to happen.
Yeah,
so it's I don't know,
agree.
Mom,
really
I don't know.
hard.
I'm sorry.
It's really really tough.
Luke Jones Sexton says, "Sorry boys, I got nothing."
It's okay, Luke Jones Sexton. You have a cool name.
You have a cool name.
Fucking cool name.
Speaking of that, BW Dietrich says, sorry, speaking of names, "I would like to know about the various Idle Thumbs listening habits. What music do the Thumbs like respectively? I love detail. Also, bonus extra question. Do any of the Thumbs care for philosophy in their spare time?" Sean?
Philosophy? You know what? Reading Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance like a year ago got me into a place where I'm ready to go bonkers with philosophy, but it'll have to be a time when I'm ready to do that. But I thought that book was a really awesome primer for like, here's some shit you should think about, and here's some shit that philosophy doctors think about. Doctorates, that's what I meant to say. But I've been listening to a lot of Rihanna and Nicki Minaj.
That's true. Yeah, you've talked about this.
I'm on this weird those two pop kick, and I can't explain it.
I got to jump back a couple questions because Dorselfin in the chat says, "I met Nick at E3. It was great. We started by talking about Jake's tweets." So that's the worst thing that I've read now.
That's tremendous.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know why, but normally I listen to bands I really like I like Blitz and Trapper a lot. I like them a lot. I like a lot of stuff that's probably today at Hardly Strictly Bluegrass. I like a lot of that stuff.
Chris, you want to go?
I've not been listening to as much music now as I used to, which is a real shame. Because all my time I feel like is already occupied, which sucks. But I guess probably my favorite currently performing bands are Dr. Dog and the Flaming Lips.
Oh, I love Dr. Dog. Yeah,
I've been a big fan of both of them for like basically, I don't know, 10 years-ish. Dr. Dog I've been listening to pretty much since they existed, and then Flaming Lips since, I guess, the Soft Bulletin, which is probably when a lot of people started listening to them.
A lot of the music that I listen to is stuff that Sean or Chris suggest to me, so...
What's the last good recommended we threw at you?
I don't remember.
There's that album that you keep... You like Trampled by Turtles?
I like Trampled by Turtles. I like a lot of bluegrassy stuff.
And you like Andrew Bird.
And I like Andrew Bird.
Yep.
That's fair.
Andrew Bird is cool.
I'll give you the new Nicki Minaj. You'll hate it.
You don't know that. You don't know what I hate.
Oh. We'll see.
I'll
do it, though.
Assume.
Yeah.
Educationally.
Corey Kreitz.
Sorry, my favorite album is 50 Cent's Get Rich or Die Trying. Hilarious.
Sean Denham in 2012.
Yeah.
That's true.
Sometimes I do go down like these like very specific cultural alleyways.
Oh man.
Just because I'm really curious about them, and then I'll find myself lingering there for far too long, and then I just have to cop to it. That's kind of what happened with Nicki Minaj in particular.
I was in a coffee shop last night reading, and there was a guy to my right on a laptop, and then another guy to his right on a laptop, and the guy just to my right was watching like 800 videos that were like news reports on that Korean pop star Psy, who released that song Gangnam Style with that crazy music video that's been like just a complete phenomenon. Like
2012's Macarena,
YouTube hits. And it was hilarious hearing these guys talk about it and having no frame of reference for anything, including even what South Korea is as a country. Like they were just like, yeah, I guess this guy just like put a crazy video on YouTube and like now he's just some dude who like nobody ever heard of before, and then he put this thing, and now like 75 million people have seen it. And some guy was like, "Wow, that's crazy! I'm totally trying to get into the music industry. That's really inspirational. I should just put a thing up on YouTube, and maybe that'll happen to me."
What?
Where's this guy from? Oh, it's Korea. Which one? Is he from North Korea? Like, how would you even think that that's a possibility? No, he's not. Like, it was crazy just hearing these guys keep going on and just.
I like the narrative of somebody in their apartment in North Korea putting a YouTube music video becoming a sensation.
Yeah, exactly. This is like okay, so a guy in like the most repressive, like locked off country in the world puts a crazy video of himself prancing around like a horse onto the internet, and then it becomes the biggest thing ever. And now this guy is the world's biggest
the production value on Gangnam Style is that's probably
some guy thought that was just
video.
Some guy making it like on his own with a camcorder or something. He's like, I don't know. I guess he put effort into it clearly, but like anyway, that's a thing.
Hopefully that was good.
That said, there is that North Korean all accordion performance of "Take on Me."
That's true.
So that's worth looking at on YouTube.
Yeah. Corey Kreitz says Mass Effect 3. I don't think any of us have played that.
I hear there was some controversy over the ending of Mass Effect 3.
Yeah. Which I think we've talked about in the cast.
We've talked about it as ignorant jerks.
We're all sort of like philosophically opposed to changing the ending.
I don't speak for everyone.
At least I am.
I would change it. I don't know anything about that content. I can't.
Patrick Kirkner says Jagged Alliance 2.
Did any of us play Jagged Alliance 2?
I can't even remember if I played 1 or 2. I played Jagged Alliance a bajillion years ago. I mean, it's cool.
You know what got me to play Jagged Alliance was the 3 Moves Ahead discussion of Jagged Alliance.
Oh.
Yeah. Those guys had such revelry for that game that it's tough, though, because they... You
mean reverence?
Reverence, that's what I meant. They have such reverence for that game that it's hard... I was like, okay, man, I'm gonna love this. Yeah. It was just like, it's too much for me. It was just I wasn't there at that moment in time, and it was like, I kind of like watching you guys play XCOM, to be honest. Like, it felt like I was like, oh man, like it made me actually just pissed that I didn't have that game in my library when I was that age when it came out.
Yeah.
And that's I don't know. I have that feeling about a lot of games.
Games are like that in a lot of ways, where if you didn't grow up with a certain thing, it's actually much harder to play them because you have to learn not just how to appreciate a game, but how to actually just play it at all.
Yeah. Yep.
And like that's not a thing you have to do with most things. Like you don't need to. Everyone learns how to read, or hopefully everyone learns how to read at a young enough age, and then from that point, it's like understanding how to like appreciate reading. It's not past a certain age. You don't need to actually learn how to read new words, really, or movies, how to like watch a movie newly. But with games, there's the appreciation side of it, but then there's also just I physically can't do this. Like this is hard for me to physically do. That's a weird thing about games. And it's super genre specific. It's not games in general. It's like this one strain of games that, I happen to play that as a kid, so it's second nature for me. I've never played this before, but I've played a million other games, and this is still really hard for me because I just don't know how to do it.
Yep.
So that's a weird thing. Henry Croft says, can't think of one, so I'm just going to give an EA Presents. Thomas Hardy's The Slayer of Casterbridge.
Good.
All right, good. EA Presents.
I miss those.
Yeah, I do too. James McLaughlin says, I can't even think of a decent one to ask.
That's okay, James.
Dylan Cruz says, moving several times and starting a family has made me realize how cumbersome games, books, and records are for that matter. can be. I still hold on to them, though imagining my children will someday want to share my nostalgia. Now that I have kids, though, I'm starting to wonder if it's just been an excuse not to let go. For some reason, games don't feel as timeless as books or music. So what do you do with your old systems and games? Do you ever sell or give away games to free up space, or you just keep adding to the pile?
I've always given away old systems. Always. I don't know why.
I got rid of almost all my game stuff when I moved back to San Francisco.
Yeah, I used to have a huge just collection of game boxes, and I kept it's down to probably 8 or so that are really actually interesting or meaningful to me just as a person. But my hard copy games library is gone. Actually, that's not true. All of my console games I still have, even though I don't I have a billion GameCube games still because that was the console that I bought the most games for probably since being a kid, and I still have all of them. Yeah, and I should remove them.
I remember when I was a kid, and I can't remember what system I had. I think I might have had like a PlayStation or an N64, and my dad. There was a family in our extended family who was just like very poor, like this really the sort of like lower class family in our extended family, and my dad gave them, I think my NES with just a shitload of games that I had, and I was so pissed at him. I remember, and it was like such a snotty thing to be pissed about, and my dad just got pissed at me and said, "Look, this is why I did it." And he just like shamed me. Yeah. I remember being like so shamed when I was however old I was. And I think that like it happened at such an age that like now when I have stuff like that, like my Wii's a good example. I'm just like, just give it to somebody. So I think that's, I don't know. I guess that's a good thing that's happened. So, but I shed detritus a lot. Like I'm always giving away my stuff. Like books, if I've read it and somebody's like, "Oh, I'd love to read them," like just take it.
Have it. Yep.
Yeah. If it's a hardcover that I want to keep for a long time, I have a few of those. Like my copy of To Kill a Mockingbird, I'm never going to give away. But mostly it's like, just take it if people want. Yeah.
Jason Oresti says, "Sports. Do you play any? If not, why?"
Yeah, I play. I mean, I grew up playing lots of sports.
Yeah, I grew up playing sports, but I don't anymore.
I played corporate softball at Disney a lot. I play softball with Tully sometimes. Adam and I. Well, it's mostly baseball stuff now, I guess. What else? I like to run. Oh, I'm into running, I guess, now, which is a weird thing. Yeah, my wife got me into running. Okay.
It is. Yeah. If not, why? I don't know. I'm slovenly at this point.
David Sean says, "My favorite games: Full Spectrum Warrior or X-Wing / TIE Fighter. You pick."
Your pick, he says. What's your favorite games?
Your pick.
My favorite games?
I'm always terrible about these questions when it comes not just to games but anything. I'm
favorite movie, favorite book.
Yeah, I think the easiest answer, or the way that I don't know what my favorite games are at this point, but the things that made me aware of and interested in games when I was a lot younger were probably Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge, and Super Mario Brothers 3. Those were the first two things that I played that made me actually think about the thought that went into constructing them, and they sort of stuck with and informed a lot of my interests in games over a long time. But those are probably not if I had to make a top of the list games in my life, I don't know if where those would chart at this point, but those are definitely the two first times that I went, interesting. This is, games can be more than X or Y, or just that was for me for sure. Those two things.
For me, those were, and I think I've mentioned this before, but for me, those were SimCity and Civilization 1, which is interesting because for the decade following those games, like for much of the 90s, I was playing stuff I was still playing Civilization and SimCity, but a lot of what I became even more invested in were LucasArts adventure games and real-time strategy games and stuff like that.
It's funny with Civ and SimCity. I played both those when they came out, and I was excited by them, but they were games that I was still really sort of blind to what they were doing. I just was sort of going, "Oh, I love SimCity. I love building a city, or I love being a civilization." But it took me a really long time before I thought about what they were actually doing as games. Whereas for some reason, with a platformer and an adventure game, I thought about that stuff a ton.
Well, it makes sense. The things they're doing is the thing that a platformer or adventure game is doing is localized to an individual character.
Yep.
So you can get your mind around that, especially as a kid. Kids watch a cartoon that's about a character going around doing things. That's probably the same for me. I mean, I did play a ton of, especially Civ 1. I played a bajillion hours of Civ 1, but like I don't know if I necessarily knew why it was impressive, but I did like it a lot. You know, I mean, I played a ton of it. But yeah, as you say, I probably didn't fully have a perspective on that until later. And maybe that's probably why I ended up playing a bunch of the adventure game stuff, is because, you know, it was a lot more directly like, here's your guy doing things, and, you know, I think I'd probably grab onto that.
Oh man, do you have an answer to this?
No, we can.
Okay, I was going to divert for half a second because it reminded me of a thing, which is I did a lot of my gaming as a kid on a Mac, and I was into ruining my parents' computer really actively. So I had a piece of Apple software on there called ResEdit, which was the Apple System Resource Editor. And that, like my copy of Monkey Island 2, you couldn't get into the art because it was hidden in binary data, but you could pull all the sound samples out, you could pull all the UI elements out, and that was also a reason that I think a lot of that. I don't know where I'm going. Fuck, I had a thing that I was going to say. Delete it now. It's interesting if you're a PC gamer versus a console gamer that you, as a kid, if you're curious about how that stuff is made, you actually had the power to tear open that stuff and look around, even just with the development tools that the manufacturer of the hardware gives you. Like, I think that's, I mean, Apple II, people talk about that on Apple II all the time, is that you don't have a disk in there. There's a basic compiler pops up, but it's weird to think about. I hadn't thought about my young gaming life as a Mac gamer was really often tearing games apart, swapping all the art and music assets out, dubbing my own stupid voice into it, and like that aspect of it was a huge part of that. Anyway, what am I talking about? Games.
I wonder if there's a hard drive somewhere.
James Seabach says,
I've got my Apple IIgs in the attic,
man.
and that if you plug that thing in, it's the most ruined computer you've ever seen. The trash can is a scanned. Like Apple IIgs icons can be any fucking size, which was weird. So there's like a scan of Yoshi out of the Super Mario World manual that I converted into an icon that takes up like 2/3 of the monitor that you dump files into, and then it plays a sound effect of the warp drive from Star Trek: The Next Generation whenever you open or close any window. My parents were so mad at me. It's garbage. Anyway, there's some weird topics coming up.
James Seabach says, favorite space games, old or new, along with any great stories about said space game. Star Control 2 or Privateer better be mentioned. Hell yeah, Star Control 2. The best space games for me that stuck with me the most are probably Star Control 2 and TIE Fighter.
I love TIE
those
Fighter.
Those were easily among my favorite games through all of the 90s. By which they're still among my favorite games, but when I say in the 90s, I mean, in other words, I continued playing them for hours and hours and hours all throughout that decade, basically.
It's funny.
I loved those games.
Like, I thought I played TIE Fighter and X-Wing versus TIE Fighter, which I thought were fun and awesome. But like as games that like just walloped me, actually playing that stupid Neptune's Pride with everybody, like just
wait. So you never played TIE Fighter?
I think
because that one was like head and shoulders above the other two.
Oh really?
Yeah, TIE Fighter was the one.
I feel like I've played it.
Neptune's Pride was a crazy game.
But that game, we were talking about that game last night. Actually,
cool.
Like we went to a friend's birthday party.
Totally played it. We played a couple work games that were life destructive.
And I feel like that I still carry that experience around with me a lot, and I think about the fun of that game in its systems and how that can influence whatever is to come. I think about the game a lot, and also a space engine, which is just basically you fly around like you Maya camera around the universe, literally the universe, and that game can again just wallop you over the head with where you live, where you are inside of that universe.
Yeah.
Alistair Craig says, in Chris Ramo's Mollajam game Unbearable, you used the likeness of friend and longtime Thumbs devotee John Popow for the character. Josh Popow for the character of Max Ides. Is this casting canonical? And if so, does this license him to use the name for future publicity photos and fan film appearances? Thank you for keeping the dream alive.
So yeah, I did soundtracks for several games at Molly Jam, but the one that I actually worked on the most in like multiple capacities was Unbearable, or How They Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bear, and that was a crazy game where you have there are three perspectives. There's a top-down third-person perspective. There's a first-person perspective where you are the bear and you go around hugging other people. Then there's a second-person perspective showing the bear himself. So this is not our game. So you can see the bear's status and health and stuff like that. And one of the things that I did was solicit people's headshots on Twitter so that we could all the characters in the games were people from the internet, and we used their heads as little icons in the game. And then at the end of the game, we had like an RIP screen or they lived screen showing whether that character's alive or dead. And I wrote a little alive or dead state for each one of those characters. And I put Max Ides in there attached to this guy, I guess Josh Papow, because he was bald and looked like he might be a Max Ides looking guy. So there was no thought put to that other than a Thumbs fan might see a Max Ides name and think that's funny. And this guy might look like that.
So I'm not sure if that's
It's probably not canonical.
It's probably not canonical. Kevin Yockney says Steam sales affecting the industry, especially with indie games. He spelled indie with a Y, so I can only assume he's talking about Indiana Jones and his desktop adventures, which I don't think is currently on Steam.
Or NASCAR games. Or I mean, Formula 1.
Oh, F1, yeah.
Do you think he means Steam sale events or like Steam sales figures generally?
I imagine he means Steam sale events because that's usually what people say when they say Steam sales, but I don't know.
I don't think it's affecting the industry broadly very much. Like, I don't think anyone's going to like change what game they're making because there might be a Steam sale. I think what it does do, though, mainly for independent developers, is allow them to rely a little bit more on catalog sales and not always only be living or dying based on the sales of the most recent thing they released at full price.
Right.
I think that's what's really important about it.
Zach says, please talk about Trine 2 or something generally Trine related. You should probably play the Trine song from Idle Thumbs on your guitar right now.
I don't remember what it is.
Oh, it's you saying Trine.
Yeah.
That's
basically what it is.
The guitar is unused.
We should play Trine 2.
Trine 2 is cool. I did play it.
I played the first Trine.
And I liked it. I think I actually took notes on it on my phone. Let me dig those out. But like months ago when I played it. It was really cool. I think I played it before we got the cast started up again, so I didn't
you definitely
mention it again. And also, it was Trine 1 we talked about a lot because it was a really unique thing, and it was a crazy concept for a crazy game. But then Trine 2 was essentially more of that, which is totally fine. But I didn't I guess I didn't take notes on it. It didn't sorry. It didn't
ruined.
I can't remember things about it offhand that stuck in my brain as really discussion worthy because it was essentially Trine. But it was cool. If you like Trine, you can play Trine 2.
Did Trine 1 have co-op?
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
There was a wizard in it as well.
I only played it single player.
Trine 1, anyway, Trine games. Any chance, Stu Pay asks, any chance of hearing some build theory for either StarCraft 2 or Diablo 3, preferably for StarCraft. But if you haven't got a lot to say, I'm sure you can find things to talk about when it comes to playstyle in Diablo 3. Maybe. There are just so many possibilities and options in StarCraft 2, and even as someone who only plays it super casually, it's really fascinating to hear how each individual chooses to approach the game. Want to talk about StarCraft 2 for a sec, Chris?
Just like,
if
what's
you'd
your
asked
style
me this like
of playing?
18 months ago, I could have talked a lot about this because I was playing it with Nick Brecken like every day. We were watching pro matches all the time. So I had lots of thoughts about that. I have no idea what the current metagame is like in StarCraft 2. I only really ever play Protoss and like basically only ever have played Protoss ever since StarCraft 1. So that's my style is playing Protoss.
Are you like super,
so
like
you
do you find
you recommend Protoss?
Nick and I also the other weird thing is, especially in StarCraft 2, in StarCraft 1 I played a lot of 1v1 in Brood War, but in StarCraft 2 like 90% of what I played was 2v2 with Nick. So those strategies are probably not even applicable to a 1v1 thing. But Nick and I we tried to perfect a lot of early game rushes because...
That's what I was going to ask about.
Yeah, so we would often... I can't even remember specific builds, but like, we would really narrow it down to like, all right, when you've got exactly this many workers on your minerals and like when you have this much supply, you're going to start building, you can open up your gateway and then you're going to start building zealots and this and that. Like I can't remember any of the specifics anymore because that stuff is so precise that it's no point in me saying it unless I can be really confident about it.
That's kind of, spin-off. Jeez, we can probably keep going.
What was the longest door open and close in the history of...
He did it on purpose. He should have ignored him. I was trying to ignore him.
While Jake is gone, we should have a contest for who replaces Jake on the podcast permanently. From the
that's a good idea. Yeah. If you think you should replace Jake permanently, please don't write the questions at idlethumbs.net.
Write him.
Because we already have too many emails. Yes. Please write Jake at idlethumbs.net and say why you want his job, his free job that he's not actually paid to do.
What do we got?
Except in love. So, Abilio Carvalho says, the Portuguese First Republic and how its chaos inevitably led to dictatorship and parallels to the current economic turmoil in Europe. I would say how the chaos in the Portuguese First Republic, I think it inevitably led to dictatorship.
Well, first off, you have to think about Portugal as a country.
Well, I think there's some, Sean, I think there's some parallels there to the current economic turmoil.
Oh, Europe. Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Undeniably. Mm-hmm. Undeniably. Mm-hmm. I mean, just think of the turmoil in Portugal at the time.
And the chaos.
The chaos and the turmoil.
Yeah.
And just think of the chaos and the turmoil now economically.
Just think about how it inevitably led to the dictatorship. Think about that. Think about that. While you're thinking about that, think of the current economic turmoil in Europe, and I think some parallels will draw themselves.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Who was that?
That was Abilio Carvalho.
Abilio, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Really insightful. Mm-hmm. And I hope our analysis was cogent.
Yeah. Tim Crook says, what are everybody's thoughts on video games lying or tricking the player, whether through narrative or tricky game mechanics? E.g., the end of Bioshock when you discover who Atlas is, or the end of Shadow of the Colossus when you discover what you were doing. And in the end of Super Mario Bros. 2, where the mushrooms kill you rather than make you grow. Or in Metal Gear Solid, where you have to switch controller points to defeat Psycho Mantis. As a player, I think the unspoken bond of trust between player and designer seems strange. Why just assume that what you're being told or experiencing is based on truth or can be trusted? I'd love to see this explored more in games, or hear of any games that do this. Epic Mickey, thoughts? Epic Mickey bonus points for discussing this without spoilering any games you mentioned. This is something that I think is starting to run its course a little bit. Spec Ops did a very, very similar thing. And it's funny, actually. I was talking about this exact thing with JP last night, like this precise topic. And I think we both kind of are of the opinion that it's... Oh, I did that.
It's because this is what is on video, and it's weird. Also...
it's a thing that when the point you're making is expressly reliant on kind of subverting an understood relationship between player and designer, like that's a cool thing to do. Bioshock did that, as the guy says. Like, it was a really cool moment in Bioshock. But it's also something that I feel like it's hard to do too many times without, okay, it's been done. Like, someone did that. Great. Like, you're essentially making a point about games more than you are making a point about other things. Like, there are implicit points there about human nature and about kind of doing what one is told and so on and so on. But principally, more than anything else, it's about just how video games work. And that's not, there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like it's only a very, very limited thing of what you could be making points about. And I feel like often when game designers decide to like make a subversive point or say something crazy, often they just end up making a point about video games or something crazy about video games.
It would be like at the end of a movie if the last scene, it showed the audience sitting there watching it, having wasted the past 2 hours of their life. Yeah.
And it's like, you can't do that too many times before you get it. Like, I get it.
Right.
Sure. It's a movie. It's a video game. You got
that being said, like, mechanical subversion of expectation, I think, is great. Like, you mentioned the mushrooms in the end of Super Mario 2. Like, good point. Like, I think that stuff is great. It's like, oh, wait, now it's everything. Okay, throw out everything I've learned. That is now the challenge. Like, I think that stuff is fantastic, but I think the stuff you're talking about is sort of the gotcha ending that again, is a comment more on video games than anything else. And I completely agree with that. But I do think Chuck Jordan actually wrote a really great piece about establishing player expectation through theme and mechanic, and then going on to subvert it in calculated ways to produce a good game. And I thought that was a really great piece that he wrote. That was probably like two years ago on his Spectre
What was an
blog.
example that he gave?
It's a good question.
Okay.
It's a really good question.
Do you remember liking the article? Okay.
Yeah, the article is fantastic. But and I think good design does it all the way through. But what have I become? That sort of I am the monster sort of thing, I think is a little tired.
Jean Roberdeau says, compare and contrast working for Gamasutra versus Irrational versus 2K Marin versus Double Fine versus Telltale versus Indie, and reasons for the changes.
I mean, you've talked a little bit about Irrational versus Gamma Sutra and stuff like that already on this.
Yeah, versus Double Fine, yeah.
I went to Telltale because I felt I liked the fact that the teams were small, the games came out fast, and they lived and died sort of by the creative that was inside them, like as opposed to being at a big publisher where I didn't feel like I get my thumbprints on anything. And I think that's important. I think I think you can, if you were to start and grow a studio with just sort of philosophically understanding how important it is for people to be able to put the thumbprints of their work into the game, then I think if you can do that sustainably, you've made something really special. So, I don't really know what that means for jumping around the industry, but that's a big reason I'm a Double Fine now.
Yeah. I like the smaller scale of everything from the company to the project. It's really nice.
I've only ever worked in the games industry at Telltale or unpaid writing weird stuff on my own, so I don't really have any points of comparison. But hey, hi guys.
Okay, Brian Gardner says Warrior of Rome 2 for the Sega Genesis. Amazing split-screen strategy game ahead of its time. Anybody play it? I didn't.
I didn't own a Genesis.
I didn't. We were Nintendo boys, and you had no console.
All right.
Warrior of Rome 2, though, maybe we'll find ourselves.
Maybe a Saturday stream.
Yeah.
Dominic Harmon says, "What did you think of Dear Esther, and do you see it opening the door to a new type of interactive fiction?"
I hope so. I mean, I think Dear Esther is a door opening, in my opinion. It's not because I think it was financially successful, how well it did right when it hit Steam. So yes, I think. But what did I think about the game? I found it really interesting, but lacking as a full experience. I wish that I just wanted more and it to be more dynamic.
I think Dear Esther's success is more door opening than what Dear Esther did mechanically. Because I think if you've been playing interactive fiction and first person stuff, and like Dear Esther Dear Esther in and of itself does things that a lot of other things did, but the way that it was constructed obviously hit really well with people, and its success is great because hopefully it means more people are interested in things like Dear Esther.
The thing that I do have like insane respect for is just how the production value of what they chose to bite off for an indie team, just in what that world looks and feels like. That's this thing when I think about making an indie game, I'm like, how the fuck do you get that?
Yeah,
for that?
You can tell that they specifically said, here are the things Dear Esther is going to tackle, and here are the things that we're not going to even touch.
And they're just they're just talented people. They're just talented, guys and girls. I felt the need to say guys and girls. Because I was say guys, and then I threw in girls, and I felt subconscious. So now I've said that.
Good.
I'm going to stop.
Alex Ashby says, for Idle Thumbs, I'm Alex Ashby.
Thanks, Alex.
Oh, no, Alex Ashby says... That would be weird if he said that. He says, I work alone from home and have to use tricks to keep myself motivated and productive. My most surprising realization was that listening to music lowered the quality of work rather than increased it. What are your tips for getting stuff done and pushing through the periods when you feel like shit or that what you're doing is worthless?
Ooh. So you caught me at a good time. I don't... I've been writing a lot, like, for Telltale nonstop for a little bit now on a tight schedule, and I think it's all really bad. I don't know what tricks I have. I know there are hours of the day that I write better. It's just biologic or something, or biological, excuse me. And so I try to make sure that I'm high energy, well fed, have nothing else going on in those windows, and it's like 5 hours a day. And that's kind of know your process. I think that was the thing that college actually taught me the best. When it's just like, do all this work. We don't care if it's bad. Like, just do it. It's going to be bad because you're in college. You're 19. But do this or we're kicking you out. It's just made you figure out your process.
Figure out what makes you actually work.
Yeah.
Also, for me, I've found that I don't really like working from home at all. I like one thing that's been really interesting is having this Idle Thumbs office, because when I'm like working from home, or I actually am just working from the Idle Thumbs office, and it allows my brain to trick itself into thinking I'm in an actual office environment. Right. So I like working in an office like most of the time. I go to work every day at Double Fine, and I love being in that. I love working out of that office and being surrounded by cool people. And I'm not very good at just working from when I worked at Shack News, I worked from home, and I had to it got bad because I got to the point where I was just working all the time because I forgot to separate work from home.
Yeah.
And so it's nice, even if I'm not working in like my full-time office, real job, having a place like the Idle Thumbs office where I can just come and be at a desk in front of a computer in a room that obviously is an office, I like that. It's a cool thing to have access to. We're kind of lucky in that respect.
No, absolutely, yeah. I'm really good at working from home. Like, I have a whole... That's where I'm actually most productive.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and then I find a cutoff, and that time is it.
Yeah,
Like,
that's good. That's a good skill to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah.
Nicholas Hansen says, GOG seems to be getting plenty of games from the publishers these days. Do you think the publishers' motivation is more engaging interest in old IP than any small profits they might make?
It's certainly... I mean, they're looking to make money.
It's probably not more what they're... It's probably...
Right, but it's an added... I think it's a value add to going through the paces.
I think
Also,
a lot of it is
go
just...
ahead.
Well, I think GOG is big enough at this point that they can go to publishers and say, for minimal effort, you can get money out of these old games. Like, I think GOG just must, at this point after years of existence, have the sales data that they can say, you guys blew us off a couple years ago, but now we can show you Publisher X did this minuscule amount of work and like whatever wrapped their games in DOSBox, and now they just have this long-term slow burn cash that's coming in. It's like your bottom line will look better for nothing. And
Also, I suspect that when a publisher is considering bringing back an old game series, they probably are doing so much market research and weird like P&L crap to figure out if that's the case, that they're probably not relying on something like GOG, which is a really specific audience that already does like old games. So I think what's actually more likely, weirdly, if a publisher is going to bring an old game back, what they'll probably do is hold off putting it on GOG until they can tie it into their marketing plan for the new game. And then like 6 months before the game comes out, be like, get excited about this franchise.
Right.
Because you're going to get a new one in 6 months. Like that I think is a thing that probably...
That's not surprising, or that wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah. Peter Tomat says, what was your first album or alternately favorite theatrical experience? Oh man, for me, I'm sure I think I had like Raffi albums when I was a little kid, but I think the first album I can remember actually getting and listening to a lot was Abbey Road by the Beatles, which I thought was like the craziest thing when I was a kid. I had it on cassette tape actually, and I thought it was rad, and I still think the Beatles are rad, and I still think that album is rad.
The first album that I think that I actually owned as my own thing was probably an album of music from Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah. I joked about Simpsons
Sing the Blues?
That was my first cassette tape.
Sweet.
Yeah. I could probably sing all those songs if I heard like one note of them right now. Also, though, I saw like big London theater once with my uncle, probably like 3 years ago. He's so the guy I was working in a recording studio on Wallace and Gromit actually, and the guy who was the engineer there goes, "Oh, at night I've been working on Avenue Q. You want to go? I have tickets." And my uncle called me and said, "Oh, I got his theater tickets. We're gonna go see Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat." And I went, "Oh God!" Like I was like, "Okay." I was like, "I can't take these Avenue Q tickets. I gotta go see this."
Yeah.
And I was blown away, like absolutely, like floored by how, like, just the energy and just just performance right in your face and how big and bombastic it was. Blown away. So theater's fucking rad.
Isn't theater, but probably one of my favorite live performances that occurred in a concert setting was probably Jake, you were there for this, was the world premiere of Dr. Atomic by John Adams at the San Francisco
Opera. That was
Opera.
awesome.
That was amazing. John Adams is an awesome composer who he writes contemporary concert music, and he wrote an opera called Dr. Atomic. He wrote Nixon in China, what is the other one about the Cliff Hoffer? I can't remember.
I don't remember the name of it. Yeah,
but you know what I'm talking about. And and he wrote an opera about 5 years ago called Dr. Atomic about Oppenheimer and the development of the atomic bomb.
Oh yeah,
and it was an amazing opera, and it premiered in San Francisco presumably because John Adams lives in Berkeley. And it was an amazing live experience. I thought it was really incredible.
Yep.
And it told me I need to go see more opera at the San Francisco Opera.
I wonder if by favorite theatrical experience he was actually asking about theater, or if he was asking about...
No, I mean, that's why I said this isn't really theater, but it's like...
But I mean...
It occurs in a...
My brain first went to film screening in a theatrical experience versus a home viewing, but whatever. Let's move on.
I thought he meant like the theater.
Either way, we answered it. Mark Bell asks, Sean...
Hey, Mark.
How do you feel about nudity in video games? It was actually addressed to all of us, but I thought that was do you believe nudity is inherently juvenile, or do you feel it has yet to be implemented in a mature fashion or criticized maturely in the media? I think nudity in video games is the same as nudity in any other media.
I don't think it's quite the same.
Why? Nudity can be used for gratuitous purposes or for actual relevant purposes.
Because I don't think anyone has made a real-time looking human in a real-time video game that isn't going to make you be distracted by how absurd it looks.
No, but I think you could, if you had you chose the right art style and you chose...
I think you can have nudity in the animated medium, in an illustration.
Totally.
Like, I think we could have nudity I think the art style we've chosen for The Walking Dead could have nudity. And it wouldn't be like, oh, weird. It would just look...
I think it would be tough.
Like a
I don't know,
person.
maybe.
I know exactly. We would be good.
I think...
We're not going to do it.
I think it depends on what you're using nudity for, because an actual nude human being that you're photographing is I think means a different thing than an illustration or other one step removed representation. And once you go there...
Sure. I guess I'm thinking of 3D games specifically. So yeah, I guess 2D games
but
wouldn't have that issue necessarily.
There's what can or can't nudity mean in the interactive medium versus what historically have games done when representing a 3D character.
Sure. I'm not saying like for all of time this is the case. I'm just saying, I guess I just mean I don't think it's the same right now. I think it would be really, really challenging to present a polygonal nude character in a game that isn't a little bit absurd looking or silly, or distracting in some way.
Yeah, I disagree.
I totally disagree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can imagine it.
Yeah. I can imagine.
But I understand
right
with the baggage of video game visuals where you're coming from, but I can imagine it.
Like I remember even playing Mafia 2, and there was an early cutscene with a, woman that's supposed to be very alluring in a bar, and like even that. I mean, she wasn't naked; she was clothed, but like the camera slow panning up that, and the only thing my brain could think of was video game polygons. This is ridiculous.
When a really stylized or limited looking video game tries to ape something else and it just becomes fully representative, like that Mafia 2 cutscene, they're like, we can't hit what reality is, but we're using all the exact tropes that reality uses, but then it just completely falls apart. That's different than I think something which uses the notion of and even visual representations of nudity, but in a way that embraces whatever style it's trying to use.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think Mafia 2, they're trying to make you respond to that character the same way you would to an actual photograph of a woman,
or of the exact movie, that scene in a movie. That's the same.
But I think I don't know. I think nudity in games and in an interactive medium can be used in ways that aren't just literally you have a visceral reaction to seeing an attractive woman.
Yeah,
that could mean a lot. And
for sure.
And I think that can be done in a way that doesn't get you hung up on the visuals. But I think that only will happen if you're making a game that deliberately does something with its art to embrace the fact, or to avoid the uncanny valley. Because I think nudity, I think human form in 3D is insane. And then just a naked person.
Yeah,
I mean, like to your point, I guess I don't think this is a great use of nudity, but in The Witcher they had those the cards of ladies that you would your character would represent women with these playing cards basically that you collect, and that's an absurd thing. But to your point, it did work purely on the visual side because they were just illustrations as opposed to modeled characters.
Yeah. You want to talk? You want to keep reading?
I could talk about that nudity question for a while, actually, but I'm not going to, obviously.
Well, what do you have? Are there other points?
Can you condense it?
Yeah, I think nudity means a lot and can be used. Like the idea of imagine you were playing Bastion of all games, great, very, very stylized old school 16-bit art style, and you found a refugee from the before times huddled in a burned out house who didn't have any clothes on, who is just the most vulnerable, sad figure you could ever imagine. And simply just come back here and give her she'll come be in the area, or he will come be in the area once you've just sort of got them a piece of clothing to wear, or a robe or something, but just a sad, lost, naked person, that would mean so much, and it'd be using nudity, and I could totally imagine it in that game, even though that game isn't that intense, but a version of Bastion that even pushed the thematics that intensely could easily feature that, and I think be used pretty powerfully.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, that could definitely be really interesting. You'd want to consider it super heavily because one of the things that a game like that does is essentially like you can just play through that game and everything is just get reward for hitting guy. And like, once you start using people in really horrible situations as like unlock thing by beating level, character now clothed, right? Like you can get into a slightly weird area there that.
For sure. I mean, it all has to make thematic and mechanical sense, but I do think you can employ it in a way that is very, like, as a human being, that could happen, Right,
but it totally could. You just have to communicate. The thing that's tough about it is that you're still making a game about a character who is indefatigable, who is never phased, who is just literally rolling through the whole world and like
it can't just be slapped in there.
Yeah,
the game has to be able to
right, and that's the challenge. That's the thing that I think makes it really, really hard.
Like if you started with that's something that this game is going to be able to support, and then roll your systems all the way out beyond that. Like if you went to a Modern Warfare developer and said they're going to go into this house in Fallujah, and there's going to be like a bloody naked kid in there. And like that's something that's going to be in the game thematically. Roll that out both ways into the story you're telling and the mechanics that you're presenting. Good luck. Like you know what I mean? Like that would never happen.
Ops tried to do a bit of that with a certain scene. Yeah,
it did. Anyway, I'm glad we've been talking about Spec Ops for what it's worth, but I really am glad that game is tried for it. I know we talk about its successes or not, but
yeah.
How far are we?
Chase Bacot says, I sometimes hear people say community managers are the future of video game press. I don't really agree with this. I'm a former game journalist turned designer, which maybe influences my thoughts. But where do you stand on the power of influence of community managers moving forward? Does it make sense to have more information in the hands of community managers because they know their audience, or do they fill a void that needs to be filled at a time when so many studios are looking for ways to keep their audience engaged? A similar topic, if need be, I love DayZ, but is it wrong that I want this in big budget form? Would anyone ever take a chance and make a big budget version of this mod?
I think, answer your second question first, it sounds like that's exactly what Dean Rocket Hall wants to do.
Well, and someone's making a thing called Warzy, which apparently is like trying to be that.
But yeah, I don't know too much about Warzy.
I don't know much.
I haven't interviewed that guy, and I haven't read the piece on it yet.
Just someone at work told me about it the other day. I don't know anything about it.
But I know that like Dean Hall and those guys, like their entire thing is why we want this to be a standalone like quality product.
So is it going to be a standalone game that is still based on the same tech, or are they starting over with a brand new everything? Because that would be crazy. I
think Arma 3 is deep in development, though.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know anything about what they're doing.
I like when people ask questions about community managers, given that I started at Telltale as a community manager. You are Double Fine's community manager. Nick Brecken is a community manager at Bethesda. Our web moderator, David Eggers, is a 2K Games community manager. Idle Thumb's co-founder, James Spafford, is Media Molecules community manager. So we have no bias in the discussion of community managers.
Yeah. Someone in chat says the standalone game is still based on the Arma engine, which that's what I would have thought.
That's what makes sense. I feel like I've actually never heard someone say community managers are the future of video game press, and if that is actually what people say, I would have to fully disagree.
Yeah, me too,
But I do think that there is value in a community manager position, because an actual full-time like gaming public relations person's job or a gaming marketing person's job is to always act through other agents and not directly to the customers, but separate from things like customer support. But with the internet, that is stupid. Like that, there is total value in all those things, like in having straight up PR that talks to press, that handles media events. There's a ton of value in having marketing shit, which I know is a weird thing to be saying. I'm sorry. I guess I shouldn't be plugging how awesome marketing is. I think there's more than zero value in those things, especially for larger projects. But the same way that I don't think like crowdsourcing is the be-all end-all of how something should work, I don't think community management would replace traditional things. It feels like it's just another need came up because of the way the internet works, and it's a really awesome need, which is we need someone who can directly be the bidirectional voice between the studio and the people who are playing it. And, like, I don't know, it's good.
Yep.
Does it make sense to have more information in the hands of community managers moving forward?
Oh, I guess. I don't know.
I personally really like it when community managers know everything and can say everything. Like I think the less encumbered by traditional PR your community manager is, the better your situation is going to be. And the more open communication you have with your community, the better off you're going to be. That said, that doesn't mean this is a complicated, weird thing to talk about. I feel like
it's very different in different kinds of companies too.
Yeah, what a community manager is, totally means different stuff.
Like if you're an MMO developer, a community manager is like just in the thick of what's going on in the community in a way that is just impossible if you just make single player games, for example. Because the nature of what your community is very different. Because a community can be just a bunch of fans, or it can be the people actively playing your thing inside a world right now, and that's what it is in an MMO. Like that was the total opposite of what it was when I was at Irrational, for example, when it was just we have a single player game that's coming out in the future. So like our community is entirely made up of people who have played an Irrational game in the past or plan to in the future, but there's no group of people who's actively doing any of that stuff
also,
right
I
now.
think publisher side community managers versus developer side community managers is very different. Like if you are at a AAA publisher, I think a lot of your job, aside like the one common denominator across all community managers seems to be forums. But aside from that, like you could be doing events planning, you could be designing what's in the special edition of your game, or on the developer side, you could be like doing stuff closer to what you do at Double Fine or what I did at Telltale, which is just work to get the face of your company more, help the fans and the player audience actually use your company's website to hang out with the dev team, basically, or like build portions of the site up that you think are lacking that someone who likes your company would think is cool. Community management is weird.
Yep, that's a lot of things.
It's a tough thing to blanket discuss because there isn't a definition of what it actually is.
Andy Yingst says, do you have any plans or ideas for new casts to go on your network? Chris, you said you miss interviews. Why not start Idle Interviews? Or it seems like a board game podcast might be a good fit with Idle Thumbs and 3 Moves Ahead.
Right now, I think between Idle Thumbs and the Bookcast, we are feeling really full. Yeah. We've talked about doing a lot of other things. We've talked about the notion of like an interview podcast has been a thing that we've talked about in the past, or just also the notion of a board game podcast has come up. Like a lot of different things have come up, but right now we're focused on trying to get the stuff that we are doing stable enough that it doesn't destroy our lives all the time. I think, in all honesty. So,
yeah,
I think we're gonna.
In terms of expanding it to bring in other people that aren't us making podcasts, like that's what we did with 3 Moves Ahead, obviously.
Yeah,
and that's a thing that we might potentially do in the future, but we haven't been like scouting for them or anything right now.
Right now, as you can probably tell by it seeming like nothing's been happening, we're trying to get all the moving parts that we put into place after the Kickstarter up and working on their own cleanly enough that we feel like we can go the next to whatever we want to do next, but. Getting all this stuff done and getting the infrastructure for the site up, running 2 podcasts, helping 3 Moves Ahead get off their feet. It's actually it's kicked our asses way more than we thought it would, I think. So for sure. We'll see what's up next.
Yep. Gareth Cleave says, top 5 things wrong with video game journalism.
You skipped Puzzle Pirates.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Dieter Shirley says, Puzzle Pirates. I'm not even joking. It's the one MMO that is truly skill-based. Is there a wider audience for more skill-based MMOs? Why is the only arguably hardcore MMO kid-themed? How did that happen? I think Puzzle Pirates is themed the way it is because it's an early 2000s casual game, which all look like goofy cartoons.
Yeah.
But
I played Puzzle Pirates for a few hours one time. I didn't really get into it, but it seemed fine.
David Eggers, who's our forum moderator and a longtime Idle Thumbs contributor, played the hell out of Puzzle Pirates. And I think he actually, it was his final paper in school was on that.
Wow. Crazy.
And I don't know if it's online anywhere or not, but if you look up David Eggers Puzzle Pirates, you might find it right up. He's had a lot of actually fascinating things to say about the Puzzle Pirates community in that game.
I think one of the challenges to making really skill-based MMOs, at least in a mechanical sense, is that MMOs by design have to be things that are infinitely repeatable. And the easiest way, or one of the most effective ways we've seen to do that is through churn, and that you have to just go through in your game, like grind. We've seen that perfected, depending on how you look at it, in Facebook games, where that stuff is tied to explicit timers and things that just drag out the amount of time it takes you to do things because they need you to play this game for an extremely long period of time in total, so that you can keep generating ad revenue or subscription revenue or in-game purchases or whatever their model is. They need you playing this game for a long time.
Cool.
All right. Now Gareth Cleave says, top 5 things wrong with video game journalism.
I don't really want to talk about
Yeah, I
this.
don't know. There are probably some things wrong with video game journalism.
I think there should be more long form explorative journalism that you discover something about the industry.
The reason that there aren't more of those would be a disgusting conversation, though, I think.
Yeah, of course. But I wish there was more of that. I'm just trying to give us a simple answer so he feels like it was addressed.
Yeah.
But like
Go read Nick Brecken's pieces about Eve online.
Yeah. And I also think Tom Bissell's done some great work for
Tom
Grantland.
Bissell's great, yeah.
When Grantland covers games, I actually think they're pretty good. I like it.
I agree. Kjetil Jorgensen says matte versus glossy monitors. I hate glossy monitors. I love matte monitors.
I guess I'm a Mac guy.
I am super sensitive. Like, to glare on a screen, it just drives me bonkers. I can't stand it. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt.
I like my
What about
iPad a lot, and that's the thing that drives me crazy about it, is how much glare it always picks up everywhere.
I like the color that comes off of glossy monitors more, but I don't like using them.
I agree. The
that's
color.
about-
The color looks great, but it drives me crazy during actual usage.
Mad versus glossy monitors.
Yeah.
Badger Commander, hi Badger, says if you've played The Way of the Samurai or Dragon's Dogma, I know Gaynor has played Way of the Samurai 3. I don't think any
I
of
have
us
not
have
played
played
either of
those.
those. I'm sorry. I think Steve liked Way of the Samurai. I think. Yeah. James Dean Hickman says, "How clever my Idle Forums username Lalelilululls is, and Far Cry 2. All right, you made a pun based on Metal Gear Solid. I guess, right? That's Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, I don't know. Cool.
You were all talking about how you played 1 million hours of Metal Gear Solid.
I wasn't talking
Not
about
bad.
No,
that.
Sean was.
Is that what is the kind of
Lalelilulay or whatever was the name of the crazy organization in Metal Gear Solid? Wasn't it?
Yes, probably. We love Metal Gear.
Look, we're really good now. Where is it?
But what I really want to talk about is Far Cry 2.
It's a good video game.
It's
I
a
don't know
good-
if you guys have heard of
Oh
it
yeah. We should play that one for the online cast. It's good.
on the stream.
Yeah, that too.
Let's play it on the cast. Just have it going. Austin Pettyjohn says, discuss the hero's journey as it relates to narrative in games. Boy, do I sure wish it related to fewer narratives in games.
I was just
That's
going
what I
to
have
say that.
to
Like,
say.
oh, it feels like everybody's like, okay, we're making a video game, and then off comes the gist of
Oh, you got to
Campbell.
bust out that hero's journey, that 3-act structure.
Yeah.
One of the things that bothers me is that things like 3-act structure and the hero's journey, they are descriptive. They are descriptive, not prescriptive. They were not identified as the only way it's possible for stories to be. They were identified as these are common templates for stories.
Yep.
Like, it drives me crazy when people act as if that's what a story has to be, or you just have to, like, that's what a good story is.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's true at all. I think you can look at the history of literature and see that that's not the case.
David A. Eby says, abuse of Deus Ex Machina in video games.
There's a lot of it.
There is.
I tend to not pay attention anymore to it because a lot of it just comes in weird cutscenes and stuff that I don't really care about.
Yep. It's abused. You want to go to the next one?
It's abused because telling good stories is really hard.
It is hard.
Yeah, that is true. It's
It's not abused because people are stupid.
no, it's because you find yourself in a horrible hole, and then you say, "Well, how much of a hand wave is it going to be if this happens?"
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a big one.
Andy says, how many A's are the best number of A's for the word wizard? My personal preference is 11. 1 Oh, I see. He's just saying.
Oh man, he
names.
said he
Big Bird Goldblum, Ford Force 4, Baboo. Man, Ford Force 4, not commonly called out.
No, there is a good Snooglebum remix of that though.
There is, yeah. I like just writing with 1, and then you can just imply how crazy you want to
Yeah.
get about it.
You can hold on to it for as long as you
Yeah,
want.
yeah.
Yep, that
It's
A
spoken.
just
That A expands to fit.
fall
Our
into that
podcast
A
is hosted on Libsyn, which is a subsidiary of Wizard
It's
Media.
true, yeah.
with 2 A's,
With
right?
2 Z's.
Oh, 2 Z's.
Wizard.
Wizard Media
Yeah.
hosts our podcast, so that's cool.
How excited are you guys for Torchlight 2?
We ended up talking
We
about
talked about
this
that,
last
Yeah,
week,
yeah.
so-
Gosh.
Sorry, guys.
I sent this in a while ago.
Sorry, Omaga. We got to read these names.
Oh yeah, Omaga. Sorry. Richard Marginson says, knock knock, a sexy wizard at the back door. Ring ring, Jeff Goldblum at the front door. Who do you invite inside?
Oh, Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
Jeff Goldblum.
clearly.
Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff
The
Goldblum.
wizard can.
I am very tired.
The wizard can let himself in if he needs to.
just-
He's
yeah,
a
the-
fucking
yeah,
wizard.
Yeah, he's not a vampire.
Come on.
And he's a
Look at
sexy
that.
wizard.
Yeah.
I like the sexy wizard probably was meant to imply a lady wizard, but I'll take
Well, she can let herself in.
Wouldn't she just be
any
a witch?
No, a sexy wizard. Therefore, it is
Wizardess?
It's a dude, a sexy wizard man. Jeff Goldblum. What if What if there's only one door in this house?
Oh God.
Just saying.
Oh, Jeff Goldblum, the call is coming from inside the house.
I'm
Goldblum
saying
is calling you from inside
I'm
the
saying
house.
Jeff Goldblum might be the sexy wizard. Is what I'm trying to say here. What if the front door
Pulls
and the
off
back
his
door are
make-believe
one and the
beard.
same? Yeah.
Wait, my house is positioned sideways.
He actually backed the Kickstarter again at that, so like at the very end, be like, P.S. There's only there's one entrance.
There's
to this
only one
house.
entrance.
Twitter chillers.
Twist.
Stephen Long says, your favorite books as games. The Name of the Rose as the board game. The Name of the Rose.
Has there ever been? I'm trying to even think of literary video games. Oh no! What? Pick your favorite book, and it could be a game.
Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy: The Text Adventure by Douglas Adams.
The Divine Comedy. Dante's Inferno
right.
by Electronic
You're right.
Arts.
Yeah, that's great.
By
The
Visceral
Great
Games.
Gatling Gunsby.
Also,
The Great Gatling
The Great
Gunsby.
Gatling Gunsby.
That's a great Gatling
the
gun.
Stalker games are based on a book, The Roadside Picnic,
also
which
The
also
Wizard.
Stalker,
The Wizard.
the
The
Stalker
Witcher.
film by Tartarovsky was also based on.
Oh, yeah.
And I have not read that book.
Aren't the Witcher games based on books? They're
Yeah,
probably
they
based
are.
on some fantasy
They
world.
are. They're based on a Polish fantasy author.
But The Great Gatling Gunsby is my favorite adaptation.
Probably, I think so too.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the books that I like would not really make any sense as video games. Like I'm not really sure, at least not with the way people make video games right now. I don't.
Yeah. I think you have to make it, but like, I don't know. I was thinking a lot about.
You're still talking about this.
Well, no, I was thinking a lot. I was thinking recently about Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close by Foyer.
Huh.
And
Oh, you're
also-
thinking about its Sega Genesis adaptation?
Yeah. I thought that was great. Yeah, it's the Dreamcast sequel.
You were thinking about how to reboot the franchise.
Yeah, which is. Did you play the Dreamcast sequel?
No.
It was Louder and Closer. That's all it was called.
Oh.
Good.
We'll talk about it another time. I don't know.
RS asks, how great is it to have Steve and Nick on the Ruinationcast?
Oh, it's so good. I'm
It's so
so
good.
glad they're here. Thanks, Nick.
We have
Thanks,
Jay
Steve.
at least.
If not that, then no topic. Glad to have you guys podcasting again. Thanks. Stu Golan says, the classic Sega Master System platformer, Teddy Boy.
I've never heard of that.
Really, I had a Master System.
You didn't have Teddy Boy, though.
No,
So,
it sounds lascivious. Is it?
Probably. Austin Fay says, are games getting too complex and thereby less fun? Or am I just slowly becoming an old curmudgeon, always waxing nostalgic? Now, this is an interesting question because this just says a lot about what games you used to play. Because if you grew up playing like crazy 80s PC games,
Yeah, there's people who
then
ask-
games are way less complex.
are games getting too simple and
now.
thereby less fun? Asks a ton of people. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like it's
Yeah.
that's. I think that question there's no direct answer to. I think it's
Yeah.
When I played the classic PC game Terminator, I wish that I just felt like I was the Terminator running around blowing up guys, but instead I have to do all this weird shit.
well. My favorite example of that is TIE Fighter because that's
Yeah.
there are still a million Star Wars games now, and TIE Fighter was a game where you had like an entire keyboard at your disposal to like reroute shields and adjust throttle and do all this shit, and it was still considered arcadey compared to like a real flight
Right.
simulator. But like if you grew up playing those games, it didn't seem overwhelming at all. Like
Right.
playing TIE Fighter as kids, I don't think any of us had like, or Jake and I don't think that felt like a crazy over complex experience. So I think it just goes down to like what your background is kind
Yeah.
of. And yeah.
Because, I mean, you could go from the other side, which is
Exactly.
when I played on the Atari and the Super Nintendo, I had one button and a controller.
Right.
And then I had a D-pad and two buttons. But now, whatever.
Yeah.
You know,
Exactly,
you have to do
yeah.
all this crazy shit.
Right. Games.
Lost.
David Huang says, I can't think of anything
Oh,
intelligent.
so Puffins. That's true,
I think
Puffins.
David Huang was at the meetup
Oh, cool.
in Seattle,
And he
PAX.
said Puffins there.
And I think he might work in a nuclear reactor.
Sweet. Hopefully he's
I think he is that guy.
Maybe he does.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
serious.
I think he works in a
I just
nuclear
hope
reactor.
it's the same guy. Yes, it is David Huang. I'm almost positive. Hi, David.
Thomas Bousquet says, to you, what are the storytelling or authorial tools truly unique to video games versus what movies, novels, poems, songwriting, or participatory theater offer? Do you think it's likely we'll witness a game of mainstream creators who can only express their ideas with these? How big a part of the play aspect of gaming could it become? I hope this makes sense. I think we've talked about this in a few different questions so far, but I think definitely the exploratory aspect is hugely important. I think games are less likely to see a wave of like individual creators who make their mark that way in the same way as like, you know, the French New Wave or just like novels, which are only written by one person ever, because they are so collaborative and iterative and team based. But it would be interesting to see more individual people who've grown up playing games and are have experienced a wide variety of media and want to try to express things in games that are maybe different from the traditional expressions in games.
I think that is a good answer. Also, I think that it is confirmed through the chat that David Huang works at a reactor and says hi, Sean.
Oh, good.
Hi there.
Super nice guy.
Yep.
David Wayne.
Alec McCowan says, I'd like to hear your thoughts on game design outside of video games. Sean has mentioned the TV show Survivor as an example of compelling game design, and I agree with him. Do you guys have examples of good game design in non-video and computer forms? Oh, and thanks for being a thing again. You're welcome. Happy to be a thing.
No, we like being a thing.
The thing.
I mean, there's tons of good game design in board games. Like
Yeah.
you said, non-video and computer
Non-video,
forms. I mean, there's
yeah.
a bajillion good examples.
How was the game design in Jejune?
It wasn't really a game. It was like a scavenger hunt, but it was
okay.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like a...
This was a crazy...
Like
Yeah, do you want to-
in world kind of, I guess it's a thing that you would call an ARG, even though it's not really. Like it was a mystery that these people did. It was called Jejune, or the Jejune Institute, that was spread out across the city of San Francisco. That was actually a really awesome experience. Like I did the first couple legs of it with Chris and Steve, but the way that thing started is you went to a floor of an office building in the financial district, and there was a person at the front desk with like a Jejune logo behind them or some insane thing, and they put you in a small room where you watched a video, like an indoctrination video into this cult, and then you had a questionnaire that they asked you to return, but I think you were supposed to keep it, and everyone obviously did, because on the back were a bunch of weird clues and questions that sent you wandering around Chinatown in the financial district, solving really simple puzzles or just finding hidden objects
really
in the world.
cool.
But it expanded out into this increasingly wild thing until there were weird events out on like Angel Island or somewhere like that. I don't remember where all that was, but mechanically that game was really simple. It was more just about the exploration and discovery of all these things in a real space. And
It was a cool
really
way to make you traverse your own city in a way
Yeah.
that you wouldn't during the day-to-day.
Yep.
Right.
It was cool.
We did something like that for our housemate for his birthday, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ace Ginger's Dangerous Day.
Yeah, we got to get that up on the site somewhere. It'd be awesome.
Oh man, actually, Idle Thumbs listeners would probably get a small kick out of it just because our housemate Adam received a call on a cell phone taped to the inside of his toilet seat from Phaedrus from Idle Thumbs, because the only thing Adam doesn't really listen to Idle Thumbs much, but he thought Phaedrus was hilarious for some reason. So our friend Jared, who does sound and music design, put himself through a voice modulator to sound like the Phaedrus voice, but like procedurally like the actual movie Kidnapper. Go to the thing. And
we ran that through Google Voice.
yeah,
and he
so
would call,
we sent Adam all over the city getting directions from Phaedrus, who, to Jared's credit, awesomely played Phaedrus as the weird, awkward guy that he is on Idle Thumbs, where he would say, like, hang up. No, you hang up. Don't call me if you have. Don't. Like, Phaedrus.
Call me. Don't call me.
Don't call me. Yeah.
You hang up.
That was
awesome.
Nice.
The game design in that was exquisite, I would say.
I would
for
say
a
exquisite,
non-game.
yeah. We also recorded all the calls, too, which is awesome.
Someone points out in chat that Solaris was also a book, which I didn't actually really know. I've seen Tarkovsky's Solaris, and it's an awesome movie, but I've never read the book. But someone says it's good, so you should watch that or read it or whatever.
I'm the only one not wearing the Idle Thumb shirt. I should put this on.
Yeah, you're messing it all up.
Oh, it's going on.
Ryan Gary says,
I'm going to go open the door because I'm starting to melt, which means that the audio is going to get weird. I'm sorry, but it's getting gross.
Ryan Gary says, Paul Miller leaves the internet. Are you guys aware of this?
No. What is this?
This is interesting.
Oh, yeah, this is an awesome... This is
Yeah.
the guy who says, no internet in my life for a year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the guy for that website, The Verge, who he's a tech writer, but he decided for a year he's not going to use the internet at all. At all. He got rid of his smartphone. He doesn't have internet on his computer, at work, at home, or anything. He's just completely offline. And he's still filing columns. I actually haven't read this in a few months, but I had never heard of this until when we were getting these surveys in the first time. I saw this question, and I'm like, I don't know what this means.
yeah.
So I went home and read a bunch of the guys' articles, and they're really fascinating. It's a crazy reminder of how completely full of internet our lives are in like every respect now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I haven't. Is he keeping up with it like journalistic, like a journal, or like how is he keeping up with
He
that?
files articles and then they publish them, but he can't read the comments or anything because he can't read the internet, which is great.
Yeah, I haven't read any of them, but I know what he's doing. It's a cool thing. You should check it out. How's your cough doing? Not
My
great.
cough is not doing great. I go through bouts of cough.
Is the Jeremiah Jekic asks, is there one real life scenario or setting that hasn't been yet explored in video games, or that you personally have yet to experience in video games that you would like to see explored in the interactive medium of video games? What would it be? Yeah, I mean, I was kind of getting to that earlier. I'll repeat what I said, but I think being able to recreate specific moments in time and place and let players explore them and experience a story and sort of feel what it's like to be another person, that's with mechanics that's focused on the types of things that a person would be able to do in that space and the types of things that a person would want to do in that space. Not necessarily nonviolent, but I would imagine nonviolent, or at least potentially nonviolent, I think would be really great. Thanks, Jeremiah.
Cool.
Justin Whalen asks, if offered to you right now, would you drink a glass of eggnog? Yeah, I love eggnog.
Sure.
I'm down
Why
on
not?
that nog.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Drink a nog.
Yeah.
Fractal Sandwich says, don't worry about it. You're off the hook. Thanks, Fractal Sandwich. David
so hungry.
says, I am too. David says, what are your experiences with pen and paper gaming?
Oh, man, I was
Mine are
into
very
it in high
little.
school.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have almost no experience.
Oh, really? I had a group of friends who was into the White Wolf stuff in high school.
Uh-huh.
And I had a friend whose name is Thomas Elsom, who I'm name dropping because he was really great at writing really, really elaborate stories for us and keeping the game really fluid and dynamic. And I think his those are some gaming experiences that I think about still. So thanks, Thomas. You're the man.
Are we being too quiet or something? Because people are talking about the audio in the
Well,
chat.
it's
because
there's
we opened the
wind and
window.
stuff
Oh, we can close the door
blowing
then.
through
Yeah,
outside.
It's just got really goddamn hot in here.
We're on the move, though.
Yeah. Also, sorry that we don't have a direct line in hooked up for this. We will do it for any future office cast that we do. We just didn't have time to get all the system set up correctly because we record onto a different computer that we stream off of. It goes weird.
Also, we'll just try to speak up. Diablo 3,
Yeah, speak
Chris. Dylan Proctor says Diablo 3.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh, man, we've talked so much about Diablo 3 already. I don't
It's
know
the
what else to
third
say about
entry
it.
in the Diablo series.
Oh.
It's by Blizzard Entertainment.
Preceded by Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction,
Yes.
released, I think, in 2002. In turn, preceded by Diablo 2, released in 2001, I think. Or maybe it's 2000 and 2001 and not whatever. It's a video game.
Username Coffee with an asks Coffee. Do you drink it? What type? How many sugars? Does it keep you alive? Do you need it to live?
I drink so much coffee.
I've become a coffee guy.
I don't drink very much coffee.
I generally drink espresso. I really like iced coffee a lot. I probably drink 90% of my iced espresso
I never,
as
I never
iced.
drink iced coffee.
Yeah, it's that cold sort of like caffeine jolt that wakes me up and gets me going. I use an AeroPress, and we have lots of great coffee in San Francisco, from Blue Bottle to Sight Glass. That's all awesome, and we're really lucky.
I drink 2 cups of black coffee pretty much every day at work. I just use the coffee machine at work.
Yeah.
I do really like a good cappuccino. That is probably my favorite coffee drink. But I love just straight black coffee with nothing in it. Like I love the taste of coffee. In fact, I feel like I enjoy the taste of coffee much, much more than the actual caffeine part of it. Like I don't know if the caffeine at this point. I've probably had so much coffee in my life that I really don't feel like I can feel the caffeine anymore, which doesn't mean it isn't affecting me, but I don't perceive it at all.
Yeah, I drank.
I just love the taste of
I drank
coffee.
so much caffeinated soda in college, like multiple cans a day of it. I think we've talked about this before. But it got to the point where it flipped, and I would often drink a can of caffeinated soda before going to sleep, or I could not sleep.
Wow.
Yeah, bad.
I don't do that ever. I don't drink
Bad.
coffee at night, but
Yeah.
I love the taste of coffee so much. It's ridiculous. It's like a hot cup of coffee that I like hold in a mug in my hand. This is one of my favorite, just small, little
Have you been to
sensory
Sight Glass
experiences in life.
Down there in Soma, Sight Glass. Have you been there yet?
Mm-mm.
It's good. You should check it out.
Where is it?
It's at 6th and Folsom.
Cool.
7th and Folsom, maybe?
That's relatively near my
Yeah,
office.
yeah, it's close. The top one, I think, is the longer one, as we're on, Jake. I think it's about The Walking Dead.
It is about The Walking Dead.
Actually, I think it's about adventure games.
Oh,
if I remember
it starts
right.
off with Walking Dead. A username I don't know how to pronounce, but it's P-Trap or Trap says, I just finished playing episode 1 of The Walking Dead. and really had a blast doing so. Amazing job, Sean and Mr. Cage. Thank you. I'm David Cage, if anyone was wondering.
I wasn't.
Oh, it's clear. I'm completely new to adventure games, really, but wanted to know about the limited dialogue options. I personally found
It says timed dialogue.
Oh, wow, what? I don't know how to read. I wanted to know about the timed dialogue options. I personally found it great that you chose to have the player, even though he is playing a role that probably can't directly relate to, respond instinctively rather than weighing the options. Was that a hard choice to make? Was there an internal debate, or was it something you knew you wanted from the start? Timed dialogue was probably, when Sean started talking about this game, it was the first thing on the list, really. Timers were actually sort of the foundation of the design of that game, and a lot of them got pared out of the game over time, so that timed dialogue is one of the only ones left, but it was the most important one, I think.
Yeah, it was from the beginning. Timed dialogue. I think it's it's not broadly applicable to every story and every genre, I don't think, but I think it works for The Walking Dead. Just you're always under time is always eroding away in a zombie universe, so it made a lot of sense to me. Yeah, but it's fun to write for too. Except having to write for silence because you have to. If the player doesn't, for there to be time dialogue, there has to be player made no choice.
Right.
So you have to write for silence. That gets really, really, really hard.
Yeah,
and Lee is a weirdo if you don't say anything.
I'm sure there are other games which use that system.
I in fact frequently don't say anything. That's often my response.
Yeah.
Do you know other games that force an obvious timer on stuff?
All the Infinity, all the David Cage stuff actually.
Oh yeah, that's true. I guess God, I just didn't play
There's also
all the U stuff.
Also those
all
weird,
the games that I made.
Those weird like semi-interactive dialogue moments in the Mass Effect games do that.
I just
Last Express does that.
I don't remember seeing an actual UI pop up on screen in a lot of those things, but maybe they do. Maybe it's invisible.
I think
to
it
me.
says press a button or don't. I forget how it works. Oh, you have multiple choices? I forget how it works. Anyway,
You can pick silence in a lot of the Skyrim stuff, but it's not timed.
Yeah, I like the notion of a game telling you that you have to just decide and that the game isn't waiting for you.
someone says Alpha Protocol as well.
Alpha Protocol. Yeah, that's the one that I always see cited
I
as
love
similar to
Alpha
ours,
Protocol.
and I'm glad that people are doing that a lot. Games. Ooh. Alan Hinchcliffe says, should investment level say $2,500 plus video game Kickstarter backers see a revenue share on successful post-release sales?
No.
Absolutely not.
The SEC would have something to say about that.
Also,
There's a site that's trying to do that right now, actually.
Yeah, I think it's bad.
I think it's a bad idea as well.
Yeah.
I don't personally care whether it's a good or bad idea, but I don't think it's appropriate for what Kickstarter's doing. I think if someone wants to make a collective investor group thing, that's fine, but it's a totally separate model than Kickstarter. It means a completely different thing than what Kickstarter means.
Someone has a website where you do that now.
Yeah.
And I
how are they even? How?
Well, you can't. What's funny is you can't. The site is called like Gamebitious or something, and like you can't actually invest in it if you're from the United States because of SEC regulations.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have to be European, I guess.
Our buddy Oscar, who's a lawyer, didn't know what Kickstarter was, and when we put up the Kickstarter, and called me the day after the Kickstarter and said, whatever you're doing, you're gonna, holy shit. Like he just thought we were gonna all end up in court.
Right.
Or in front of an SEC panel.
But yeah,
he didn't really understand how it
just
works.
seems philosophically like if you're expecting a financial return on your investment, don't use Kickstarter because that's not what it's for. It's literally the reason they say donation, backing, and the reason they have rewards and all that stuff is because it's pledge. It's very specifically not an investor platform. So it's you knowing you're just giving this money to someone to hopefully make a thing. You have no financial stake in it. And if you see it as that, I would encourage you to not back a Kickstarter project because you'll just be disappointed. It's not
allowed at all.
I mean, if you're a person who's like, I gave you $800 million, why aren't you?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's like...
Yeah. That's not what you're in it for.
Yeah, it seems
this is the same as like donating to PBS or something and getting. It's just a much more formalized, like complex version of that. And they'll send you like a little trinket in the mail.
I'm sure if you give PBS a boatload of money, you can probably tell them what you think about what they're doing, but you're not going to get a financial return on PBS.
Right.
And it gets foggy because Kickstarters are usually for actual commercial endeavors, whereas PBS is a deliberately non-commercial thing, but I don't know. If you can't see the model scaling up and remaining the same in its intent, then the best thing you can do is not use Kickstarter, I think.
Yeah.
Like, it's a thing that makes a lot more sense when it's I'm a fan of this musician, but they can't afford the studio time. Give them money. But then if it's I'm a fan of this game developer and they raise millions of dollars, you have to think about it as the exact same thing. Otherwise, you should just become an investor.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird. Kickstarter's weird.
There are plenty of developers out there who will take your money.
Yeah, you can find people to invest in. Josh Mold says, there have been a number of board games finding their way onto digital devices, such as Carcassonne and Ticket to Ride. I enjoy playing the same game in either its digital or analog form, although I prefer the social element to playing the boxed version. Oh, I think he means I prefer the social element
to
playing the boxed version. Yeah. What are your thoughts on the growing market of digital and iOS board and card games?
I played so much Settlers of Catan on Xbox Live.
I did too, with my friend Tyler. I mentioned way
with my
earlier in this
ex-girlfriend.
cast.
Her and I would play
we played it all the time.
Yeah, her and I would play all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we played constantly. We had our own little stupid
hours?
like Civilization style jokes where like certain AI opponents were like Alexander was always a dick. That would always, like that was always our thing.
Yeah.
This dumb shit.
Exact same shit. Exact same. So I think but I mean that's it's kind of the best of both worlds then, right? Because you're getting the social thing where you're sitting there, what you would get from playing the board game because you're playing the single player version with a friend. But the setup and just sort of the speed of the game and sort of the fact that you're making that stuff is really nice if you're playing a lot of it.
Sure, if you're playing a lot of it, it makes it really efficient and good, especially with a friend. Yeah, although if given the option, like I would still rather play the board version.
Oh yeah,
JP and I went to this cool thing the other night at a taqueria in the Mission where it's just bring board games on and people will set them up and play and like this is like a big taqueria full of people playing board games at tables, and you sit down and you can learn a new game or like play a game you've played with other people, and it was a really, really cool thing. Awesome. Like that's the kind of thing that is still essentially remains unique to that.
Can we go to that next time? That sounds like
it's not
tacos good.
There's
board
no admission.
Good.
Like you just go.
No, I mean just let us know. Yeah,
yeah, it's really cool. Sorry.
Are we on Josh Mackey's question? He asks, what are some of your favorite bad games, and what about them make you forgive them enough to still enjoy them?
Man,
I have so much trouble with this question.
Me too. You know what game I played all the way through twice?
What?
Super Mario RPG on this.
But that game is great.
Yeah,
there's so many people who swear by that game. That's not a. That's not. I don't think who. Maybe
I don't know. It doesn't hold up.
Bad in scare quotes is a thing that it's tough because it's totally subjective. I'm sure there are people at the time and now who could provide an incredible defense of Super Mario RPG from either side, from just a million different angles.
It doesn't even need to be defended. I think you're probably right.
I mean, there's probably a SNES era Square fan who is like Mario RPG is an abomination, but there's we
get asked this question a lot actually, and I never know how to answer it.
I mean, I played way more Phoenix Wright games than I should have, just on autopilot. But like, what made me forgive them enough to enjoy them? Nothing. I enjoyed the first game, so I just kept churning through a bunch of interactive
dramas. It was the
dramas.
opposite for me. I liked the first game, and then I just couldn't.
Yeah, but
I just got really tired of it.
It became like I'm gonna go to sleep, so I'll play 20 minutes of just whatever the next Phoenix Wright case is. But like, I knew at the time, like, this isn't.
Sure. It's not doing anything new or interesting.
Yeah, it's not doing anything for me other than like, haha, I found a clue. Like, I'm asleep now. Like that's. But I also don't know if I'd say those games are bad either. They're just like they're games that I felt like I'd gotten everything out of it in the first one, but I just kept playing.
Yeah. How Trans says, what if there were an RPG, Japanese or Western, that actually let you manage or control every playable character, assuming casts of 7+ during combat, rather than limiting the player to 3 or 4 character parties?
I would explode and not play that game.
I also bet that someone has made that as a very small title.
Totally not for me.
I'd be interested in seeing it. I mean, I really enjoyed like Dragon Age, the first one.
Why are you saying that would not be for you when you're a person who loves things like Full Spectrum Warrior?
Because the thing I like about Full Spectrum Warrior is similar to what I liked about playing the XCOM demo, which is sort of is the problem-solving aspect. Like the idea of the management aspect of an RPG is just tough for me. Like I hate the go to your base, like the barracks stuff, and like upgrade this.
XCOM is full of that stuff.
I know, but when you're actually in the scenarios and you just get over to those guys, and these is what these guys can do best, and this is how you like. That's why I play that game. It's the same reason I play. That's why I like Flotilla. It's why I like Full Spectrum Warrior. Just I have these guys. How do I solve this 3D puzzle?
Mm-hmm.
That's why I play those games. So
it'll be interesting to see what you think of that in XCOM when you're after a few hours. I'll be curious to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more
where that
I saw
falls
you
for
playing the demo, and it seemed like you were getting into it seemed like you were enjoying it for similar reasons to Full Spectrum Warrior to me, but I don't really know.
yeah, but none of that had to do with the fact that I was upgrading my guys in Full Spectrum Warrior. What I love in FTL is the guys just get better based on what they're doing. Oh,
Right.
I love that. Yeah, that's my favorite thing.
Well, this
I still think it'd be an interesting thing for someone to try.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I just meant
Stephen Cole says planned video game trilogy is good or bad. Why?
Bad.
I don't care.
I don't like it.
Planned video game trilogies in practice often means 3 humongous, epic, multi whatever things, but I don't know. I think
If somebody planned a video game trilogy that was 3 3-hour games,
That'd be interesting.
could be really cool.
I mean, I feel the same way about it with games as I do with movies and books and everything else, which is just I like when someone has a story to tell and they tell it. I don't like when someone's like, all right, for this, we're going to have a trilogy that's going to come out over the next 5 years.
Yeah,
and like, it's going to this and that.
I think
I don't like that
the
stuff.
form of 3 discrete chunks, which are meant to be consumed as a whole work, has merit as an idea, but the execution of it is almost always, to be.
And part of I think my distaste comes from the fact that it just seems to be assumed at this point. Like
Sure.
I've seen interviews where it's like, so this is going to be a trilogy, right? And it's like, well, who knows? Like, I don't know. Why would you assume that?
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't just assume everything's supposed to have a million sequels all the time, or like always 2 sequels, because then you end up rebooting it later anyway. Like, it's just the whole thing is just
Triptych
gross
of
to me.
paintings says
Yeah,
says Banchan in the chat. Yeah. What if there's a video game Triptych?
that'd be sweet.
What if you're playing Triptych, the physics-based Tetris game? That game's awesome.
I totally forgot
I think it was
we were
called
live
Triptych.
streaming this for a good while there.
Oh yeah, we're live streaming.
I was like out for like 30 minutes. Wow. Hi guys. What's next?
What's next is a full-screen
Christopher
Goldblum.
Oh, okay.
Cake versus pie.
A pie guy.
Way more pie. Yeah,
Pie,
I'm a
sure.
pie guy.
No
Yeah,
question
yeah.
about that. Yeah.
Also, I think there is good cake out there.
Oh no, there is.
But I think the amount of pie, like it's just a safer bet. If they're like cake or pie, you want
Also-
the pie. Like, so the
Definitely.
ceiling isn't
No
as high
question.
on pie.
Pie as a container contains many savory pies as well, which I don't
Yeah,
think is
savory
right.
pies
It's
are
not
great.
a big thing
I love
Get 'em
savory
off down
pies.
in the cake world.
Let's get
Yeah.
savory pies after
Savory
this.
cakes?
What
That's my pet
are
name
there
for
good
you.
savory pie? There's a savory pie place like on Mission Street near the Metreon, but I don't know how good it is. There was an amazing
internet will tell us.
Australian meat pie place in like off Broadway on the Red Line in Boston that I would go with my friend Sophie from Irrational, who's Australian, and we would go there and like she would like they're not really a thing. Like meat pies are not a thing in this country. Like we have chicken pot pies and stuff, but like in Australia,
No,
the meat
yeah.
pie is like a big deal.
Yeah.
It's like a national cuisine. And this guy Sam from Australia opened this pie shop in Boston called KO Pies, and it's just full on Australian meat pies. And like I've talked to multiple Australians who've eaten there, and they say it's like legit good Australian meat pies.
This is a lot of talk on cake versus pie. I'm pretty pleased.
I was really into these meat pies, and like in fact, actually, the guy Sam will ship. Like their store is local, and like they just make everything there. But like they will ship frozen pies anywhere in the country if you want them. So we should just order like a case of Australian meat pies from KO Pies in Boston, and that might be sweet. That's all I got to say.
I agree with you.
So
Let's do it.
Important question for you, Chris, from GameCata.
uh,
Whoa. I just pointed at the screen and I looked
Oh,
up and saw
GameCata
myself.
says, Remo, did you ever have a cannoli from Mike's Pastry in the North End? No, you know what's funny? I never actually made it out of the North End very much. And that's because when I lived in Boston, I actually lived in Cambridge, and I never really went to Boston. Like, we went to KO Pies occasionally because the Red Line was on the way back from work, and we could just stop there. But I spent almost no time in Boston proper. Go figure.
Cool. What's next?
Kevin Cardoza, is that right? Yeah.
No, Rob Jones.
Huh?
Rob Jones says, in light of the fact that
What?
we just did cake versus
you
pies.
skipped. There's like cake versus pie shows up twice. We just answered Chris.
Oh my God, there's 2 cake versus pie on the same page.
Think of all that. like sweet pie cast that you
Well,
burned.
Will Johnson says, which is better, cake versus pie? See previous response to Christopher Domel. So now we can.
Yes.
That's covered.
So now Kevin Cardoza says, BioWare seems to be getting pushed by EA to make their games cheaper in a cheaper or faster way. I get the impression that Dirty Little Secret is their games get a lot of acclaim in the community but don't actually sell well. And partially in response to this, seem to have generated an online attitude that treats them as the worst developer in the world, with everything they do or announce being taken in the worst possible context. The Mass Effect 3 ending fiasco is just the latest in this. Do you think this company will ever get back to the reverence they used to have?
Well, those two guys, the two heads of it just
The
quit.
two heads quit, which is interesting, but I don't feel qualified enough to answer this question. I don't follow BioWare or the fan reaction at all.
I couldn't possibly. One thing I would never do is try and infer their motivations for any one choice or another. Like I'm personally not crazy about how the direction either the Mass Effect or Dragon Age series have gone so far. Like the first game in each of those series, and I know not everyone agrees with this, but for me, the first game in each of those series is the one that I like the most.
Sure,
but I don't know why that's the case. I don't know.
Yeah, it's.
I don't know if that's a publisher thing. Or
We've talked a little bit on this cast about sort of the transition from working in games, coming to working in the game development from being outside, even if being outside means you're working in press or like you're really avidly follow all that stuff. One of the biggest sort of surprises to me is the complex reality of what actually happens when that sort of thing happens. Like BioWare fans have XY issue with it, and people will just say it's because they're being pushed by EA.
Right.
Like
this is like sense of an ending level shit. This is like you just can never know.
Well, like man, there's stuff that I want to talk about that I can't actually talk about. Shit.
Yeah, that's fine. But you're right though. Like the decisions get made for complicated reasons that pile on other decisions that were made a year ago that were never announced to the public in the first place. And like decisions like that get made like for really complicated reasons. It's also
surprising how the like butterfly flapping its wings effect can cascade across. Like
absolutely.
This is a story that I've never actually heard a straight answer on, but within sort of the adventure game and LucasArts fan communities, what happened to Sam & Max Freelance Police that was like LucasArts announced a sequel to Sam & Max Hit the Road, and everyone was super excited, then canceled it in 2003. People said like, oh, it's because of the marketing department, oh, it's because of the budget, oh, it's because of executive shift, it's because adventure games, blah, 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 blah. But one of the things that I had heard was LucasArts switched their international marketing group from an in-house group to an outside one that was paired up with a different publisher internationally, and the sales numbers that they projected just was based on a slightly different model than the previous publisher did, which then said there were going to be 50% fewer sales in Europe, which then meant that the game was less appealing internally, but it was not creatively motivated. It was not a major corporate shift. It was one number in one spreadsheet in Europe came back different because a different person ran the numbers. And I don't know if that's surely also not the reason, but like
that's the type of shit that happens.
Yeah, you could never just assume that based on anything.
Right, like it's not just X person hates Y.
X executive decides.
It's like there's all these insane swirling things that show up in this conversation that makes you just want to barf forever.
Yeah.
And it's very weird.
Aaron Brown says, "What's up with all
this
the ruining?"
This podcast looks ruined to me," says the chat. Did something get ruined? Oh, that's true. Oh, right. Sorry. We're on that question right now.
Yeah. Aaron Brown says, "What's up with all the ruining? I mean, Jesus, you guys should all be adults by now, so lay off it." That's true. We can't stop. Stop ruining.
We can't stop ruining because we have a couple more pages of ruining left. We're getting close to the end of this ruining, though.
Benjamin Liu says, "Oh man, potential emergent gameplay in Tokyo Jungle." I mean, I don't know how much emergence there is in that game.
The thing is, a lot of it's sort of implied emergence. You know, I think the best story I can, and I think we're also getting stuff out of the constraints of cooperative play, where you were trying to get back on screen, accidentally kicked a rabbit, 7 rabbits then attacked us and chased us into a bush where we then stayed for 6 months of our lives. And I think that's the sort of stuff that when we were sitting there playing the game and having that story come out of the screen based on the systems that are at play, including the limits of the cooperative system, that was really, really fun. And that was hilarious to me. And that game is rife with good stuff like that. I think people are actually poo-pooing it for on-screen like 2-player mode. They don't think it's good. We think it's good. It doesn't mean it's like polished, and there definitely are things where you wish were better, but
we have a good time.
It reminds me a lot of the way that Spelunky handles co-op, where there's just a passive second player, and you kind of have to make peace with that. And if you can get into that state, it's actually pretty enjoyable.
Yeah.
Even though it fucks everything up all the time, it makes you really pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen Cobb says, have you guys played any games lately that you thought represented a new or forgotten genre, and that you wanted to see other developers take on that same set of rules or mechanics?
Well, I mean, I'm glad that XCOM is coming out. Like, I mean, that kind of thing, that specific take on turn-based strategy, I don't think has been seen very often. At least not in a like noticeable way. I mean, right? Like people every once in a while try to make a very specific XCOM homage game, but someone like Firaxis doing it, I think, is really cool. I mean, that's the thing about Forgotten is that essentially means forgotten by visible developers, because everyone all the time, like, there's always little tiny things that individual people are just making on the internet because they think things are cool, and that's awesome. But it's hard to be aware of all that stuff all the time.
Yep.
In terms of a new genre, I don't know. This is the kind of question that I'm terrible at answering off the top of my head.
Like, my brain is so taxed on this stuff.
You can fly super far off into space and say things like, "I really like JS Joust."
Right.
Like, but that's like, it's such a separate thing that it just like it's out entirely out of the cycle of what a lot of I think it goes outside of the framework of having a screen.
It's not really a video game.
It's
kind of it has almost more in common with like a formalized game version of like Star Wars lightsaber toy by Mattel or something. It's just a really cool, more interesting, complex version of that. Like, it's like an awesome thing, but you can't really directly compare it to like video games.
I mean, I hope there's more incredibly well-made and polished competitive games on the horizon.
Seems to be a big thing right now.
I'm so into Dota that like my other options are like League of Legends and Heroes of New Earth, and it's just the same game.
Right.
Where there's sort of like competitive shooters.
You could also play StarCraft. You could play Counter-Strike.
There have been little offshoots
shooter
of that, like Super MNC, like the Monday Night Combat.
Monday Night Combat.
Like that's a thing that is sort of influenced by Dota games, but it's a different kind of game. Like it seems like now that it's been demonstrated, there is a market for that stuff, and that.
Oh man, Nidhogg.
Oh, Nidhogg is awesome.
Yeah, that's kind of like, what was the game? The
Pole Riders?
Yeah.
Oh, Pole Riders is amazing.
Nidhogg and Pole Riders are really close relatives.
Yeah, and it's sort of like really crisp mechanics that have this sort of this really high upper limit, if no upper limit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't believe I'm the person who's into that stuff at this stage of my life, but I am.
Yeah. That has been a cool thing to see. Also, just the weird like refocus on kind of roguelike likes, FTL and
like a roguelike
and stuff like that. I think has been really cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Ben Gracie says the Deus Ex Human Revolution PC leak. Did you guys follow it as gamers, journalists, developers? It felt like it was one of the more interesting stories last year. I don't know what that is.
I totally didn't follow that at all.
So the answer is no, but
Eidos allowing people to talk about it on their forums instead of trying to ignore it or threaten those who downloaded it. Like, that's cool. But I totally didn't follow that story at all.
If somebody wrote a nice overview of that in journalism, send us a link.
I think it is really clear that I think Eidos was really confident in that game, which is really surprising and nice. Like, they had that up, I think it was at PAX East last year, where they were just, if you were a developer or exhibitor in some way, or press, you could just go and play through what seemed like an unlocked build of the entire game months and months before it came out. Like, Eidos seemed to handle that game's existence really confidently, which is cool, but I didn't follow the leak story at all.
Really quickly, to go back, because Jake, I saw you post about this, and I'm equally excited about it. Someone said SimCity looks like it's going back to its roots with the new version.
Oh my god, the new SimCity gameplay trailer crushed my face, because it's
did you watch that, or did you watch the commentary one?
Oh yeah, the commentary one. That's the game. It was listed as the gameplay trailer, like, it's doing a lot of the core stuff from SimCity, and it seems like they've boiled a lot of it down, but it throws out the grid system, which looks super cool because your cities have the potential to form, like, if you want to build a grid city, you can, but you can also just paint curved roads with the cursor, and then it is able to parcel out districts and zones next to roads. So, like, you'll end up with slightly oddly shaped commercial and residential things. You can go like that, and then it goes and gives you all of it builds the grids off of your infrastructure.
There's also something really cool that JP pointed out about this game. We were talking about it the other day. and they've adopted the design philosophy of like systems in the game that are being simulated should be represented in the game itself, like in the visual, what's going on in the game, right? So you shouldn't just like as designers, like they shouldn't just be adding systems that just tick away in the background that have no actual like ramifications on what you're seeing in the world. So like more traffic, there should be more actual cars on the road. Like more people, there should be more people there. That stuff shouldn't, stuff shouldn't just be abstracted away. And the fact, like,
what that video implies is you can click on any individual human and it will show you their motivation at the moment, like where they're going. But then each of those dots then can, when you zoom out, turns into the collective flow of traffic or whatever.
Right.
Like,
but what's so cool about that is that traditionally SimCity has abstracted a lot of that stuff, where it's like your population is a number, but that's just represented and by then, like a vague amount.
There is traffic backup here. You need infrastructure. Means a cycle of cars being blocked showed up on those roads like they would on Google Maps or something. Whereas now you actually see a pileup of cars. This is something that's fantastic because that's like that's a different video, but
the whole whatever, it's SimCity.
Oh no, this is it.
But the notion of basing your entire creative and design constraints, and I'm sure they're not 100% slavish to that, but like the notion of using that as a central design philosophy seems amazing. Seems like an incredible example of doing things with your new game that you can do that take advantage of modern computing hardware's power and like the fact that you have a high resolution monitor so you can put a lot of pixels on there, but is totally in the spirit of what the old game did, even if the old game didn't actually do that because it couldn't. Like that's an amazing example of how to take something and keep the spirit of it true while totally changing it in a fairly meaningful way. That's impressive.
So that guy just drew a curved road and Sean's brain fucking popped out. Yeah. That video is really cool. What are we talking about? Oh, so that's our answer to the Deus Ex Human Revolutions PC leak. Wow, we're on the last page.
I know.
Rob Jones says, in light of the fact that there are more important things in the world than video games, do you ever have any regrets about pursuing a career in the video game industry? If you ever did have regrets, what made you push them aside in order to continue being professionally involved with video games?
Well, Sean.
Oh, golly.
What's Rob?
Yep. Wow. Sean's having a moment.
The burnout in video games is like the average video game career, I think, is like a little less than 5 years long, or it's like between. I thought it was always 5. Five's always
it depends which. Well, I don't know the average, but what I do know is that as someone who used to be in charge of the video game industry game developer salary survey, when I worked for Gamma Sutra and Game Developer Magazine,
right,
more than 75%. Well, this was as of a couple of years ago. I don't know if it's changed since then, but at the time, more than 75% of people in this industry burned out before they hit a decade in the industry. And so by the time you get to more than 50%, I'm sure the number is much shorter than that. So maybe it is only 5 years, as you say, Sean, but like that wouldn't surprise me at all. This industry burns people out like crazy, and it's really bad. If you consider, like, let's say you're a writer or you're a filmmaker or you're a musician, that is a vocation that you do for your life. Like you can spend an entire lifetime never fully mastering that craft because there's always more to master. And then you think that, the vast majority of people in games leave before they've even been there 10 years. Like that's a slightly disturbing thing to consider. Because games clearly as a discipline offer room to grow. And like that might be one of the things that hurts the development of games is that there's this average like 7-year churn of people starting fresh right out of college again. And then like there are so few people just institutionally throughout the industry who have spent an entire career in it.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing.
I've been really lucky in the past few years to work on things that either I'm working with people that is really fulfilling, or I'm working on a game where I'm able to make a thumbprint on it in a way that I think is that I'm fulfilled by. But if those two things were taken away, like I couldn't do it. There's just no way. And unfortunately, 95% of the business is that. I feel like a lot of it is people working really, really hard on teams that are probably mismanaged, and they don't even get their thumbprints onto the game. And I think that kills me. And it's
But at the same time, I think if the majority of people I talk to in the game business, especially around our age, there's always a party that's like, I'm not going to do this forever.
Oh yeah.
And honestly, that's probably the thing that keeps you in the business, because you're like, well, maybe I won't do this forever. But right now, we can't have nothing to complain about. Like, Jake and I are making a game that we definitely like.
There's a lot of us actually in the game that's showing up on screen, which is cool.
So I think that is.
Oh, you mean like how John Romero put his face into the boss of Doom?
Exactly, like how Doug is in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
exactly.
Doug's in the chat.
If Doug wasn't in the game,
be out.
Yeah, I'm going back to school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting my master's.
Well, and I definitely have. I'm definitely really glad to be at Double Fine now, because it feels like a place that I could be for a really long time, just because of the nature of the company and size of the projects. It just feels a lot more sane to me than some parts of this industry.
Somebody in chat actually pointed out, then Gap shits on your game and those people are crushed. I don't read any of that shit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I don't read. I read one in every few reviews. Like, no, I don't read very many reviews. I read everything. I know.
Yeah, Jake does.
I can't do it. I'm just trying to, But also, like, at one point, you're trying to, like, you have a career, like, trying to, like, grow and, like, have a house and one day maybe and things like this. Like, people get entrenched into that stuff too. So,
well, it's also hard to do that in games for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's a challenge. Good question.
The next question's it's a doozy. Go for it. Alex Waro asks, what can change the nature of a man?
The nature is hard. I mean, nature is like...
We're really talking about...
It's also of a man, also, not what can change the nature of man.
I would say...
Either question is worth...
There's a lot of different ways to tackle this question. There's philosophical, there's sort of anthropological, there's biological.
Would be of men, right? Or of like...
Yeah, of a man.
Yeah,
like
of man.
An individual man.
This is a man...
Well, the idea of nature as a construct is... if that's the one thing you have to do is throw that away. Is say, okay, there is no such thing as nature. This is all nature. Like...
What do you mean?
Really want to go here?
Yeah. Well,
I have long-standing sort of, and I'm going to butcher, like, Pabashu's in the forums. He's an anthropology major. I have long-standing conversations with my wife about this idea of nature, what is natural. Like, the idea of what is natural is constructed by the social system in which we live.
Oh, sure. Well, that's definitely true, but I don't think that's quite what he's asking. I think he means the nature of an individual person. Like...
Right. Which, I mean, at one point, there isn't...
Because, I mean, different people do respond to things in different ways, and like how, filter things through different lenses in their brain. Like, can that, once someone is kind of past past like 18 years old or so, can that fundamentally
Well, it depends
change?
on where you look. Like, philosophically, like some people say that that's from moment one of first breath on. That's not possible.
I would say...
I would definitely disagree with that.
Alex should
I'm just saying.
probably...
I'm not saying you're saying that. Yeah.
I think that try as you might, Alex, it's really hard to change a man, so you should probably give up and not waste your life. You could do better.
I will say that one of the reasons I've gotten that's a Jake one right there. But I do.
Can we go to the next?
All right, fine.
No, you're going. Let's ruin this, Chris.
I just wanted to say, I think one of the reasons that I was really interested in doing the book podcast when Sean first suggested it is what?
Nothing.
No, I'm still laughing at this sort of. You can do better.
Is that like getting back into literature in the last several years has really been very valuable for me to consider myself and the way I look at the world and how other people look at the world. And I think that through literature and things like literature, I think you can. I don't know if you can necessarily change your nature in like the most fundamental way, but I think you can broaden it, and I think you can help expand the way you look at things in a way that can work towards that to some degree. I don't know. I think that's very valuable. I think it's a valuable thing for a person living in society to do. We've got Kennedy up on the...
Create free mobile apps.
Guys, I have an idea.
Uh-huh. Oh, we could create a free mobile app?
Thinking about it.
Don't click that banner ad.
Okay, fine.
Don't click it. Matthew Floratis pronunciation.
Let me read it.
I got.
Just go.
He says, sports games as RPGs. Why don't games like MLB The Show get recognized for what they really are? RPGs.
I love this question.
By and large, they are pigeonholed as sports sims. MLB The Show, for instance, has long been excellent in terms of design and lifelike presentation and capturing the emotion of the sport, and yet its reach is relatively small, despite the fact that the central part of the game is an in-depth career mode where you guide one player through a 15-year career, and it's not like baseball games are hard to play. All you have to do is press X to swing the bat. I feel like these games are dismissed for being for sports fans only, when in fact they often utilize and rip off the best parts of role-playing and adventure games.
I completely agree, and I think we are guilty of that, and we'll try to do better. I'm really interested in it. I would love to start an MLB The Show career. I think that'd be awesome. Yeah, thank you. I agree completely.
It's funny because there are many games you won't touch because of the theme, but you're not averse to a baseball game because you're Sean Baseball Vandervan.
I'm not.
I know. But I mean, the answer to that is, I think sports games are often not given a fair shake by core gamers for the same reason that you look at a game like Deus Ex and go, ugh, cyberpunk bullshit, and don't touch it.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying, in the discourse, one is heavily featured and one isn't heavily featured. Mm-hmm. So, we should try to do better at that aspect of it.
Does cheesecake made in 0G taste better than terrestrial cheesecake? Sorry, I'm just reading things from the chat. These are not sanctioned, ruined topics.
Yeah. That was a freebie.
Stephen Ferguson asks, just be awesome.
Okay.
Oh, we'll try.
Sorry, we didn't do it today, but we'll do it next time.
Chris, you get to read this word. From Tim Douglas. You get to read this name.
This is okay. This is that guy who everyone knows, but no one can pronounce his name, or at least I can't. Mahali Csikszentmihalyi's flow state. Like, this is
right.
The notion of being in a flow state, and I can't say his name.
I feel so bad for the people who have sent us like actual like things that are like worth discussing and just sort of reflecting
They submitted
upon.
it to a thing called the Ruinationcast. Yeah. So I feel like
I'm less into games being about that than I think I was probably 5 years ago. I would say, like, I'm less into games being more about immersing you single like whole-mindedly into the flow of a particular thing. Like
what's an example of that? I mean, like, is that things like your life being ruined by medios forever, or like what is a flow? I don't know.
Yeah, that's
state.
Probably an example of it, where like you get you get into Tetris at such a level that you're like you're essentially like almost have a second sense or like sixth sense where you're just
I'm like engaging. That's where I am right now with Dota.
Oh yeah.
Like I had a big breakthrough this week and just of getting the game.
Yeah.
Like
that's cool.
Yeah.
And like I definitely think that's interesting, and like I like having that experience from time to time. But part of the notion of flow state, as I understand it, is that you are less self-reflect. It's less about like self-reflection and kind of considering things.
Just the feedback cycle between your eyes to your hands to the game.
Yeah,
to your eyes,
it's like a pure emotional state, and like that can be really cool. But I've started in the last several years. I've gotten more into games where they're kind of almost the opposite of that, where I'm just kind of reflecting and like playing it at a slower pace and just kind of considering a thing. And like I like to play a thing that's going to make me think about myself or about other concepts that are far afield and be less in just that pure sense of flow.
Chick sent me high is what the chat says.
Chick sent me high. Good.
Bobakira Fett says, Tribes Ascend, Far Cry 2/3, Archon, Terraria, currently played games, in order of preference, otherwiz have fun.
Is he saying choose from these, or is he saying...
Yeah. I think he's just a smorgasbord there.
A smorgasbord?
Smorgasbord.
A smorgasbord.
I haven't played any of these other than Far Cry 2 and Akron.
Did you play Terraria, Jake?
Akron. No. A lot of people at Telltale are really into Terraria, but I've only ever played Minecraft. In that sort of school.
When's Far Cry 3 come out?
I don't know. I haven't really been paying attention to it.
Watch chat. Give it 2 seconds.
Need like 10 seconds, yeah.
Bob.
That's
anyway,
not a good idea.
No.
It's probably already out.
I don't think it's out.
I know.
Yeah.
People would have sent us 800 messages.
December 4th.
Someone says December 4th. Someone else says February. So we have no idea.
It's a game. Games.
Jason Covert says, how often do you floss and do you lie to the dentist about it?
I had a really good flossing regimen for a while, but I've fallen off. My dentist can always tell.
Same here. I peaks and valleys. I'm back into it lately.
Yeah.
I have like these little floss picks. And
December 4th.
Those are great.
I actually have them at my desk,
and
nice.
I'm like a
Oh, that's a
fidgety
good call.
person in general.
Yeah.
So like,
It's a good idea.
I'm sitting there, I was like,
I gotta do that.
yeah.
Star Wars: The Old Republic. Oh, sorry. Vitas Varnas says Star Wars: The Old Republic.
I was not into this game. I played the when it came out.
That's a game that I thought I was going to love, and I just
Really?
it didn't. Yeah.
even as an MMO, because you're not an MMO
No.
guy.
Oh, sorry. This is The Old Republic. This is not the. Sorry, this is
This is
not.
not KOTOR.
Oh, you thought it was Knights of the Old Republic.
Sorry. I actually thought on paper that The Old Republic was going to appeal to me more than it did, but I never even actually played it, which is bad. But KOTOR, I thought I was going to be really into it, and it did not touch me in any
was
way.
the exact same thing for me with KOTOR. Yeah, I wasn't into
Yeah.
it. The Old Republic, I bought it and I played the free month, which ended up being a few weeks, and I ended up not renewing it because it just ended up feeling like every other MMO to me. I also don't really like all the political shit that they put in Star Wars because I feel like it's just really bad political allegory. Like it's
Right.
just clunky and bad. Like
It's
I have
similar-
nothing. I have nothing
I
against
completely
like
agree.
I have nothing against someone making sci-fi stuff with political stuff in it. But I
From the sign that said "No blood for aliens."
But that's different. That's like BioWare specifically.
I know.
I'm talking about Star Wars in general. I don't like
right.
that shit in the movies either.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
it's
no,
really
that-
bad. But like,
There was
the
always
game is full of that stuff. I think it's really
that's
dumb.
Yeah.
And also what the game has a bunch of is like the opening cutscene immediately is like crazy commando, like hardcore military shit, which I also think is ludicrous in the context of Star Wars.
Right.
Because Star Wars is all about like old, hilarious, like colonial style.
Right.
Like regiments of troops that are totally ridiculous, and like suddenly now
What's
you've
funny
got
is
like
but the,
Black Ops guy rolling into a thing.
from
and,
a game perspective, they don't
like,
seem to give a fuck about any of that stuff anymore. Like
No,
if you
I
look
don't-
at the new Star Wars,
or
like
in the movies
1313
either,
or
like, I don't
whatever,
know.
Well, 1313 though,
it's like that does not look like.
Han Solo exists in the Star Wars universe.
He does in 1313.
No, I mean
No, we're talking about like Mass Effect style commando guys.
but that's not what 1313 is it?
those guys look. I don't know.
I don't know. That doesn't bother me in the case of 1313 because I think that's supposed to be about a really specific location and a really specific subculture inside of the Star Wars universe.
Why even call them?
Because people love Star Wars.
right.
But like, yeah, fair, true. But I think KOTOR or Tor, whatever, when you zoom back out to the scale of the Old Republic, I think you have to adhere closer to what the big appeal of Star Wars is. But maybe for some people, it's the politics.
I mean, I don't even know
Yoda,
what the
man.
appeal is, but I just know what I think is cool about it, and I don't.
When Star Wars
you be
Episode
a
2
Yoda?
went on DVD, the commercial for it said, the beginning of it said Yoda Man, and it had
yeah.
footage of Yoda fighting Count Dooku. And then at the end of it, it was the same video with the same treatment, but the announcer said Yoda the Man.
I will
Okay,
never-
I'm talking
Jake,
more-
You pointed that out to me that one time, and I've never been able to get past that
God,
in my brain.
Yoda Man.
Yoda Man.
Anyway, Yoda the Man.
What?
It's all about Yoda.
Can we move on,
Ridiculous.
please?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's move on.
Old Yoda's is like futzing around his little house.
Fucking good.
Yeah, Yoda the Man. That's what you're saying.
No.
Oh, Yoda
Not
man.
when he's murdering people. When he's just being old and weird. Hoodwinking Luke Skywalker.
Hannes Moeller
Fucking go.
says, I'd love to hear your thoughts on Crusader Kings 2, if any of you picked it up. If not, is it cheating to ask you about Deus Ex Human Revolution? Really enjoyed the write-up on Goaty.cx, especially Steve's tragic reading. I don't think any of us have played Crusader Kings 2, unfortunately. I think Nick Brecken has, but that guy sucks because he doesn't live in San Francisco anymore.
Fuck Nick. We don't have any
We've
thoughts
talked a
on
lot
Crusader
about
Kings
Deus
2.
Ex.
Yeah.
Deus Ex at this stage.
I actually really wanted to play Crusader Kings 2 because they talked about it on 3 Moves Ahead.
I know.
Yeah.
And it sounded really,
It
really
did.
cool. And I hate myself for not having played it after that because I totally wanted to. I even downloaded it. Maybe I'll do that today. Anyway, Deus Ex Human Revolution, we've kind of talked about it a bunch. I thought it was
Yeah.
great. I mean, I thought it was really, really good.
Clinton Willis says, "Do you think in the future we'll be able to? Do you think in the future we will be able to play games to literally accomplish work, similar to Ender's Game? What type of work could you see accomplished via games? Some surgery, selling cars, traffic control?
Gamify your job.
I really don't like gamification at
No,
all.
I don't either.
I like there being a separation between work and play, and I do agree. Like, I think some lessons from game design can be applied to the tools you use to do work, but I don't think that incentivizing it the same way that games incentivize progress is a healthy thing.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I've never been a person who's been able
I
to
think-
be incentivized to do anything.
I think lots-
so it's really hard for me. It just seems like
Other than
alien.
through,
It
like,
just feels to me
true
like you're
intrinsic
deliberately
means
lying to
me.
yourself.
Just sort of-
It's weird.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
I don't know. My incentive. Yeah.
My motivation comes from a weird place.
Jobification. Jobify your game.
We need to jobify this game. Gamify our jobs.
Kill yourself.
Killify your face.
Zoloid says, army service. My next year will be sent in the Russian army, sadly.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's
sadly. Had he not said sadly, I'd have been like, oh, like,
Go
good
for
luck.
it.
Good luck. No, we talked to a guy at PAX who is going on his first tour to Afghanistan like 3 weeks after being at PAX, and he's like, oh man, I'm not going to get to play episode 4. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So we ended up talking to that guy for, a couple hours.
Yep.
Just a kid, he's like 20.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, there was an op-ed written in the New York Times. Did you read that one? It was basically like bring back the draft, but it was essentially like, look, 2 years out of school at 18, 2 years of service, either foreign or domestic. There's like the military. There's like,
I actually kind of agree with that.
I fucking do too. And I feel like it would have made me a better person.
I agree entirely. I think also, like, on a couple fronts. One, having a buffer, like, this is not related to that specific thing, but having a buffer between high school and college, I think would have been really valuable for me and a lot of people I knew who just went to college because it's what you do.
Yep.
And
I created that buffer for myself and spent a shitload of money fucking around in Los Angeles going to school. Yeah.
Right. See, exactly.
Exactly.
Like, that's and then on the other hand, just having some sense of what it actually means to have to dedicate your life for a couple of years to something that you don't directly choose, but that is important and that should be done. I think, I think that would be valuable for a lot of people, probably myself included.
That's why I started looking at the chat for a second. Are you guys specifically saying? Are you specifically talking about forced military service?
No. What I was saying is there's a really great.
What?
There was a really great New York Times op-ed that was basically saying there should be, and there's a way to get out of it, but I think it's financial or it's a tax burden or something. But the thing is, when you get do 2 years, the government gets either cheap labor, domestic, like you can put, like infrastructure, it can be, social services, it can be whatever. There's also, or you can go to the military, but after 2 years, there's like almost like a baby GI Bill sort of thing or an ROTC thing where you get out and college is cheaper and all this stuff. You have all these doors that are open to you.
And I think, it should not.
But that being said, I want to address one thing, which is I have
no
no fucking clue what Russia's like. So I have no idea what the Russian military is like.
Nope.
So if you're in a country the military is not cool,
to quickly go back to the gamification thing, someone in the chat says that's not the kind of gamification in Ender's Game. I think he means that the game itself is doing work, commanding troops in Ender's Game. So like that protein folding game that does bio research.
Well, it just depends entirely on what kind of job it is. Like if you're doing creative work, that would be a lot harder to achieve.
Yeah. But I think that stuff's
You're
neat.
writing this story, but now it's for crazy aliens. Will they like it? The aliens are played by your boss. Like that's I don't know, like
what reframing creative work
It's just your word
through,
processor just has StarCraft UI graphics around the edges of it or something.
What weird.
If a food pellet came out of a hole every time I wrote a scene.
Right. Well, no, that's gamification
That's
again,
different.
though. That's
Right.
different.
No. But I think that folding at home and that protein stuff that they're
It's always
basically
really cool.
outsourcing the brain power needed to solve these problems. That stuff's fucking
Yeah, that
rad.
sounds awesome. Yeah.
Where are we?
It looks like we're done scrolling. At least we're in the last.
We're still on the last page. Yeah. We're well on the last
Will
page.
Rogers says, "Why is UI design in video games so bad?"
Jake?
Jake? Why do you do such a bad job, Jake? That's
Yeah.
what we were implying.
I
clearly.
was going to say, it's not so much that your work is bad, is that it's insufferable. It's just, ugh.
Oh, sorry. What they meant to say is, why is video games apostrophe UI design so bad? That,
That makes so much more sense.
That does make sense.
I do what I can.
He tries.
That menu you made for Back to the Future was cool.
You like that fly around of that DeLorean? I think UI design in video games, the bad stuff can be. That's a big question because what does it mean? I mean, the actual aesthetic graphic design of it can be bad just because someone doesn't care enough or because you don't have the right person doing the right job. UI design in video games can be really overbearing because your publisher or your designer or your producer or your team or your playtesters declare that you need a bunch of bullshit in there that in the actual experience of playing the game as a consumer is stupid. I mean, also, I just don't think there's good standards for it. I think there's a lot of language to discuss a lot of game design at this point, and that language is growing, like the lexicon of
And games
game
are
design.
so different. UI needs are so
But
different.
yeah, there's no real formal way to discuss it, and also it is totally a per title thing. But
Also, you can triple your salary by doing UI UX in a web startup. So
Yeah. Also,
it's hard to keep good.
true.
It's really
Yeah,
fucking hard to
that's
keep
totally
good people.
True. That's true with a lot of things with games, actually.
Yeah.
Like a lot of
Especially,
parts of games, like things, not all parts, obviously, but there are a bunch of things that are needed for games that are also needed for tech companies that will pay you so much more and have such better working conditions.
to clarify, sorry, someone in chat said that was my UI in Back to the Future. I did the main menu fly around the car stuff, but most of that was done by a guy named Jim Ingraham, who's awesome. He also did all the UI work on Bioshock 2 and Minerva's Den, and now I don't know where he is, but he was at Telltale for a
I
bit.
bet nobody knows.
That's true.
I
Maybe
bet he doesn't even know.
doesn't-
Why is he
Why
driving?
is he driving? How is he driving?
How is he driving?
Brandon.
Why am I driving with the phone number? Is
Why am I driving is a very different thing. Why am I driving? Ugh. Brandon Numrich says Far Cry 3. I don't know enough about
I
Far Cry
seriously
3
have
yet.
nothing to say about
I'll
Far Cry
fucking
3.
play it.
I'll play it, I
Steve
guess.
Gaynor played through the Far Cry 3 demo at PAX, and he came back really excited about the fact that packs of wolves and wild dogs will just appear and interfere with his game.
I'm probably gonna love that shit.
All the stories that he told
that
were
stuff
about
sounds
like
cool.
how he was scouting out a base, and then wolves showed up and just ate a dude and dragged him away, and he was like, "Okay, good, wolves." So
Right.
there's probably more to the game than that, but like
Hopefully not.
Steve
Wolves
also
Wolves in Far
Exactly.
Cry
That's
3
the
was
fucking
like
thing, right?
Steve's Bennett Foddy being obsessed with crying only, where all Steve would tell me about was wolf encounters, but I'm sure other things happened.
Hopefully not.
Steve also, God bless him, has a much stronger buffer against the sort of things that will just I'll throw the game in the garbage. Like
Well,
the
Steve
stuff,
has those things too. They're just different things for him.
Like some of the
Steve-
things I'm
because
seeing,
I
in the
think of
yeah.
King being.
That's what I'm saying.
Steve
Some of the
being all
things that
about those
I will
things.
throw
Yeah.
stuff in.
Right,
like
but-
Steve is just like they're not. He's resilient to them, but
Like a
this-
trench coat.
yes, like a trench coat and sweet Oakleys. The stuff that I saw in the trailer, that's all video, all pre-rendered stuff. Like,
Yeah, I know. I agree with you on that.
God,
Yeah.
Also, Steve just loves wolves, is worth pointing out.
Yeah, Steve
As
is-
someone in,
is a
Lou-
wolf maniac.
Yeah, he does
Lou
just
Derek in
straight
chat
up
says
love
Steve
wolves.
just loves wolves. Steve, I think, has a ring that's a wolf. He's got many shirts
Probably
which
a
contain
tattoo of
wolves.
a wolf
Probably like
maybe or
his
something.
face is a wolf's face.
He does have that chin strap wolf beard.
That's not what a wolf has.
They-
Unless
they
Steve,
do-
unless Steve
It
is
could.
playing
do
as
have-
a wolf in a game with character customization.
That's true.
Steven Dengler says Dracogen.com and Megacynics.com.
So Dracogen.com is you don't really do anything on that website, but it's like the homepage for Stephen Dengler's like one man awesome angel investment firm, basically, where like he invests in awesome things. And he didn't really invest in Out Thumbs, but he was one of our backers.
And I think Megacynics is a webcomic that he does.
Yeah, that's interesting actually, because his Megacynics is like, as I understand it, it's illustrated by his sister, but this is like a sister he met like later in his life that he didn't really
weird.
know when
You
they
know
were
way
young.
more about this than I do.
Well, it was like on the about page. I
Okay.
think, but, yeah. Anyway, Stephen Dengler's cool. We hung out with that guy recently. And he's
Yeah,
pretty awesome.
and just one of the coolest. That guy plays games the way we play games. By the way, that guy's
Right.
like,
Well,
oh
that's what
yeah,
you think of when you
like
think
when I
of,
got to
like,
the second map in
investor
Far
guy.
Cry 2. We
Right.
got to the second map in Far Cry 2.
Good.
Holy shit, this guy, he's an awesome guy.
Neil Orr says our take on Skyrim as standalone and as part of the Elder Scrolls series.
I liked it more than the last few Elder Scrolls. Largely because of the environment. I thought that's a silly reason, I guess, but I loved
hold on, we got to back up for
Yeah,
that.
no.
Someone said so.
Chris-
Dracogen invested in Idle Thumbs with the prospect.
No, he
of
just-
returns.
No. He
just
backed
the
us.
podcast.
He backed us.
backed the
Yeah.
Kickstarter.
Thank you for
we
somebody
have
for
no
pulling that up.
we have no revenue model. So
Yeah,
we
we have
no
no
investors.
invest
We
in
have
us because
Kickstarter
we have-
backers.
Kickstarter is the
There's
entirety
nothing
of
to
that,
invest
yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Idle
Well,
Thumbs is
that's not
worthless. Go home.
For sweet investment opportunities, please biz at idlethumbs.net.
Yeah, right. If you'd like to figure out how we could ever make money from this someday, visit Idle Thumbs.
If you're a sweet biz dev guy who likes us a lot, send us free advice. But I thought Skyrim was awesome. I played a ton of it. But
I
then
did too.
we actually said something. This is a really small point that I think we would make on a regular podcast, but we talked about the other night. The thing that's bananas about Skyrim or a game like that, is my story of that game was I showed up in the world, I escaped from the prisoners at the beginning. I went out into the world, got chewed up by animals and got stronger and became just sort of like a wandering person doing deeds here, doing deeds there, kind of going halfway down mission
quest lines.
And then I got to the Assassin's Brotherhood visited me in the middle of the night, and I got in deep and went all the way through that story. And by the time I was like the master assassin and I had been all the way through that narrative, I was done with the game.
And that's where that character story ends.
Right.
It's
because
like
it felt insane to me to be the master assassin and then go to the next town. They're like, so you want to be a werewolf?
Right.
I'm like, I'm a master assassin. They should, like...
Yeah, right. Well, you shouldn't have to start this other thing from square one.
I don't know if you heard about all those fucking people I murdered in that city in the north.
That was me. No one ever caught me.
Yeah, I killed a queen on her wedding day.
Yeah.
What's up?
No, I'm not going to start with your fucking team building
first thing we're going to need you to do.
The Werewolf Club. That's not what I'm going to do today. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
What if you do?
Well, if you want to be a werewolf, first thing we're going to need you to do, there's like 10 bears you got to kill.
Right.
It's like, oh my, do you know who I am? Because I do. Yeah. That shit drives me crazy.
How about I just kill you right now?
Yeah.
No one's going to even notice and they're looking at us.
Which you can do, actually.
Yeah, I know. That's true.
Which is the one nice thing.
True. That is nice.
That is the, so I mean, that is, yeah.
It's time for you to pronounce a name, Chris.
Torbjorn G. Dahl writes, a short postmortem of the Kickstarter project would be interesting. If it has to be something hilarious, farts/farting.
Oh man, farts!
Farts! Jinker's so good at farting.
Oh man, hold on. Oh man, Sean's making farting noises with the chair. Farts!
It's so funny. Never mind.
No, it's actually not. What you just said is false.
You're just gonna go all the way in to the fart talk.
So the Kickstarter thing has been way different than we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, 100%.
Real quickly, the things that were incredibly difficult were making the fucking video. We shot 3 of them or something like that. It took us forever.
We did 3 separate shoots on the video.
Each shoot took so many hours.
It officially broke us all in very different ways.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was really rugged. But it was also good for us to go through that sort of this creative crucible up front, I think.
Yeah.
One thing we should do is we actually sent out, early on, we kind of polled like 15 or 20 of you about what you thought we should do when it came to the tiers and what sort of stuff you guys were into. It's how the $50 t-shirt tier
the Idle Thumbs Cabal.
The Cabal.
Right.
And
specifically what we did.
We want to say thank you to those guys for sure. You guys fucking saved our asses.
Specifically what we did was we sent them the preview link to our Kickstarter project before we launched it, and we said, hey guys, we found these people from like the Idle Thumbs forum, from Shack News, from NeoGAF, from Something Awful, from Gamers with Jobs, from Quarter to 3 maybe even.
Yeah.
Like we found people.
And some people, just I think even we looked on Twitter a little bit and stuff.
Yeah, right, Twitter as well, yeah. We found some people from throughout various communities on the internet that we knew we really liked.
Doug also says, hey, don't go crediting the internet with the $50 tier, Sean. We did, well, Doug was the original proponent of the $50 tier, and we were all like, please, $50 tier, and then all feedback.
Yeah. So what we did is we put all these people on like a BCC email list and sent them a link to our
Kickstarter before it was launched.
Of the preview link of the Kickstarter, and basically said, all right, guys, like, thanks for being a fan of Idle Thumbs. You're awesome. Let's pretend this Kickstarter that we're sending you is live right this instant. How many dollars would you actually pledge right now for real? Like, not which thing do you think is the coolest. Like, how much would you actually pledge and why?
It's the equivalent of doing an iterative playtest with a Kickstarter campaign. Yeah. And I'm not sure how many other Kickstarters do that.
I doubt.
But
I bet
we didn't really think about it. It was born entirely out of insecurity. Right. I think of us just going, we don't know what the hell this is.
It helps we're in the game industry.
But we did think to ourselves, let's try and playtest this. But I think playtesting, effectively doing that probably is what helped. It helped our Kickstarter a lot.
It absolutely did. I mean, there were tiers that we got rid of. There were tiers that we added.
We confirmed Doug's suspicion that $50 was what it was at. That was Tobacco's Pride was the name of
specifically.
Yeah, $50 t-shirt.
That was incredible. I think the vast majority of Kickstarters have probably not done that.
I think one other thing
because I've never seen anyone mention it.
A thing that is really obvious about our Kickstarter that but in hindsight especially, is thank fucking God the Double Fine Kickstarter launched exactly when it did.
A week before ours.
It launched because we conceived of and had been working on this Kickstarter for months. Like we've been talking about the merch, we've been trying to line up all the artists and sort of writing out stuff, starting to work on the video, and we had the page up. We were working with
the Cabal on all this stuff, and then boom, out of nowhere, Double Fine Adventure shows up, had $1 million in 24 hours, and we just went, oh fuck. Are we wholly fucked? Did the Kickstarter wave just crest in front of us? Does no one care about any of this stuff?
Are we going to look like chumps?
Are we going to look like chumps with our also ran other thing that we've been working on for months?
We started it in October when Chris came back.
Yeah.
Well,
we started talking about it.
We started when I was still in Boston.
It took us 5 or 6 months to get the Kickstarter up. Yeah. Which is, everything has taken longer than we thought. But at the same time, I'm really happy with the fact that everything is in quality that meets our standards. So I think that's been good. Also, like, another thing is this getting the stuff to you guys has been, I don't think Jake and I ever imagined that what our lives would become thanks to this, I was going to say something else, but this video game we've been working on.
It's been slightly more life-maddening than what we'd expect.
But hopefully it's all been worth it.
But what I was going to say about the Double Fine Kickstarter is it did what, Sean, I think you predicted correctly. Like, within 2 days of it, we were like, is everyone tired of this? And you said, no, what actually happened is 50,000 people signed up for a Kickstarter, and 50,000 gamers who have money to burn now know what this is, who did not have any idea what it was before.
Right. You didn't have to create an account.
And it actually turned out that basically people caught the wave at Double Fine and surfed it right over to the old Idle Thumbs Kickstarter, one of the other Kickstarters that already happened to just be up right then. Like,
Idle Thumbs launching today on Kickstarter does not do it.
No. So,
like, I think from a whole.
Yeah, we are like so thankful to everyone who put that stuff, who did all that stuff, who donated money to Idle Thumbs.
Yeah. Thanks, Tim Schafer.
And also thanks to Tim Schafer at Double Fine and Two Player Productions.
And thanks Ron Gilbert for tweeting about it.
And thanks Ron Gilbert for tweeting about it.
Actually, that's how a lot of people found out about it. Ron Gilbert.
It's, cool. Anyway, Kickstarter campaign has been very weird. It's great that we finally have all the rewards. We forgot to bring the stickers to show people, but they're sitting on my phone.
I wish my laptop here. I have one on my laptop.
Yeah.
They're really nice. They're awesome.
Roger Chin says, please discuss your opinions on the snowball effect, where winning makes it easier to win, particularly in competitive multiplayer games.
Oh, Dota.
For example, in getting more in-game money in Counter-Strike, levels, hit point damage in Dota or MMO PvP, equipment and abilities in Battlefield 3 or Call of Duty. Traditional competitive games and sports don't have this. You don't get double points after winning a round of tennis. Your work doesn't get the ability to move in different directions after capturing more pieces in chess. My opinion is that this effect is detrimental to the longevity and spectatorability of the game. The more drastic the snowballing, the more detriment. The most exciting moments of the game are a big turnaround, which snowballing makes difficult. It would be tough to see game moments like Justin vs. Diggle from EVO 2004. If fighting games did this, there's always tension when the current winner can be knocked off at any time. So yes,
I agree with that. I mean, the thing is, and something that you were actually at the International. You saw them like GG quit in like 18 minutes in when it was that first Na'vi versus Invictus fight, and that's something. I don't know, because I think it's a nice balance. I like that. I like that sometimes there's these 15-minute just stomp fests. You're like, holy fuck, because it's a tiered system, it's best of 5. You're like, what are they going to do? How are they going to come back from this? It's sort of like, it's funny, I think basketball's kind of like that, just because of the nature of it. Like, people just get so far ahead, you're like, they're not, basketball's a really good example. So basketball is this best of 5, best of 7 series when you get to the playoffs, and it's sort of, it's the larger narrative of that best of series that I think is the thing that's so taut.
Versus just the flow of one game.
Right. Yeah. Which I think is
one round. Yeah.
It's the same with esports for sure. There's so much metagame stuff that, like, in between, because there, again, also unlike traditional sports or board games, you have a bajillion different characters you can be playing, or like a million units you can build in StarCraft. Like, I mean, there's so many lords in Dota. I mean, that means that there are so many weird variables that come up, and then between games, the teams have to confer about those things and be like, well, we weren't expecting that strategy, or like they did exactly what we were expecting, or whatever.
Right.
And there's all that meta element that's not just based on like play style purely, it's also based on like weird variable choices that come up. And then when you play game 2, all the like growing things reset and you start from scratch again. But with all that meta knowledge that you have from the previous
Someone in the chat points out, and this is a weird point, but it says other sports do have it. If you keep scoring in football, the defense gets tired from not having a break and gets scored on more, etc. So that does, the fact that there are human beings with limited amounts of endurance means that the balance, it's not formalizing the rules, but that's interesting.
But the thing is like, I would say the snowball effect doesn't make it, when it makes it impossible, they usually, like, they concede. But it's not this like instantly impossible. It becomes scaling to impossible to come back. The thing that I hate about it actually is only in pickup games. when I'm on a team with a bunch of dummies and everybody like, and and we instantly go down 10-0 and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
The idea, like, and I bet they put this in. But in Dota especially, I wish you could just do a GG vote. So where it's not an abandon, but your whole team can be like, are we GGing this? Like, good gaming
Can
this?
people do that in competitive Dota too? Like in pro Dota too?
Yeah, I mean, you saw that, right?
That's
You saw that in pro. I mean, you saw in, Navi, like, quit, because they were.
Oh, right.
Remember that?
Yeah. And that is an interesting thing about esports. That is not the case in traditional sports where there's like a quarter or like a time limit, or, I mean, tennis, I guess, does not have that, but like, a game would just
formalized resignation.
Forever.
The equivalent is like putting in the scrubs. It's like you're just going to put in like
right.
That's the equivalent. Yeah. Good question though. That's something. Gosh.
JD Cohen says, memorable experiences of live music. Or put the dumb way, what's the best concert you've been to? Well, I mentioned that Dr. Tom Privileges.
Yeah. I have two. Like this best concert, I have a different scale. Like one, Radiohead Hollywood Bowl had really awesome seats.
So what year was that?
Awesome. Right before I went to San Francisco, my last year in LA. What year is it now? 2007, 2008? It was right when Rainbows came out.
I was probably at that same show.
That's hilarious. It had the columns with the lights going through the columns. Yeah. So good. That's hilarious.
That's funny because one of my favorite shows was I saw Radiohead at Shoreline Amphitheater when Amnesiac came out, I think. And it's the only like stadium concert show that I've actually enjoyed ever.
Same here. And I don't even like. The thing is, I'm not really a big Radiohead fan.
But I can't stand stadium shows. So it means I at this point don't really go out of my way to see Radiohead anymore. Even though that was a good experience.
Yeah.
I just going to a big arena is so exhausting to me. I love small
Hollywood Bowl's a nice mix. Too.
Yeah,
it's outside. It's kind of
one of the reasons I love Dr. Dog so much, I've seen them live like half a dozen times probably. And I don't know if this is still the case right now, but for years, whenever I would see Dr. Dog, it was always at a very small venue because they were big enough that they could tour nationally, but not big enough that they would play in like a huge arena or anything.
Right.
So I would always get to go see them in a club or something, and that's what I love. That's the way
I saw them in a really small
music. And I've seen them so many times because of that, because I know they're just a fantastic live band.
Perfect.
And then, just to tie this in with that previous question, I guess, the other band I mentioned being the Flaming Lips, I have a buddy who plays with the Flaming Lips when they tour, and he got me into a show here in San Francisco a couple months ago at Windows 365 Club, and it was awesome being able to see the Flaming Lips again in a really small kind of club venue when they're a band that doesn't need to do that very much anymore, and like that was a really cool thing. So I basically just like seeing small venue shows.
Yeah. Yep. Actually, the best show I've seen in the past 2 years, two. One is a now defunct Tom Petty cover band called Petty Party. But another one that you can check out in Seattle, I think they've only been around for a year and a half now, is a band called Pickwick. They just play Harley Strictly Bluegrass. And their live show is like 9 people on stage, and it's a really exciting, sort of energetic. It's one of the best live shows I've seen. Those are the two things. I'll say like Radiohead on one side, and that's like huge, and then this band Pickwick from Seattle on the right. Yeah, if you're in Seattle, jump on. Is it Subs? SUBBES?
From the forums.
From the forums says first gaming experience is at home at a friend's house at the arcade. Follow-up question: did you participate in the console wars and later discover you were wrong? You fought the wrong side.
I wasn't wrong. We were a Nintendo family. Although my first gaming experience was a Sega Master System that my uncle bought me, and I played the light gun game obsessively when I was a little kid. I was a tiny kid.
My first gaming experience, I think, is weird. My dad had some friend of his from college who collected and restored arcade games, and this was in the early 80s, where arcade games were not super old already, but I remember going to my dad's friend's house, and in his garage he had an arcade game, and I was very confused by it, and I enjoyed it. That's all. After that, it was probably some sort of Big Bird game.
Did Ruination stop recording?
Yeah.
Did we run out of space or
We
something?
ran out of space, I think, on our hard drive.
Okay.
So there's going to be a hilarious middle section.
Yep. It's just going to go to space.
I mean, we'll just cut it down.
People listening at home, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what you've just been hearing, in fact.
So
yeah, too late now.
What's the next after Subs?
My first was SimCity, probably, which I played on an Apple II in my school library. So,
what you doing, buddy?
I don't know what
all right.
happened. Oh, there.
Next up is Rick Fleischer, who says Oregon Trail and how rad it would be to have a modern version. Well, we ended up talking about Oregon Trail on the cast
so funny.
last week.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I don't even really want a modern version of the Oregon Trail, but I do want more games like the Oregon Trail.
I agree. Yeah. Chris Van Grass says, your views on the classic gaming Kickstarter revivals, for example, Double Fine Adventure, Xenonauts, Wasteland 2, the Sierra Games, Tex Murphy, etc., and any memories of the games that inspired these Kickstarters.
Can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm really kind of not on the train. Like, I'm definitely going to play the Double Fine Adventure game. But, like, I'm not like, finally, all these games are coming back.
Well,
it's
the
just
Double Fine Adventure one is different than most of these others in that it's not a direct sequel or reboot of a thing like Wasteland 2, Tex Murphy. Well, like
but it's a spiritual successor to a style of game. Like, there are probably choices being made in that game that are firmly rooted in heritage.
Sure. I don't think it's going to be more that way than like a Telltale game or anything, though. I mean, it's an adventure game. I mean, it's an adventure game by Double Fine is what it is. Like, I think it says a lot that the name of the Kickstarter was Double Fine Adventure, not Old School Adventure.
Yep. I totally hear you. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't excite me because it's like, great, awesome. Even if the games are good, cool. But like, I just want more good games.
Yeah,
I want games that are like exciting and interesting and unexpected. And the unexpected thing is the thing that's just not
I think
a part of any of those to me, except Double Fine Adventure.
You have to think of a lot of these things as almost novelty projects. But
it's not though. This is a movement in the industry. This is like a legit thing. This is going to employ hundreds of people.
Sure, but I don't think it's sustainable, and I don't think it's going to repeat. I think this is 2012, 2013 is the year of crowdsourcing sequels to weird 80s and 90s things that have a rabid fan base that just wants one more go. For sure. I'm just not I'm not like part of the rabid fan. That's not me. I know it's not really in your personality. Plus, nothing has come up that hits a one that you'd want. I mean, I'm sure there's someone somewhere that would make you excited.
The Wave Race reboot. Wave Race 64 reboot. That's where we're at.
If a Kickstarter video showed up that just had a dude with a huge mustache being like, I created Super Black Bass and I'm bringing it back, you would $50 gone.
50?
At least.
50,000.
Probably, honestly, I would probably give that man $250.
If the video just started with the Bassin vest and then the guy turned around and looked just like the guy.
Said, hi, I'm Hank Bassin.
Hank Bassin, creator of Super Black Bass. Sean, this is for you.
Ace programmer.
And Bass Fisher. It's ace programmer and 3-time national. Rihanna Pratchett says the positives and pitfalls of games narrative.
There are many of each.
That's a large question.
Pratfalls?
Positives and pitfalls.
Positives and pitfalls.
Pitfalls from Pratchett.
I mean, I think to me, this is obviously there's exceptions to this, and it's like not a hard rule or anything. But like for me, generally speaking, the less explicit the narrative is, for me, the better. Like in a game, like I mean
so you're really into Telltale's The Walking Dead?
You know, I like your game a lot. But like again, generally speaking, like the type of stuff that I generally respond to, the more of the narrative that can just be kind of in there, buried somewhere, not buried in like a book that you physically pick up in the game and read and there's a million pages, but like the more that stuff can just be embedded in the world and less just overt in a cutscene or in like a big dialogue tree or whatever. I think you can do great stuff either way in games, obviously. I mean, I love Full Throttle and Grim Fandango, and those are games where the narrative's right up front. Like, that's fine. But I think in general, games are better suited towards the other angle. Yeah.
The biggest one is just lack of subtlety.
Oh, yeah.
Treat your player like they're emotionally intelligent human beings.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all I would say.
Yep.
If you think, do I really take a big pen to your script, just cut it out. You know, I think that's editing and emotional subtlety.
I think people think about narrative in games. Well, it's a problem that games have across the board, but I think in the context of narrative, it's completely suicidal is when you start thinking, what would a gamer want? Instead of what would a human being want?
Right.
You're fucked forever.
Yep,
You're fucked. You're done. Like, just, I mean, thinking about that mechanically is also bad, but like, there's enough sort of safety nets around just, I feel like, does a mechanic feel good? There's objective truths behind that to a certain degree, or at least there's directions you can very cleanly and mechanically strive.
Yeah.
Whereas narratively, you can just kill yourself in 3 seconds because there's absolutely no language within games to sponsor or just to sort of fact check yourself against, I guess. But man, how would a gamer react to this? They would skip it. How would a human being react to it? Well, if they would skip
man,
it,
do you hear that?
bad,
That's the big super plane that carries all the other little planes.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah, that's why the floor rumbled.
Someone in chat points out, this is a good thing to point out. 2D says, in that sense, Chris will like Dark Souls if he picks up on the unspoken story intertwined through the game. So yeah, I haven't played very much Dark Souls, but you could say the same thing about Demon Souls, which I'd played a lot of, and that's totally true. Like they've got the amount of subtlety and restraint that those guys exhibited in Demon Souls, and I assume Dark Souls as well, is really impressive. And like there's just great tone, great vibe. Like it's really, really cool.
Cool.
okay.
Thanks, Rihanna.
Yeah. Thank you. Mark Roberts says Oasis (parentheses the British band).
I don't really know Oasis.
I haven't.
There was this girl named Jessica who's on my floor in Burncrant dorms at USC freshman year, and she was obsessed with Oasis. And we used to sit in her room and listen to these hilarious interviews with Oasis, where the Gallagher brothers would start screaming at each other in the middle of it. Like somebody would ask an incendiary, like a question that then clearly rubbed them the wrong way, and they would just get in these massive fights, and the interview would be over. We used to listen to a lot of those interviews. Anyway, Wonderwall, hell of a song.
Yeah, I mean that's like the Oasis song that I know, basically.
Yeah.
And last question.
Oh my gosh,
Holy crap!
Zach Johnson says
Zach Jick
believe so.
Johnson,
he's just listed as Zach Johnson here, so I can't confirm.
but not on the
Could be a different Zach Johnson.
It depends. You could list whatever you want on the wall.
There it is.
He says The Binding of Isaac seems greater than the sum of its parts. Why is it so good?
This is another thing I feel like we've actually addressed on the podcast a fair amount by this point. But
Yeah, where was your time machine, Zach,
Yeah, why
to
didn't
go
you
forward and listen to all those new
intuit
Idle
that
Thumbs
we would be
episodes?
talking about that? Why didn't you
But that is,
already experience when we had drinks and stuff with you and talked about this already?
Anyway, Ruination. No,
it is so good, though. That game is so good.
It is really good.
Gosh, it just focuses on all the right things, and it's different.
it seems greater than the sum of its parts is an interesting way to describe that game.
Yeah,
though.
well, I
You're
think
like,
it's
oh.
because having a bunch of like, okay, so for me, a really direct answer to that, this is not like the main thing that's good about this game, but having a bunch of like poo and shit all over your game is not a thing that I would ordinarily think is great, right? Like a lot of games have just really fucking gross, stupid shit in them just because they do,
Right.
just for like no apparent reason that I can determine. Whereas Binding of Isaac, it definitely feels like part of the whole thing.
I also think that part of it with The Binding of Isaac, because the game has this weird sort of, because it has the poo aesthetic, but also
Because it has the poo aesthetic,
because all of the different items are sort of specific and deliberately insane and deliberately jarring, you notice the disparate elements of the design more. Like
That's
you notice the passive equips because they're called weird things like mom's bra, or you notice that you notice the specific like weird medicine that your guy takes. You notice the way that this enemy
instead
looks.
of just damage +2.
Right, whereas if you took the exact game that is The Binding of Isaac and all of its mechanics and washed over it where everything was Cloak of Healing +1 and was like fantastical dragon guy, I think the game would feel more coherent in that way. Like Tokyo Jungle is another example to me of just like if someone made a more aesthetically and sort of like tonally cohesive version of those exact same mechanics, like basically just a reskin and a copy editing pass over that game, it would not. You wouldn't notice that stuff as much, but right now I'm a deer wearing boots and a Groucho Marx mask who eats pet medicine the same way that in The Binding of Isaac, whatever, you're a kid with a coat hanger sticking out of his head.
Yeah, well, and the thing that I love, for example, so much about like Costume Quest, which is a Double Fine game, again, similarly, you could take that exact game with those mechanics, which are kind of like, they're kind of a very stripped down implementation of traditional JRPG combat mechanics. If you just put that in a very traditional kind of fantasy game aesthetic or sci-fi game aesthetic, it would not be a super interesting game. But the fact that it's a bunch of kids having this crazy Halloween adventure and like saying what I think are really, really well pitched little kid outbursts makes that game like magical. Like it's great. Like I love the experience of playing that game, and a lot of it is just because the theme is so well executed.
Yep. I mean, I was talking about Binding of Isaac in a sort of negative way, like saying that it's jarring, but I think the fact that when you hit all these new things, they are these really specific, weird, jarring things, is a ton of the appeal of that game, and it also helps you pay really close attention to when you encounter a new thing. Because instead of it just saying, orc mask or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
It says a crazy, crazy thing so that you go, okay, whoa, this is totally new. And you sort of, and it's also really impenetrable narratively. You can't infer from it what it is until you use it, like so that it promotes you experimenting with all the weird things that it has.
That's true.
Really good point.
And I think it's cool. It makes it feel like it is all these weird disparate pieces, but I think that becomes part of the experience.
No, I completely agree.
So in conclusion, Binding of Isaac's good because of that poo aesthetic.
Because of that poo aesthetic.
That poo aesthetic.
Speaking of poo, thank you for hanging out with us
and for helping us ruin this cast.
Yeah.
Some would describe it in if I were you, I would press.
We're going to start there.
And then
we go there.
Ours.
But I do want to say, guys, seriously, thank you so much. Stuff is coming to you guys, and you're the best. And looking at the chat during this whole thing, like, nobody, like, craps on each other. There's no, like...
Yeah, it was really good.
Like, nobody's just in there hating. Like,
Yeah.
you guys are honestly the best community on the fucking planet. We
Yep, it's pretty
don't
great.
know what we did, but...
Thank you for
good.
being cool.
For more importantly...
R is the
Did
key
it
you're
not
looking
work?
for.
Oh, R. Thanks for the help.
So, good.
All right, we're done.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys, we did it.
Woo!
Woo!
All right.
Yeah.
Good job, us. Hooray.
So thanks for listening to the Ruinationcast. JP, LeBreton, Craps on everyone. No! That was a 5-hour cast. Gross. Thanks, guys, so much. Okay, podcast.
Video game.